We on time with it today, ladies and gentlemen. Happy hump day. It is January 15th. Game preview, divisional round, monumental matchup. Washington Commanders are traveling up to Detroit to play against the best team in the NFL for the 2024 season. Let's talk about it. What's going on, Washington Commanders Nation? We are on to round two of the playoffs. I got my Jayden jersey on backwards. I got my all black on today because it's wartime. It's wartime and it is a shortened week. It is already Wednesday, but it is the second day of practice for the Washington Commanders this week because we're 3 sleeps away. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, until Washington makes this trip up to Detroit to play the Detroit Lions. And we are a 9.5-point underdog by all of the sports books I've seen so far. But our betting sponsors, let's start with them. This show, this stream, and everything this season is brought to you, empowered, and fueled by BetUS Sportsbook and Casino, home of the fastest payouts in the industry, and a 150% match bonus using promo code YouTube150 on your first deposit. That's a 125% deposit on numbers 2 and 3 for up to $2,000. Please bet responsibly. We went a little viral yesterday, ladies and gentlemen. The clip that everybody heard from my conversation and weekly sit down with Lake Lewis Jr. about Ben Johnson's preference for quarterback being the determining factor for why he passed, or we passed, or mutually passed on each other during the hiring cycle of last year. But we'll get into all of that. I'm trying something a little new today because a lot of people have been asking me, what are we going to do in the offseason? What are we going to do when the season's over as far as content? I'm going to be giving you radio style format, and we're giving a little test run today. We're starting at 12:15. We're going to go all day long, and I'm bringing some friends by as well. I'm going to have a few friends on, a couple from the Detroit Lions side of things, and a couple from our side to talk about this matchup on Saturday night. How are y'all feeling right now? What is up, She? Make sure you smash that like button. If you're from the Detroit side of things, if you're new to the channel, make sure you hit that subscribe button because this is Washington Commanders coverage, but it's different. It's raw, it's unfiltered, it's objective, it's fun. We have a damn good time on this side. Make sure you smash that thumbs up as we push toward 20 and 25,000 subscribers into the motherfucking moon in 2025. But we're on Wednesday now. We got injury report to talk about. We got matchups, and we got the entire world not giving Washington a shot in hell at this game this weekend, man. They are speaking very loudly about our team and our quarterback. Guys, they are Birdman hand rubbing at the notion of playing a rookie quarterback. They think Caleb Williams is on the schedule this week, or maybe Bo Nix. Drake May, Anakin Skywalker McCarthy, Michael Penn. They think they got a rookie coming to town this week, y'all. I love it though. And I love the candor. I love the confidence. And I love the animated nature of Detroit Lions fans because they do deserve this shit. They deserve the positivity and the success their team is having right now. They deserve this shit. And I'm excited, man. I'm excited. They've went through poverty. They went through poverty probably worse than ours. They've seen that team go Bro, they've seen a 0-win season before. We can't relate to that shit. So when you see them gatekeeping their stadium for a home playoff game, the second home play, is it the second or the third? The second or the third home playoff game. Yeah, the third home playoff game at Ford Field ever. They had their first and second last year. They had a nail biter with their former legend quarterback, Matt Stafford, in the wild card round. And they went toe-to-toe, blow for blow with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers from Ford Field in the divisional round last year. We're talking about a Detroit Lions team that was a couple balls hanging, Dan Campbell decisions, head scratchers away from the Super Bowl last year, man. I'm still wired up. I'm amped up from Sunday, and I can't sleep, bro. I'm excited, man. I got my colors on, bro. I'm seeing Washington fans everywhere I go. Everybody's chatting me up. It is a good time to be a Washington fan, man. This is fucking full on, Matt. This feeling of excitement and positivity. It was just like this when the Joseph was in charge. I wish I knew what those the Joseph, Joe Jackson, Gibbs days were like in Washington, but it's all good because we're headed back to success. We are on our way back to glory. Detroit Lions fans, I feel y'all, but we are y'all last year. We are y'all last year, but we did it faster. We did it faster. I'm not trying to juxtapose the rebuild process, but it was a bad season in MCDC, Motor City Dan Campbell year one. It was a bad start to MCDC season 2, 1-6, but y'all rallied back, got to 9 wins, and we're a half a game out the playoff. So first 2 years, y'all stuck with your guy. You bought into the grit. And in year 3, y'all started smoking everybody's boots. Y'all are on back-to-back division titles, 12-win team, 2 playoff wins, and should have been in the damn Super Bowl last year. But I'm here to tell y'all that there is this guy, he says hello. His name is Jayden Daniels, and he's nothing like the rookie in your division, and he's nothing like any of the other rookies you may have faced this year or in the last couple years. We're talking about possibly the most mature, efficient, and greatest rookie quarterback of all time, Jayden Daniels, coming off a playoff victory against one of the teams that you lost to this year. Yes, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers beat the Detroit Lions. They're one of the 2 losses on your schedule this year, man. Holy shit. Your life ruined. I got to catch a 2.5-hour flight to Orlando at 9 o'clock. Oh, no, Ben, no. Oh, and I see, I'm going to get back to your DM, by the way. We were DMing about some things. I'm going to complete that information I was giving you, by the way. Bro, please get the Wi-Fi on the plane. Get the Wi-Fi playing on the plane. If you need to, pop my stream on. I'll guide you through your flight, my brother. Unfortunately, we were talking about this on Commanders Kings last night. There are playoff hidden rules. You know, we haven't been to the playoffs much in my life or in the last 2 decades. So we're not very privy or hip to some of these hidden playoff rules. Well, apparently, Washington cannot wear the black uniforms in the playoff. Apparently, we can't wear alternate uniforms in the playoff. I don't know. I read it somewhere. We talked about it last night. Apparently, we cannot. We're going to probably be wearing our same outfit we wore versus the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. And to be honest, those are the shock the world fits right there. White jerseys, burgundy pant. We get busy in the white jersey, burgundy pant combo. We're buzzing. We're hyped. We're excited. We do this shit. What up, Dan? What's going on, man? Would I trade Jonathan Allen for Jeffrey? Would I? Yes. The question is, why the hell would Tennessee? 100% would, Dannon, without a question asked. What up, Commanders Nation? The Lions, oh, no, no. We're going to start with love. We're going to get a couple Detroit Lions folks on, including one from the channel that was stirring guys up on YouTube yesterday. We're going to hear from a gal and a guy from Detroit Lions Nation. Couple friends coming by the stream. Stick on by. If you got to leave, come on back. I'm going to be live all day. We doing this bitch like a radio show today. But the Detroit Lions are fucking great. They are great. They have a phenomenal front office headed by Brad Holmes. They have a before we get off the front office, headed by Brad Holmes, we just poached someone from their front office. We grabbed Lance Newmark to be the number 1 guy to Adam Peters because the Detroit Lions are the model that teams want to be like when it comes to roster construction, front office construction, and building a team from the mud, from the ground up, organically, not splashy signing here, splashy signing there, splashy trade. They are drafting, developing, and they're making the free agent signings that they brought in work. Revive the careers of some guys. What they've done just works. And Dan Campbell is the face of that shit. He's like Everything about Detroit, that city, blue collar, hard earned, grit. He knew what he was doing, man. They laughed at him. People laughed at him and made a mockery of him when he got up there on a podium a few years ago talking about he's going to bite kneecaps. He wants a team that's going to bite your kneecaps off. Who's laughing now? Because they are the best team in the NFC. They've played the best football and had a 15-2 season. Come off a season where they hosted their first ever playoff game at Ford Field, had 2 of them. Now they have home field throughout. And when you get home field throughout, you have the advantage of a short week for your opponent. You get a first round bye to prepare yourself and to let your players rest and rehab and get ready for round 2. And the team coming into your building has to have a short week. It's the shortest of short weeks because we're coming off a Sunday night football and we're coming in there 6 days later, Saturday night. I don't care about none of that unfair advantage shit because Dan Quinn and company are going to get them boys ready to play. It's the Dan versus Dan battle of the biggest sack. Who's going to have the biggest testicles at Ford Field on Sunday? I'm excited to see this one, man, because these are 2 coaches that have their teams ready to play. Not an X's and O guy on either side. Well, Dan Quinn can call defensive plays, but these are guys that shepherd a culture. They carry gravity. Whatever room they walk in is full of reverence and respect. Their names buzz through league circles worldwide. And I love this, man. I love this. I love Dan Campbell. I love the bravado. Even when his decisions seem head-scratching to some, he stands on it. He never wavers because if he did, he wouldn't be Dan Campbell. So we're starting this stream with love. This team should feel extremely confident about us coming into their building. But also, they are not privy or hip to what Jayden Daniels is. Yeah, what up, y'all? What's going on, y'all? What's going on, y'all? Checking in with the chat as we getting busy here on this Wednesday afternoon. We're only 3 sleeps away from playoff football. What up, DB? What up, DB? But those aren't alternate uniforms. That's an alternate combo. They wore white jerseys. They didn't wear orange jerseys, you know? You still think Daniels about to win at the Lions after all the drops Daniels did against the Bucks? Oh, I forgot. No, I forgot. We're not talking to bitch ass niggas this week. We're not even acknowledging. My bad for accidentally click. Matter of fact, fuck out of here. Like, this ain't about you this week. Bye. Definitely need more Dan Campbells in this league, man. Them boys from the D ain't met a team like us yet, and I feel we got them in the end if we play penalty-free like we did down in Tampa. Oh, Stan, what up, my guy? Just wanted to say thank you for bringing us along on this side with you. It's been amazing, and it ain't over yet. Hashtag shock the world. Shock the world. Bro, they out here talking about us like we're the Giants versus the undefeated Patriots back in 2007, man. They think they about to smoke our boots. They think we are some peasants. Let me do a little roll call, you know? I think De'Ami Brown needs to have another legacy game. Hey, you try and get a bag and be a part of what we building here in DC, De'Ami. Keep doing what you're doing. Even if fans, we've kicked your back in for so long, we just want to see you thrive. Hot take. My money is on Dan. There's 2 of them, man. So that's a very open-ended statement you just said, man. I want to watch football, not a sack off. It's going to be a combination of both. Man. Yep, they didn't get themselves in cap trouble in the process of building it. They are the model that teams want to bring when they put their rosters and shit together, all the way from the top. I think the game comes down to turnovers. If we play a clean game, we win. Let's start by going through the Lions win-loss results for the season. Let me just take a look real quick. Because everybody tells us we ain't beat nobody, y'all are frauds, yada, 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 but we get to just suck everybody else's win. Let's start with non-divisional games because we know how good the NFC North is. We know how good the NFC North is. They had a 15-win team, a 14-win team, and an 11-win team. Only one still standing, though. So really, how good were those regular season wins? Let's do the Lions' non-divisional games this season. They open up the year versus the Rams, 26-20. Beat Matt Stafford again, just like they did in the first round of the playoffs last year. Week 2, you know what they lost to? The Tampa Bay Buccaneers at home at Ford Field, Tampa and Company, 20-16. That's a bad matchup for them. Week 3, they beat the Cardinals by a touchdown. Their third game of the season, they beat the Cardinals by a touchdown. Okay. 20-13. We beat the Cardinals by 28, but who cares? They beat the Seahawks 42-29. They beat the shit out of our ops and arch rival Dallas Cowboys 47-9. I love that. I love that for y'all, Detroit. Beat the shit out of the Cowboys. We'll come back for the divisional games. I'm just looking for non-divisional right now. 52-14 over the Titans. That's what's up. We beat the Titans 42-19. Same type beat. Same type beat. They beat the Texans 26-23 by a field goal in a game in which Jared Goff threw 5 interceptions. They beat the Jacksonville Jaguars 52-6. They beat Anthony Richardson and the Colts 24-6 on the road. They lost to the Bills in one of the best games, if probably not the best game all year, 48-42, 6-point game. Shootout versus the non-playoff, injury-prone body bag 49ers at Levi Stadium. They won 40-34 a couple weeks ago. And now let's talk about their divisional games, because I want to do the divisional games second, because you know that divisional games could go either way. They get messy, they get sloppy. I'm not going to judge the Lions for playing a close game with the Bears, because teams know each other. It all gets nasty when you keep it in the family, if you know what I mean. Ask the Targaryens. But they 31-29, the Minnesota Vikings. 2-point game the first time they met up. They beat the Packers by 10 in their first matchup. They beat the Bears by a field goal on Thanksgiving because Caleb Williams and Matt Eberflus have no idea what time management is. They beat the Bears again on right before Christmas by 17, 34-17 in Chicago. And where's the other game versus Green Bay? Oh, they won by a field goal versus the Packers in their second matchup, 34-31 in a shootout. And closed the year out with a very strong 31-9 victory against the Vikings that could have been more competitive if the real Sam Darnold didn't show up in the final 2 weeks of the season. He had been cosplaying as a good quarterback through 17 weeks of the NFL season, but like my therapist told me, sometimes when people show you who they are, you got to believe it. We saw who the real Sam Darnold was in the playoffs this week, and we saw it in week 18 versus the Detroit Lions. So before we get into the crux of the matchups and personnel, I just read to you all the results of the Detroit Lions season. Now, if you exclude their divisional wins versus the Vikings and Packers, who are not in the fucking playoffs right now, just like us, they beat a lot of bad teams. They beat a lot of bad teams. The best teams on their schedule outside of division, the Rams, the Bucks, the Bills, they went 1-2. They went 1-2 in those matchups. They lost to the Bucks, they lost to the Bills, and they beat the Rams in week 1 of the season. I'm just giving context. I'm not diminishing or taking anything away from what the Lions have put on tape this year, because this is a phenomenal football team. But for everybody to sift through and go crazy and talk about how we haven't beat anybody, when you put the magnifying glass and microscope on other guys' schedule, what are we talking about? What are we talking about? You know what I'm saying? Like, I just read you this guy. Green Bay and Minnesota, those are quality wins. Not going to hold you. Those teams are not standing right now. Those teams are not standing right now. Sam Darnold is a fraud. Like, outside of the division, There wasn't nothing that impressive that they did in the regular season, but you know what they did? They won. I'm not going to take wins from them, just like people cannot take wins from us for being 12-5. They went from 12 wins last year to 15 wins this year. 12 wins to 15 wins. We won 4 games last year. We came in with a last place as schedule. Opponents were already picked out. We came in with a last place schedule, 4-13 season. And Bamas are complaining about the teams that we beat. Man, point that magnifying glass to other teams, man. Come on, man. I'm just pointing out the facts. The Lions are a phenomenal team. They probably had the best regular season in the league. But we're not about to sit here and act like it's murderer's row every week for all these other teams with a bunch of wins this year. So now that we've got that out the way, let's get it in. Let's talk about it, man. The Packers are definitely frauds too. The Packers are frauds. The Vikings, well, the Packers didn't have receivers. The Packers were out here throwing it to us last week versus the Philadelphia Eagles, you know? And I'm just saying, man, these so-called experts talk out of their arseholes. We know what the truth is. That's hilarious. That's hilarious. 9.5-point game. Now that we went through the Detroit Lions win-losses this year, let's go through the Commanders. You know, we got to keep it a spade. We got to call it what it is. Let's call out all our scores this year because this 9.5-point line is disrespectful because we only had one game this year and that we lost by more than one possession. And that was week 1 where we lost 37-20 versus the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, the same Buccaneers that beat the Detroit Lions in the regular season and that Washington put out last week. These are Washington scores for 18 weeks. We know them, but for those who just got here you go. 37-20 week 1. We look not the greatest, but it was an experiment, baby. It was our first time out the cut, first day out. 21-18 week 2 versus the Giants. Coming out party, 38-33 win against the Bengals. 42-14 win against the Cardinals, same Cardinals that the Lions beat by one possession. 34-13 against the Browns. We lost by a touchdown, 23-30 against the Ravens. 40-7 against the Panthers with our backup quarterback. We beat the Bears by a field goal like the Lions did one time on a Hail Mary. 27-22 against the Giants. 28-27 loss against the Steelers. 18-26 loss against the Eagles. The black eye of the season, 34-26. Freaky ass, acid drug-like fourth quarter versus the Cowboys. We lost by 8 points that day. Tied for our second worst loss of the season. 42-19 win against the Titans. We handled them just like the Lions did. 20-19 nail biter versus the Saints. 36-33 nail biter against the Eagles. Jalen Hurts got hurt, but Jaden Daniels carved up that Eagles defense despite 5 turnovers. So just like the Lions had a game this year where they had to overcome 5 turnovers to beat a playoff team, Washington overcame 5 turnovers to beat the Hurtsless Eagles with the number 1 defense in the league. Jaden Daniels walked them down 5 touchdowns. Commanders 30-24 over the Falcons. Commanders 23-19 over the Cowboys and 23-20 over the Tampa Bay Buccaneers into the first round of the playoff. So, I mean, I'm saying 9.5 is disrespectful. We should be underdogs in this game. We should most certainly be underdogs in this game. But all this 42 to shit like my man is talking about right here, this 9.5 shit, it is disgusting. And Savin, I know you love Scatterboo shit. I would love to have him here too. But all the draft guys have him going like 3rd or 4th round. That's your guy though. But 9.5 points, 55.5, I feel that for the over-under because, I mean, that's a 30-27 game? That's a 30-27 game type beat. But we scored 2. They averaged 33.5 points a game. We averaged 28.5 points a game. That's a 5-point disparity. You call us a 7.5-point underdog, I could take it. That's a touchdown. 6.5, 7.5, I could take it. 9.5 makes me feel like they think some normal young quarterback is walking into this shit. This is Jayden Daniels walking in to the Lions den, and nothing about this guy in 2024 spells blowout. Nothing about what he does spells we're going to get blown out by these guys. I've seen these guys play a bunch of teams this year. This ain't Mason Rudolph. This ain't Trevor Lawrence or Mac Jones or whatever ass Jacksonville Jaguars quarterback that they went up against this year. This ain't Sam Darnold. Sam Darnold is a limited journeyman quarterback who had a good statistical season. You know who else I've seen in my lifetime have a 35-plus touchdown season in a good year, but was ass for real? Blake Bortles. I've seen Blake Bortles throw for 37 touchdowns in a season before. Same beat for Sam Darnold. And they think that these boys are about to smoke us this week. Now, this is the stream scheduled for later. I have a lot to say. I'm amped up. I'm wired up, and I want to just talk all afternoon. So this is the same stream that we had scheduled earlier. And my bad. My boy Lake's about to come on, and he's hit me up real quick. What are we talking about? Oh, my stream. Yeah, I wanted to talk all afternoon because it's the divisional round. You know, technically, if we lose, our season's over. We're going to content it the fuck up until Washington gets on this clock on Saturday night. But I'm ready. Woodward Sports, the Woodward Heavyweights, the channel you heard talking shit about us, I'll be on their channel at the 6 o'clock hour tonight. I'll be on their channel at the 6 o'clock hour, so y'all definitely going to want to tune in. But how are we feeling, y'all? How are we feeling? Y'all love that underdog shit, and y'all get scared when teams pick us. How are we feeling about this one? Because this is David versus Goliath, according to the world. David and Goliath. What y'all thinking? What y'all thinking, man? We going to the Lions then. Oh, y'all have never seen an atmosphere like Ford Field. Y'all not the Chiefs. Like, I do get it. Y'all are nice. Y'all are nasty, and I'm happy for your success. I love watching the Lions play. I love the Detroit Lions, but y'all didn't win a Lombardi last year. Y'all weren't in the game for the Lombardi last year. You just played your first home playoff game for the first time in life last season, and your fans and me and fans that aren't like 34 years or older here have watched the same amount of Super Bowls played between our teams. I've never seen my team in the Super Bowl. Y'all have never seen your team in a Super Bowl. So let's relax a little bit, man. Let's relax a little bit, man. If the Commanders win the Super Bowl, is it considered a Redskins Super Bowl or Commander? You can call it whatever the fuck you want to. It's a Super Bowl, baby. I'm a Commanders football team. I don't care what the team is called. Call my team a champion. Call my team an annual playoff perennial contender. That's all that matters to me. That's all that matters to me. That's all that matters, you know? Just win. Just win. Be successful. Don't be a dumpster fire. And get her done. God damn it. That's all that matters to me. I don't care about name politics. If you still care about the name when the team is in the divisional round, your priorities are fucked up. Your priorities, I'm not there. We have a football game against a 15-2 game out there, man. Let's go. Let's go. Let's get it. Name politics, not on my priority list of things that I care about right now. Beating the Detroit Lions on Saturday is all that I care to talk about right now. It's all that I care to talk about. Yeah, my man Lake's supposed to be popping in here, man. My man Lake's supposed to be popping through. The Lions have 7 studs on offense. We have 2. Let's be real here. We absolutely have a shot to win this game. Just isn't a good one. These teams left are on a whole nother talent level. Yep, and we all know that. Here's the difference maker. When it comes to playoff football, a special quarterback can mask a lot of bullshit. And of the two teams playing Saturday night at Ford Field, Detroit Lions, you might want to mute your ears when I say this, put a Q-tip in or headphones. There is one special quarterback walking out to that field on Saturday night. Jared Goff is a mighty fine, regularly good quarterback. He's a consistently good quarterback. He is less problematic Kirk Cousins. He is less problematic Kirk Cousins with a better ecosystem and environment around him. He's a guy that can be as good as he wants to, will never scratch the surface of the upper echelon of quarterbacks league. Why? Because there's a cap to how good he can be. And he had a good season last year. First go rounds in Detroit weren't pretty. And he was traded here after being the number 1 overall pick back in the day. Looked like a bust with Jeff Fisher. Sean McVay got him nice, greased him up, put a squad around him, took him to the Super Bowl, failed, shipped him off for a bunch of assets, a Hall of Fame quarterback, and won a Super Bowl with the quarterback he was traded for. Finds a home in Detroit. I see the numbers. He had a great season, 4,300 yards, 37 touchdowns. Jared Goff has a perfect outfit around him, a perfect one. He has a phenomenal offensive line. He has 2,000-yard receivers and a very productive third receiver, of upper echelon tight end, a top 3 running back, a top 1 running back duo in the league. He has everything, and the best play caller in all of sport. You can say what you want about him. I'm still mad about the way things played out last January, but Ben Johnson is that guy. Ben Johnson's bag runs deeper than everybody's bag in the entire league. He does this shit. I like Jared Goff. I like them coming out of Cal. Once upon a time, I wanted Washington to draft him, but he's not special. He's not special. He has a good arm. He's accurate. He's consistent. He's not special. He doesn't have an X factor trait. He doesn't. He has a great team around him, a great play caller, and he doesn't have to carry his team on a weekly basis. He just has to show up to work in uniform and do his job. Not taking away anything from Jared Goff, but he's not this. What do you think this team would be with Jared Goff at quarterback? We wouldn't win 12 games. We wouldn't win 11 games. We wouldn't win 10, 9, 8, maybe 6 or 7 games with Jared Goff. But Jared Goff cannot take a team deficient in talent to the playoffs. He doesn't. He's went from one offensive maestro to another, from McVay to Ben Johnson, but he's not carrying a football team. And that's not an insult. Some guys are meant to be really good and not be great. Jared Goff's in that Kirk Cousins, Dak Prescott type mold where as good as they can be, there is a cap to how good he is in this league, and that is not hate. That is not hate. He's not that, though. He's not that. He's limited. And that's why when I say Jayden Daniels is already the best quarterback in the NFC, and the only conversation I'm willing to have is Matt Stafford, because he's getting a gold jacket one day. He's got a Super Bowl under his belt. He has one of the greatest arms I've ever seen in the sport. And in the playoffs, he does work. He gets absolutely busy in the playoff. Matt Stafford's the only conversation I want to have. I know that's another name Lions fans don't want to talk about right now. They don't want to talk about Matt Stafford, but Matt Stafford went on to find greener pastures immediately. But them boys are back in Detroit, though. Them boys are back. But when it comes to the quarterback, conversation for Saturday night, there's only one special quarterback walking through that door. There's only one special quarterback walking through that door, and it's not Jared Goff. It ain't. It's not him, and you're lying to yourself if you think it is him. But shout out to Detroit. If you don't have to have your quarterback do the most, don't have them do the most. He was the number 1 pick back in the day, but we've seen the book on Jared Goff's career. We know what Jared Goff is, and if Washington wants any chance in this game, they got to get after him. They got to get after him on a consistent basis to slow down the game plan. Let's look at Goff since he's got to Detroit. First year, not great, but not bad. 3,200, 19 touchdowns, 8 picks. 2022, 4,400, 29 touchdowns, 7 picks. That's a really good season, man. That's very Kirkish. That's very Kirkish. And now we get busy the last couple years. 4,500, 30 touchdowns, 12 picks. 4,600, 37 touchdowns, 12 picks. Very good numbers. Very, very, very good numbers. But don't lie to yourself. Don't lie to yourself and say that Jared Goff is a special quarterback, because he's not that. He's not that. There's a tier of guys that will forever stay on that tier because they don't have special ingredients cooking in the lab for them. They don't have that God-given ability that other guys have. Top 4 quarterbacks in the league: Mahomes, Jackson, Allen, Burrow. They got that X factor trait. They got that they got that moxie, and they have something to them that other guys don't have. And they do not need to be in a perfect environment to do so. But let me get my boy Lake Lewis in here. You know, we made it popping on these internet streets with the Ben Johnson thing yesterday. My guy Lake, what's going on, Lake?
What's going on, man? Just running around. My bad, So I'm in the car,
Gucci.
but
Hey, we made some waves yesterday with the Ben Johnson take, and I see a lot of people coming at your head top for that thing, man. What do you have to say?
I mean, I'm just like I said, man. I ain't say I was on the plane. I said I was told, and
Mm-hmm.
this person who told me has told me many things in the past. So I mean, again, look. If it's true, great. If it's not, great. Because the bottom line is it worked out for everybody. Washington, I think the best decision that was not made was Ben Johnson being the head coach. Because you got Dan Quinn in here and you see what he's done, and there's a reason why he's playing against Ben Johnson on Sunday or on Saturday night. And then I think if you're the Lions, look at where you are. You're the number 1 seed. So listen, man, we're told many things by sources and people that we trust. I'm not going to rat anybody out. I believe in the person that told me what they said. So, it is what it is. So I haven't heard anybody refute it though, so
Yep.
I'll say that.
Oh, yeah. And if you weren't here and you missed me and Lake's hour sit down that we do every week, yesterday on the show, Lake made it be known in the process of the hiring cycle of 2024, when Ben Johnson spurned Washington while the plane was in the air, according to Lake Lewis Jr., Ben Johnson wanted Sam Howell to remain the quarterback in DC. Adam Peters and company had other plans because we had the 2nd overall pick in the draft, and that created a divide. So it was more than it's just basketball, guys. It was more than from our side. He just didn't have a good virtual interview, because they did eventually go to Detroit and interview.
Yeah, I
Aaron
mean, they
Glenn.
still were en route to Detroit to interview
Mhm.
Aaron Glenn. When I said, he said turn the plane around, I meant as far as
that was metaphorically speaking.
as far as Ben Johnson.
Mhm.
No, we're okay. Never mind. So that's what I was told. And again, this person that I've talked to, we're friends. I've known this person for many years, going back to ESPN. And again, it is what it is. So it at the end of the day, for everybody getting upset about it, what are you getting upset about? It's worked out well for everyone that Ben Johnson is not
It's
the coach.
been a year. Why are you just pulling this out now, Lake?
Yeah,
Because
man. I mean, because, well, in defense of myself, I will say this: I don't pull anything out. You and me were having our normal show and casual conversation.
Facts.
We did talk about the fact that, it would be kind of poetic justice for Washington to beat the guy that whatever, I didn't say anything about the basketball comments. I heard that too. So I didn't say that. That's out everywhere though, as far as the basketball comments. And yeah, I mean, Bob Myers is Adam's confidant as far as doing things with him, consulting. He's the orchestrator and GM of the Golden State Warriors that won championships. You got Magic Johnson. You got Josh Harris, who owns the Sixers.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, so if that comment is true, it doesn't do anything for me anyway either, you know? So let's just say the basketball comment was true, whoever put that out there. The
Nope.
point is,
Mm-hmm.
it's worked out well for both parties. If you're a Commanders fan, you shouldn't even care about this because you got your coach. You got the coach that you needed in Dan Quinn, the right person for culture. And I'm going to go out on record and say this. If Ben Johnson was the coach for Washington, I don't think they'd be in the situation they're in right now. I really don't.
That's interesting, man. That's interesting. And we still don't know what the leader of men qualities and what the staff Ben Johnson would have put together here. But I'm not going to front like I didn't want him here in DC last year. And for those asking you why Lake pulled this up a year later, it's because it's relevant. It's never been more relevant than it is right now because we play the Detroit Lions in the divisional round this Saturday. 3 days from now, it's a short week. We're only 3 sleeps away. And the whole world is counting the Washington out late. 9.5-point spread. I see these Detroit Lions content creators talking crazy. Is this as David and Goliath as people are making it out to be?
No, not at all. I mean, is Detroit. Listen, I predicted the Super Bowl before the season started on your show.
Mm-hmm.
I predicted the Super Bowl to be the Lions and the Ravens.
Yep, and mine was
And
Chiefs Rams.
right. And there for either one of us, there's still nothing that tells us that we were idiots for saying that. I mean,
Right.
Detroit's the number one seed. Baltimore, to me, is the team that has the best chance to get Kansas City dethroned. But you've had a full season to see things. And I know what I've seen with this Washington football team, the team that I said was going to win 11 games. I know I've seen enough to know that if they are in this game against Detroit,
Yep,
late in the fourth quarter, Detroit's going home. It's as simple as that. Because this team's DNA is to win games, pull rabbits out the hat at the end of games, and they believe that they're going to do that if they're in the game late. This has nothing to do with disrespect for Detroit. I absolutely have been saying all week on every platform you see me on that Washington aspires to be what Detroit is, as far as how they've built through the draft, as far as how they've made smart free agent decisions, how Dan, Campbell has created a culture in that building and their physical. That is the same talk that you hear from Dan Quinn. There's a duplicate there. And why would you not want to duplicate that Detroit team? They're dynamic. But are they beatable? Of course they are. It's not like we're rolling out an undefeated football team. They struggled against Tampa, lost to Tampa, this season. And Baker Mayfield being a mobile quarterback, a guy that can do some things, extend some plays, that gave Detroit trouble. Well, I'm not going to say the master because the master's up the road in Baltimore, but the Luke to Darth Vader is down here, and another Jedi is going to be in the building, and that's all I'm saying, man. As long as you have number 5, it's been proven 13 times this season that you can win the football game, and I think Washington has a legitimate chance to go into Detroit and beat Detroit. Are they going to beat Detroit down? No, nobody's saying that.
Nobody's beating Detroit down. Yeah.
Exactly. So what we're saying is Washington has a chance. I know some people don't feel like they do. They think they're going to go in there and get clubbed. They haven't been clubbed all year. And that's what I'm saying. I know they haven't played Detroit, but I'm also going to throw this out there for people too. If you need a silver lining in something. What were the 2 divisions that the NFC North played this year?
Yeah, what were they playing? The AFC South and
the AFC South and the NFC West.
Yes.
Come on, man.
I was just before you came on, I was breaking down their entire, because everybody likes to sift through and nitpick our victories. If you take out the divisional wins, because we know what the Vikings and Packers were, and we see what the Bears are outside of the division. The best teams they played outside of the division, they beat the Rams and then they lost to the Bucks and the Bills. So 15-2 is 15-2. You're not going.
Oh no, that's a great football
The
team.
Chiefs and the Chiefs and the Lions, nobody's nitpicking either of those, but
we're just saying that both those teams, like the Chiefs, can be
Mhm.
beat. You're not going to tell me that Buffalo or the Ravens have no shot to. I don't think Houston does, but I don't think you can tell me that Buffalo or Baltimore has no shot to beat Kansas City, even though it's in Kansas City. Of course, they have a shot because they've got great quarterbacks. Okay. And what I'm trying to say is Washington has a great quarterback, albeit a rookie. I get it. Never been in this kind of environment before. I get it. But I also want to rephrase that. He's never been in this kind of professional environment because he's coming from LSU, man. I mean, seriously, he's played at Bama. He's played at Florida.
He in Death Valley. He's went to Tuscaloosa, and people talking about, oh, Ford Field is going to be too much for Jayden Daniels. Like,
man. Nah, listen. This game gonna have nothing to do with the fans in the crowd because it's gonna be quite a few Commanders fans in that crowd too. It boils down to what happens on the field, and all we're saying is that is Washington talent deficient compared to Detroit? 100%. They don't have nearly the talent Detroit does. But that's where everything stops to me. Because when you start talking about intangibles, you start talking about who's hot right now, who's playing with house money with nothing to lose. All the pressure's on Detroit to win this football game. Just like it would be if Detroit were to win, it's going to be on them even more next week in the NFC Championship game to win, get to the Super Bowl, something they've never done. Pressure does a lot, man. It either bursts pipes or creates some diamonds. So what I'm saying is that we haven't seen Detroit have that kind of pressure on them yet. You know, that this kind of pressure as a number one overall seed. So for all the Detroit fans that are in the message board right now, you have a dynamic football team. To me, the best team in football. You have that. Yep. But that doesn't mean on one given Sunday or Saturday they can't be plucked. And I think Washington has a legitimate chance to go into Ford Field and steal that football game. I'm not giving my prediction though until Friday, but still, I still think they have a chance, Rio.
Yeah, shout out to my guy. He played at Baton Rouge and Tuscaloosa and Knoxville in front of 10,000 people. But here's the thing I say. I love that the Lions, because the Lions and us, we have both been down for quite some time. I know y'all are on your high horse right now. Y'all were great last year. Y'all are great this year. Y'all built it up right. But your franchise has no history. There is no rich history of the Detroit Lions. Y'all have never played in a Super Bowl before, and you played your first playoff game last year at home. Ford Field got its first playoff game at home last season. Y'all are not the Kansas City Chiefs. That's all I'm saying. Oh my God, Jayden Daniels has never seen. We're not going to Arrowhead on Saturday.
Yeah, I mean, it's when people are saying that Jayden Daniels has never felt this kind of pressure or seen it. Jared Goff, okay, he's been to a Super Bowl. We remember what happened in that Super Bowl, but he did take a team to the Super Bowl. No one's discrediting anything. I've said this. Jahmyr Gibbs is one of my favorite players. That's what we want here in Washington, a home run threat like that. But again, I think when you take the fandom away from it and start thinking with your head and not your heart, you should be a little concerned if you're a Detroit fan that this Washington team has nothing to lose. Nothing.
And all the pressure is on Detroit. For the first time in your Detroit Lions fan lives, there are pressure on you. How are you going to respond?
That's why these fans are saying the things that they're saying, because they're feeling the pressure. They do not want to remotely believe that Washington has a shot. They're like, you guys are sniffing something. You're going to come there and they're going to get mauled. That's talk of being a little worried as opposed to being a little bit braggadocious. Dan Campbell yesterday said that he literally said he gave credit where credit was due. And he talked about Jayden and how special he is and how he's dangerous. So the players know. They're not stupid. They know that this is going to be a dogfight. It's going to be a dogfight. Detroit has all the edges in every category if you think about it.
Absolutely.
Literally. And they have the home crowd. No one's taking that away from them. All we said yesterday was, and I'm sticking with it, and I'm going to stand on this. If the game comes down to the final 3 minutes and Washington's in the game with the chance to tie or take a lead, Detroit going home, because that's just what Washington does. Now, it's going to be two things that happen. That's going to have to be the way Washington wins this. We both know that. They're going to have to figure it out at the end and steal it if that's what they've been doing. If they don't do that, they're getting blown out. And I don't have a problem saying that. It's either close or it's a blowout. It's not going to be one of those games where Detroit wins the game by 10 points. Nah, man. It's not that. Detroit's going to win this thing going away, or they're going home, because Washington's going to keep it close, and that's how they steal games.
100,000% of the pressure in this game is on Detroit. They have a better offensive line. They have a better skill group by a mile. They have
better backfield.
Yep, that better. Oh my God, the best backfield in the league. Jahmyr Gibbs is a cheat code. I dream of one day having someone who's half as good as Jahmyr Gibbs, and David Montgomery would be the RB1 on the Washington Commanders. I know how great this team is, but I've not yet seen this team accomplish anything. They haven't went to a Super Bowl yet. They choked in the AFC Championship last year, and outside of their division, they didn't really do much in the regular season. So, I mean, yes, they went 15-2, but outside of beating up on the Packers, the Vikings, and the Bears, the Bucs beat them. The Bills put up almost 50 on them. And yes, they beat the Rams week 1, but I don't feel like this is Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs that Washington's going up to play. A team coming off back-to-back Super Bowl, and I understand Detroit Lions fans' excitement. We're excited too, because we've been in hell for the last 25 years too. We've been in hell. You've at least got to experience a gold jacket quarterback named Matt Stafford, a gold jacket player like Megatron. You've at least got to see that in the 2000s. You didn't do shit with it, but you got to witness it. You got to live in it. But right now, for the first time ever, there are title or bust expectations for the Detroit Lions, and they live very dangerously. Dan Campbell versus Dan Quinn. You might not see a punt the entire game on Saturday.
You might not, and that's going to be a telltale sign too. This game to me has Zane Gonzalez written all over it yet again. I said he would kick the game winner against Tampa. He kicked the game winner against Tampa. I had to doink off the goalpost, but this game to me is going to come down to special teams and turnovers, and whoever can get the big play. Look for a guy like Jamison Crowder this game to have a big one, make a big play, because Washington's going to need every bit of all of the above if they're going to win this football game. I just wish people would understand that it's no disrespect, to Detroit. I love everything. In a perfect year, I'm pulling for this team to win the Super Bowl, to finally get to the Super Bowl.
Hell yeah, I love watching the Lions
and win it. But because of who they're playing, and it's the team that I cover, I just know what I see. And I've been saying this to people all year. Anyone that didn't believe me was that there was something about this team, devoid of talent, yes, but there was something about the culture. There was something about the brotherhood, the playing together. It sounds eerily similar to Detroit, doesn't it?
Yeah.
So what I'm saying is, no way does Washington go into Detroit and lay down. They're not doing that. No. If they lose, they lose. If they lose, they'll lose to a better opponent. And no one's taking anything away from that. But for some of the Detroit fans, and I got family in Pontiac, you know what I mean? So that literally, my mom graduated from Michigan State. Rest in peace, Mom. But she graduated from Michigan State. I got family from Michigan, from the D, literally. And I have a good friend of mine that lives there, and he told me, he said, this is going to be a dogfight. So you just be realistic, man. For everyone thinking that Jayden Daniels has no shot to do anything there, he hasn't played against a Detroit type team. Stop it, man. Don't take away that young kid's credit. And all the special stuff he's done this year. Yeah. People were saying the same thing about Tampa, that they were going to go into Tampa and get blown out.
Yep.
And it didn't happen. And he was the best player on the field. So he's going to have to be the best player on the field Saturday night if they are to leave Detroit with the victory. If he's not the best player on the field, if he's the second best player, they have a shot. If he's the best player on the field, they're winning the football game. But if 100. He's not the best player on the field, it might not happen for Washington. we're realistic about this stuff, man. But
Always.
at no point am I ever going to say that Jayden Daniels won't be the best player on the field, because I've seen it 13 times. I've
Hell yeah.
actually seen it 14 times. They should
They're
have
going
won the other game.
they're gonna learn something. They're gonna learn Saturday night. They're definitely gonna learn Saturday night. Like I've seen a bunch of fan bases do this year. They start talking crazy. Washington's a scrub, yada yada yada. If anyone knows a scrub, it's Detroit Lions fans, because they've been asked for a lot of the 2000s as well. They are one of the two teams we've seen win 0 games in a season and still have to live in Detroit. So I understand when they're so emphatically excited about their success. They should be, bro.
They should be excited. They should be excited. Absolutely. But in your excitement, you don't discredit something else. You just stand on the fact that you feel like your team is that good. But to make every excuse about what Washington isn't, then why are they playing Saturday night? That's all I'm saying. If Washington's so horrible, why are they playing Detroit Saturday night? That's all I think people need to understand. It's because every team that's left in these playoffs are worthy football teams. There's teams that do some things well. Some of them might have some holes. There's still asterisks next to Kansas City as far as, can they blow a team out? Well, they're the 2-time defending champions, so you discredit, do they need to blow a team out? They find ways to win games at the end.
They have a switch.
Well,
and when they turn it on, it's different.
And that is what Washington's been. They find ways. What is it, 6 in a row? Did they won on the last drive? I mean, it is what it is, man. You can't take that away from Washington. They are cardiac kids. That's what they are. And we'll find out. I'm looking forward to seeing how they match up against Detroit, because like I said, it's a dream game for Washington. If you're a Commanders fan, it's bigger than just the game. It's you get a chance to square up against the blueprint right now, in my opinion, of how you do things the right way, which is Detroit.
They are the blueprint.
You get a chance to go up against the blueprint and see where you stack up. If you go home bloodied and badgered and you lost big, then you know how much more work you got to put in. If you lose closely, you're not that far off with a couple more playmakers here or there. If you go in there and beat them, you're basically saying, we already have arrived. Now let's just get better going forward. So it's a win-win if you're a Washington Commanders fan. But make no mistake about it, Detroit people on here, you guys have all the pressure in the world on you to win this football game, especially, as you say, against an inferior opponent.
An inferior opponent. We're not supposed to be here, yada, yada, yada. Just last year, y'all were us. A 12-win team who finally put it together in year 3 of the rebuild. Year 3, because in year 1, y'all were ass. Year 2, you started ass, but you almost made the playoff.
They were 9-8.
In year 3, you arrived, you won 12 games. You finally get to open up your stadium for a playoff game. Like us, we finally get to see our team win. We haven't won a playoff game in 20 years. We won one last week. Y'all last year, you finally get to play a home playoff game. You got 2 of them. Won them both. Choked in the AFC Championship, but it's okay because it's your first time there. It's our first time here. Why should we feel like we're about to get smacked by y'all when y'all haven't accomplished anything yet? How many trips to the Super Bowl has this Lions team been to?
Yeah, I mean, I think that is a very worthy point, man. Despite how great the season that they've had, and rightfully so, 15-2, best team, in my opinion, the most complete team in all of football, even over Kansas City. I truly felt like that. But the difference is we've seen what Kansas City has done. Aren't they saying these same things about Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson, Baltimore and Buffalo? As great as they are, what have they accomplished in the playoffs?
And it's
nothing.
Yep.
So Jared Goff does have one up on them as well, because he's gone to a Super Bowl, but he lost in that Super Bowl and they didn't want him. They let him go. They traded him for your quarterback, for Matt Stafford, as an upgrade. So kudos to Jared Goff for resurrecting his career in Detroit. Perfect fit for him. Perfect system in Ben Johnson's system. Everything is there for Detroit to win the game and get to the NFC Championship and win that and get to the Super Bowl. But I'm telling you guys, man, it's a lot of pressure and that town is a buzz. And
Yep.
you know, I said yesterday when we did our thing that they're desperate to get these wins to get to the Super Bowl, and somebody said no, they're not desperate. They're confident. I didn't say desperate as a disrespect. I'm telling you, if this is that franchise's best opportunity to get to the Super Bowl. See, I'm old enough to remember when Barry Sanders and company came here to RFK Stadium for that NFC Championship game, and everybody and their mother. There was no social media then. So young kids who are watching this right now, young cast, don't come at me with, oh no, that's not true. We thought we were going to win. You had not a prayer to win that football game. That team they were playing was mauling people for years. That's just what they did. You had not a shot. It was what was going to be the final score. But this team, this is Detroit's best football team my eyes have ever seen. And I'm 50 plus. This is the best Detroit football team I've ever seen. You know, most complete Detroit team.
They're phenomenal.
You're trying to tell me that there's no pressure?
Right.
Stop it. There's a lot of pressure because if they don't get there, fans are going to be heartbroken. No one in Detroit's experienced the Super Bowl unless it's been played in their building.
They've watched a bunch, though. They've watched every single, just like I've watched every single Super Bowl in my 33 years of life. The Lions fans have watched Super Bowls be played since the origin of the NFL, and not once have they seen the Lions in it. I haven't seen my team in it. You haven't seen your team in it. All I'm saying is relax.
Yeah, that's it. That's pretty much what it boils down to. We're just, you know, I'm inside. I'm media. You know, so you know what I'm saying. You the hottest content creator out. Period. So my thing is, we're just voicing opinions. You know, I like to think that I know what I see with my eyes at practice and everything. I love the vibe in the locker room. It was very, yesterday it was very relaxed. Just workmanlike, guys going to their meetings, going to their position groups. Jayden was sitting in there as he always does. You know what I'm saying? Just
cooling,
talking with his teammates, talking with us. I didn't see anything yesterday, and I've come out of that locker room, and you and I've talked about it 2 times this year. I came out the locker room like, I don't like what I saw, and they lost.
Yep.
Okay.
You ain't like the body language. You ain't like the energy in
body language, and they lost. They lost to Pittsburgh, and they lost to the Cowboys. I remember saying this, but I didn't get that vibe yesterday. I actually was really impressed with the vibe that I got yesterday. It was a very quiet, confident, business-like approach, and focus is the word I would use, because they do understand the task at hand is a mammoth task to go into Detroit and beat that football team.
Very.
But I think that it's a football team that's going to be up for the task to try and give it a real go, and put all their chips in the middle of the table and see what happens.
Hey, man, I'm with it, man. The player I'm most concerned with in Detroit, that running back is special, man. Jahmyr Gibbs, he's the most dangerous running back. And I respect King Henry and Saquon Barkley. This is the most versatile running back in the NFL.
Listen, bro, I'm Penn State alum, and I love Saquon all day. If right now you're telling me I can pick one back for this playoff run for Washington, I would pick him over those two.
Yep.
Like for the Detroit game, if you said you got to pick one of those three, obviously Detroit would have him on their team. But if we could clone him and put him on Washington, I'm taking Jahmyr Gibbs. I think he is the new modern age back in the NFL. A home run threat, a guy that's great catching the ball out the backfield. Remember, he was a former wide receiver when he was at Georgia Tech, and then he transferred to Bama. So this is a guy that is versatile. He's put on some muscle. It's just a great look for him in Detroit, man. I love what they have, and you saw when Montgomery got hurt. I'm not gonna say they didn't miss a beat, because that two-headed monster is something else. But Jahmyr Gibbs was more than holding his own as the featured back. So great football player, one of my favorite players, probably one of my top 5 favorite players in the NFL.
Absolutely, man. Lake, thank you. You in the whip today. Thank you for taking some time out to come talk to a live audience. We haven't done this thing live together yet. I appreciate you. Let folks know where they can find you, because I got a Detroit Lions representative in the building. I got to get on here right now.
Okay, bet. Appreciate you, man. You can follow me on social media, Lake Lewis Jr. Make sure you can check out my podcast, which is the Lake Lewis Jr. Show. You can subscribe to it on YouTube or on any major audio carrier. So appreciate it, bro. Have a good one now.
Absolutely, man. We do this on this side, man. What's going on? And welcome to the stream, my boy Easy of the Woodward Heavyweights for Woodward Sports. What's going on, big dog?
What up, Rio? Thanks for having me, man.
Absolutely, man. I'll be on y'all channel a little bit later today. So it's been a little fiery in the chat, man. It's getting a little heated up. Y'all are coming off a 15-2 season. Y'all probably thought you were getting someone else in the second round. In come Washington, who's trying to kind of model some of the building and constructs of your Detroit team. How y'all feeling going into this one?
Man, I hate to be so confident, but I'm still feeling good, man. Like
Pop
I
your
definitely,
shit, man. Pop your shit.
yeah, man. I gotta be real. Like I'm proud of the Commanders. I'm proud of what Washington's done. I think just for like the whole Ben Johnson's weird situation that happened last offseason, I think that makes this matchup a little interesting too. But like, just you guys are carried right now by a phenomenal rookie quarterback, and I just don't know if he's gonna be able to keep up with what this offense has been all year against any and every caliber opponent. We have one of like the fourth best offense, the fourth highest scoring offense of all time. I just don't know if JAYDEN is going to be able to keep up with that.
Okay. So before we get into some of the details of the game this Saturday night, give me your fan story being a Detroit Lions fan. How did it start? What's it been like through the 2000s? And what's it been like to see this team ascend into something special and to finally be the best team in the NFL going into the playoff?
For sure, man. Yeah, I became a Detroit Lions fan probably back when it could have been illegal or viewed as some form of child abuse. It was kind of just, and I inherited it from my uncle and my grandmother. And yeah, man, just long, trying years as a Detroit Lions fan. It started for me. My favorite player used to be Shawn Rogers back in the day. I remember he had a couple interceptions, had to get the oxygen tank afterward. I lived through the 0-16 season. And that's just what life was, man. Like we used to be proud of like 11-win seasons, you know what I'm saying? Just like having double-digit victories or even just making it to the playoffs. And like this year, it's been foreign because we had our best record of all time. And we don't care because the ultimate goal this year has been the Super Bowl. And it's just weird having that transition happen so quickly, I guess, for us in our franchise. But I truly feel like we got a team that's capable of doing it. Coaching staff is capable of doing it. And they're not going to be here forever. Guys just talked about it. Ben Johnson interviewed for you guys last year. He's probably going to leave this year. Aaron Glenn the same. So it's like this year we got to get it done because we've never been this close before in my life.
Hell yeah. So when y'all hired Dan Campbell coming off the Matt Patricia disaster and you saw the opening press conference, were you buying into that shit immediately or did it take you some time?
It resonated with Detroiters, man. At least me personally, I loved it. I loved every bit of it. He embodied just the feeling of what we were experiencing at the time. Like we were just kind of sick of the BS coach speak. We're sick of the guys coming in and like Matt Patricia, former rocket scientist, where the hell he was going to school to be, and just trying to find like fancy and smart. No, like we're gonna whoop your ass until time runs out, and that's what this Detroit Lions football team has been since Dan Campbell's gotten here. It was an ugly beginning, but we understood the assignment. The situation he was walking into. I mean, when Matt Patricia, he was so bad that we had guys retiring and getting traded left and right. A guy that you see twice a year, Darius Slay, got rid of him because he and Matt Patricia didn't get along well. Quandre Diggs, they didn't get along well. Snacks Harrison. Like we had a lot of good players that were here. Kyle Van Noy that just did not want to be here with Matt Patricia. So they left. And so we kind of started from scratch. And I just knew what it was going to be with Dan Campbell. I have faith in his ability to coach. And then the thing that resonated with me too, that very first press conference the most, and everyone took away from the decap stuff. I don't care. I love that, but I didn't care. He didn't really give us a game plan of what the identity of the team was going to be other than like we're going to attack your team's weakness. And we don't really have that identity. Like, yeah, we can run the ball really well. We can also pass the ball really well. This year, we're actually playing defense pretty well too, despite a couple of injuries. But like, we're a well-shaped football team. We can win any type of game, I feel like.
Do you feel like the fan base was getting rocky after the first season and starting 1-6 at that exact point when y'all were 1-6? Were y'all starting to get skeptical? Like, did we pick the right guy? Or were y'all like, you know what? I'll run through a wall with this guy. I believe in what he's buying. I believe in what he's selling.
I got shaky at one point, and that was a Vikings game where Dan Campbell at that time, or even to this day, traditionally goes for on fourth down. He had decided to kick a field goal. We missed it. The Vikings drove down. They made their field goal, and they won the game. Versus if we would have just got that first down, we could have just ran the clock out. That's the only time I ever got shaky with Dan Campbell. I kind of understood what the assignment was, and I never really believed anybody like him before as a head coach. And no, man, I love Dan Campbell. I love everything he's brought to this organization, and we're drafting guys just like him. And now we're looking at maybe a Super Bowl run. It's still crazy to say out loud.
Hell yeah, man. And I remember him and Brad Holmes. I love their energy. Like, I root for this team. Like, this week, I'm going to pop my shit a little bit because I'm happy to be here. But, like, I love what y'all are doing in Detroit. I watched the whole draft war room stuff that y'all put out between Brad Holmes, Dan Campbell and company. I remember people shitting on y'all's draft when it was Amir Gibbs higher than expected, Jack Campbell, Sam Laporta and stuff. Did you immediately understand the vision, or were you questioning that when you saw it happening?
I didn't like the Jack Campbell pick. I'll be honest with you. When that one first happened, like Jahmyr Gibbs is definitely a surprise, especially like the way the running back situation was trending. Like they were getting paid. That was and like I didn't really see him as that type of back. I really didn't coming out of college. But Brad Holmes before then had drafted Amon-Ra St. Brown as a 4th round pick. He grabbed Penei Sewell back when everybody wanted us to grab like Justin Fields or like one of those more sexier positions. And he just kind of grabbed like these guys are going to build that foundation on the offensive line and the trenches both ways. Jahmyr Gibbs, I knew that with Ben Johnson, he's going to be able to like utilize him some way. Jack Campbell, I didn't really love him in college. I thought he was just a big dude, got like a kind of like lucky just being 6'5" in college, getting his hands on a few balls. But no, Jack Campbell's an absolute dog. Brad Holmes is an absolute dog. People could say all they want about Jared Goff needing pieces around him, and it may be true. We got a GM who's putting pieces around him. He is one of the best drafters in the NFL right now by far.
Yep, and y'all should not be knocked for building an ecosystem that's almost foolproof for a quarterback, because I said Jared Goff is a very good quarterback. I don't think he's elite, and I don't think certain quarterbacks, they don't have the talent or the X factor to get to an elite level, but Jared Goff is a good quarterback. That was a huge trade. Matt Stafford, one of the best, if not the best quarterback in Lions history, sending him out the door for Jared Goff. What was the initial backlash like after that took place?
I gotta be honest, man. Like a lot of my Detroit Lions followers, like it's been a battle because I was not a big Jared Goff guy. I just wasn't. I viewed him as that guy who needs a lot of pieces around him to go perfectly. But we got that now. You know what I'm saying? We really do. And every year we just keep adding more and more pieces around him. And on top of that, too, we're the longest tenured offensive coordinator in Ben Johnson. So it's all just kind of working out. The Stafford situation sucked to see happen, but that's where we're at with a franchise. We just needed those extra draft picks to build around a complete team. Matthew Stafford, tremendous football player. We had him here paired with one of the best receivers ever to ever do it. We didn't win a single playoff game with that combination. I just knew that we needed a team, and if we had to shed a little bit of Stafford to grab that, it is what it is, and we did. And we did get Jared Goff, and he may be a lesser version of Matthew Stafford when you look at like pound for pound skill set and talent. But goddamn, if can he not run a system if you put him in a good system? And he's a good system with good weapons, and here we are as a number 1 seed in the NFC.
Sure can, man. A lot of people don't know this. We were like the runner-up team in the Matt Stafford trade. We were the team discussing it with y'all as well. But Sean McVay and Stafford, they plotted and put this whole thing together, and we were runners-up per usual. Like we had always been going for big splash signings when Dan Snyder was our owner here. And now look at y'all today, man. 15-2. Let's go back to last season in the playoff. Y'all open up Ford Field for home playoff games for the first time ever in rounds 1 and 2. What was that atmosphere like?
We broke the record 2 times in a row. Broke with the Rams. Had Matthew Stafford come home. Obviously, we beat him. I see a couple comments in the chat talking about Jared Goff being a choker. That's a moment for him to choke. You got his old coach coming to town. The guy took over his team and got some jewelry a part of it too. That's an absolute prime time opportunity to choke. Did that happen? We won that game. Then you go next week, broke the record again. It's crazy here in Detroit, man. Like we're passionate. Very, very passionate sports town in general. You saw the draft was here this past offseason. We broke every single record in the book.
Oh, it's lit.
It's cold here, man. We got our sports. We don't got all these beaches and all these, little Instagram thotties or whatever walking around. Like we love our sports, and Detroit Lions are giving some of us love, so we're gonna go crazy for them. I don't know that Jaden Daniels, rookie quarterback. He's been phenomenal. I don't know if he's played the type of environment he's gonna walk into in Ford Field. It'd be crazy, man.
Hey, he played in college in front of 110,000 people. He played in the SEC, Tuscaloosa, Knoxville. He played in a lot of places. So I think 5 is going to be prepared. But I'm glad you said that. So now we can walk into the present. We talked about the past. Now we're here. 15-2 season. Washington, we were 4-13 last year. We hired a new GM, Adam Peters. We tried to hire your offensive coordinator, and that shit went off the rails. We ended up getting a leader of men who assembled a fantastic staff, and we go on an 8-game improvement, win 12 regular season games. We got the rookie of the year, and we win a playoff game in year 1. Now, when you honestly look at us, what are your honest opinions going into it? Pop your shit, bro. Do not feel like you got to be nice about the team. What do you see? Because I know y'all see food on your plate this week.
Yeah, man. Like you guys got a young, popping team. You guys got a young, hungry team. Kind of like a band of misfits toys, right? You guys got Austin Eckler there. You got Cliff Kingsbury, who never really could complete the job done there in Arizona. Dan Quinn, who got so close with the Atlanta Falcons that he lost Kyle Shanahan. I think actually what you guys have as a brain trust and the coaching staff is brilliant because you got one guy that just runs the offense, and that's Cliff Kingsbury. Dan Quinn is the offensive guy. He runs the defense. And they have that perfect marriage where they're both running each side of the ball. The thing is, though, we've seen Cliff Kingsbury when he was the coach of the Arizona Cardinals. They were on a hell of a streak, and they came to Detroit, and Dan Campbell waxed that ass. It's just something he's just ever since then. Every time they've met, Dan Campbell, Aaron Glenn, they know Cliff Kingsbury's game that he's trying to run. Oh, my bad. I apologize.
No, you're good. You're good.
And then when it comes to Dan Quinn, he's a hell of a defensive mind. I believe didn't he help establish the Legion of Boom? Wasn't he there for that?
Yeah, he was there for the Seattle's Legion of Boom. Atlanta, Dallas is second. Yeah, he's got a little bit done in the league so far.
And I think he will do that with you guys too as time continues on. Like you guys being here is it. You guys are playing with house money at this point. It's kind of shocked to be here. I think down the road that defense would be more formidable to stop what the Detroit Lions got going on. But for this matchup, it just ain't it, man. Jane Dale's phenomenal. He's got freaking ice in his veins for damn sure. But it's he's got to carry that team. And I don't know if he's be able to carry it to enough points to stop what this Detroit Lions offense is doing.
Who's drawing the Terry McLaurin matchup on the defensive side? Is that Amik Robertson this week?
I believe so. I believe that'll probably be Amik Robertson and may just end up going with the flow, whatever side of the field he ends up on. I love Scary Terry. A shout out to my boy Rodney if he's listening. We've had some arguments in the past where I was pro Scary Terry and he was pro, I believe it was whatever bum receiver from the Colts. We ended up losing that bet anyway.
Pittman
I think Scary Terry
was it Pittman Jr. or something?
Yes, Pittman. Yeah, that's what it was. Yeah, he said Pittman was better. I had Scary Terry. Scary Terry ended up killing him that year anyway. But I think Scary Terry has some success against us. I mean, I can see him have a couple big plays, but like I said before, I live with Calvin Johnson and Matthew Stafford. I've seen tons of big plays. We play Justin Jefferson twice every year. Tons of big plays, tons of big games that don't necessarily equate to a W at the end of the day.
Yep, they sure do. Is it safe to say the Achilles heel of the Detroit Lions defense is playing against mobile quarterbacks?
Yeah. I mean, so we lost 2 games this year. They're both the guys are pretty mobile. Baker Mayfield, the other one was Josh Allen. I think the Bucs game was more so our fault offensively. We kind of got away from that running the football identity. Got a little too cute with Jared Goff out there, and Todd Bowles took advantage of that one. And then Josh Allen, all due respect, Jane Daniels, he's doing really well. I can't compare him to Josh Allen, not right now. What I mean, I just can't do that. And any mobile quarterbacks have success against anybody. There's no one who's just shutting down every single mobile quarterback. They're going to do what they do. It's going to be a lot to carry. What you tell me? Can he do this in a team effort, or has it been him kind of put the team on his back?
Hey, I'm not gonna hold you, man. He is lifting an offense with not very much talent. Zach Ertz is 100 years old, and we got 60 catches, 600 yards, and 7 touchdowns out of our wide receiver room, not named Terry McLaurin. De'Ami Brown had like his first good game of the year last week in the wild card round. We're depending on guys like Alameda Zaccheaus, Luke McCaffrey, and we claimed KJ Osborne when the Patriots released him, never put him on the field. We got practice squad guys rotating in and out of the lineup, and we have nothing from the running game. Like our starting running backs had 19 and 18 yards last week. The leading rusher is JAYDEN is our leading rusher and a passer. Like he had 9 yards short of 900 rushing yards this year, 6 rushing touchdowns to go with his 3,500 passing yards and 25 touchdowns. We don't have talent. We don't have talent yet. That's the most impressive part of what we're doing. That's why we feel confident that any team that shows up on the field, we don't get blown out. The only time this year we lost by more than one possession was the first game of the season. Tampa beat us 37-20. It was Jayden's first game. He was nervous as shit. The first pass of the game, he threw that shit 20 yards backwards. Like he had the rookie jitters going, but other than that, we lost by 8 in Philadelphia on Thursday Night Football in a game that we were up 10-6 in the fourth quarter. We lost by 1 to Pittsburgh while we were driving for the win, and Zach Ertz decided to kneel before the sticks on 4th down. We lost some fluky, freaky divisional game versus Dallas where we scored an 86-yard touchdown with 20 seconds left and then missed the extra point, and they ran back the onside kick afterward. Some freaky games, but we don't get stomped over here. I know y'all beat up on some teams, but this ain't Mason Rudolph. This ain't Trevor Lawrence and the Jaguars or none of that over here. I don't think blowout is about to happen on Saturday, man.
No, I don't think a blowout either. I think 4 points, 7 points, something, seven go on the heavy side. That's where I'm at too. Like I think you guys are a good team. I think Jayden Daniels is a damn good quarterback. I think, to be honest with you, I think he's like a mobile golf. Like he just makes the right play, but he's able to he's able to extend the play. Now JG can't extend the play, but he's going to make the right play. He's been in this offense 4 years now. He's going to find the open guys and get the ball to him. And we just have so many guys that once you get that ball to them, they're making plays in afterward. Jamison Williams, Amon St. Brown, Jahmyr Gibbs, David Montgomery, Sam Laporta. The list goes on and on and on. I don't think that I don't know if you guys have the firepower to keep up with that. And that's it. I mean, and I'm not even trying. I don't mean disrespectfully. It's just like we got a lot more firepower on this side.
And I definitely agree that y'all have considerably more firepower. Like the fact that we're even here right now with the cast of weapons that we have just shows you the power of this kid. But this kid's magic, man. This guy, Jayden Daniels, he's not only taking this area by storm, he's taking this league by storm. And we believe that we could go to war with anybody with this guy, even with a limited roster. So when you see the spread open up at 9.5, do you feel like that's just right? It's a little bit aggressive, or like, what do you think?
I think 7.5 is like where I personally would have it, to be honest with you. 9.5,
that's a touchdown. That's a touchdown.
Yeah, 8.5, 9.5. That's kind of disrespectful. I mean, it's playoff football. Like but if we run the football, like I know you guys don't do well against the run. We have Dave Montgomery back. If we control the time of possession and just like stall you out, and we still get our shit off in terms of, I'm sorry if you don't swear here, I apologize.
No. We cuss like shit on this side. Let that shit go.
Cool. Yeah, if we hold that ball and we stall out but still get those scores up when we need to, it's just gonna be that type of game for you guys. I don't know if you get enough possessions and the ball to even keep up.
Hell yeah. Y'all running game, we can't stop the run, and y'all have my favorite running back in the entire NFL in Jahmyr Gibbs. But man, I'm not gonna hold you. Y'all can keep Montgomery off the field. I mean, y'all can put him in the lineup, put him on the field, because I want to get Gibbs off the field as much as possible, man. Jahmyr scares the shit out of me. I'm not gonna hold you.
It's crazy. I was talking about this. I was on a Viking show 2 weeks ago, and I was talking about shit then, and I told him, like, if it's a close game, at the end of the night, I lay my head to rest knowing we got Jahmyr Gibbs, who can literally just strike at any given moment. He's like a cobra. Take it 70 yards at a drop of a dime. And that's just, we got that on our side right now.
Okay, so I'm gonna let you go because I know I'm gonna be on your channel a little bit later in
Yes,
the
sir.
6 o'clock hour. So I don't want to bury the lead too much. You don't have to give a score prediction. Just give me walk me through how you think this game's gonna play out on Saturday night.
I think Detroit's gonna come out with a thunderous punch offensively. Whether it be Jahmyr Gibbs, or Dave Montgomery. I think you guys maybe keep it close like the first half, more for sure the first quarter. And that second half, we kind of just take off from there. We kind of just do what we do, almost like a big brother, you know what I'm saying, take over type thing. And that sounds disrespectful. I apologize
No,
if it
no,
is,
no,
but just
no. Don't
that's just where
apologize,
our
bro.
organizations are right now, man.
Oh,
Yeah, that's what we are
y'all
as an
are
organization.
there. Y'all are there, and just like our people are gonna talk our shit because we're happy to be in these conversations now. Y'all should pop your shit because you made it. Y'all built it up the right way, and y'all are now the model of the NFL to follow. Pop your shit, man.
I appreciate you, man. And before I go, I gotta ask you, if you guys do win, how do you guys, how does Washington keep this one close or win?
Jayden Daniels keeps your offense off the field. I'll walk you back to when we played Tampa last week. We didn't punt the ball one time. We didn't punt it. We didn't turn it over. Jayden's not a turnover machine. And we've had 3 games this year. Him and Peyton are the only people to have 3 games of which in a season where no turnovers, no punts. So it's not our first time doing this. We had a drive to start the second quarter versus Tampa. 17 plays, 9 minutes, and we scored a touchdown. That is how we beat y'all. We're aggressive. We're the best fourth down team in the league. We converted 20 of 23 fourth downs this season. We're going for 4th and 11s, 4th and 8. Y'all are not the only aggressive team now. They put everything on this kid because he's unfazed, he's unflappable. Jayden Daniels keeping your offense off the field. That is our key to victory on Saturday night. This kid is not a rookie, man. Y'all are y'all gonna see though, because when you go back and when you take a look at him, nothing about this kid screams rookie. It scares me sometimes. We kicked the game winner on Sunday night. He didn't care. He looked like he was going back on the field to play overtime. Like he is
a serial killer.
He has that serial killer, psychopathic like competitiveness that some of the greats have. That would be how we get y'all. And my final one for you before you go. What is the mood like in Motown City if we come up there and shock the world on Saturday night?
Ooh, that's a great question. I can't,
because y'all not even thinking that's a possibility.
I guess it would be just stunned and disbelief, to be honest with you, because like probably my exact reaction just then, like what? Like what do you mean? Like I can't see it happen. I guess I would be in utter disbelief. I'd be pretty pissed off too.
Is it like losing to a rookie? Is it losing in general? Is it the 1 seed wasting it after a 15-2 season? Like, what would it be that really devastates y'all?
The 1 seed wasting after 15-2 season, just all the stuff we overcame this season, and losing Aiden Hutchinson and so many other pieces of this defense to like just lose at home. No disrespect, but lose at home to a team that's very much in the building phase. No, I would be pissed.
Hell yeah, as y'all should be. But man, I'm looking forward to chopping this up on y'all channels. Let folks know what your channel is, and I'll let you get out of here for now, man.
Check us out, Woodward Sports, man. I know some of you guys got a hold of some of our content. I got Neil Rule talking that shit, but hey, we're in the position to talk that shit. 15-2, we're a damn good football team. We see you guys this Sunday. I'll see you later tonight. Again, Woodward Sports tonight in the 6 o'clock hour on Woodward Heavyweights. I'm live from 5 to 7, Monday through Friday. If you guys want to come through, talk that shit the rest of the week, I will be there. But I'll see you tonight, man. Appreciate you, Rio.
Yes, sir. Woodward Sports. Y'all gonna learn about Jayden Daniels this weekend. I'll see you later, my guy.
Yes, sir.
Hey, man. How about this, y'all? We've been here for about an hour and a half. It is Wednesday afternoon. We are game previewing. We've had Lake Lewis pop through the show so far. We've had a Lions fan from a big channel, Woodward Sports. They got about 80,000 subscribers on that side. So make sure y'all flood those chats. I'll be on this channel during the 6 o'clock hour today. And we're going to keep pushing through this game preview, man. We having fun on this side. Let's get to talking about how Washington stays in and wins this game this weekend, man. Smash that like button. We got over 700 in the building right now. We've been here for an hour and a half, and I still have so many things to talk about. We are yapping on a Wednesday afternoon because Washington's playing divisional football this week, baby. Divisional round football versus the best team in the league. I'm here for it, man. I'm here for it. Lions can be tamed. Commanders won't allow it. And don't get it twisted. I know the opponent. I understand the opponent because I want to be like this. I want us to be that. I know just how good this team is. Shout out to my guy Easy for coming on. There was only one thing Easy said that left me a little bit uneasy, pun intended, was I see him like a mobile golf. That one, I saw y'all in the chat reacting to that shit. My boy Easy was cooking. He was here cooking for most of that exchange we just had on the channel, but kind of lost me there. He definitely kind of lost me there. No. Golf, mobile golf, that's where maybe coming out, if someone said that coming into the league, sure. But after seeing what he's done in his rookie year, yeah, no. We're shooting way higher tiered comps, even though he's the only one. He's Jayden Daniels first of his name. But golf, mobile golf, no. He's not that. He's not that. You know? Good luck to both teams this weekend. Appreciate it, man. Appreciate it. Number 15 in Kansas City won a Super Bowl with a trash lineup. People seriously underestimate the influence of a generational quarterback. And I say it all the time. The age-old build the roster first or get the quarterback question. I've never considered the latter. You need a quarterback. You could go a 20, 25-year sample size. There are 2, maybe 3 outliers of not a great quarterback, but a great team winning the Super Bowl. You need a franchise quarterback, point blank, period. A franchise quarterback changes your life so fast. Yes, Adam Peters brought in a couple all-pros off the streets, free agency. Yes, Adam Peters brought in 25, 27 new players this year, made a bunch of draft picks. We're not even getting anything from most of our draft picks this year. And it doesn't matter because we got the quarterback right and Mikey Sanders still is good. Fam, we've got shaky, some good, some bad from Brandon Coleman, but we have a lot of draft picks that haven't even done anything for this team yet. And it doesn't matter. We're all good vibes because you hit on the damn quarterback. When you hit on the most important position on the field, the leader, the Don Dada, the guy that's going to lead your team to success, it cancels out a lot of what's wrong with your team. Our roster is probably like the 18th, 19th best roster in the league, which is the outside looking in. Because 14 teams go to the playoffs, 7 in the NFC, 7 in the AFC. Our roster is probably the 19th or the 20th best roster in the league. Yet here we are in the top 8, the Elite 8, the final 4 on the NFC side of things. It's the Lions, the Eagles, the Rams, and us. Jalen Hurts has been to a Super Bowl before. Matthew Stafford has won a Super Bowl before. The Lions have Super Bowl aspirations, and we done snuck in the back door. We done crashed the party, One of our siblings just had a sleepover, and we decided to bring a couple friends and sneak into that shit. We crashed the party in year 1 because the quarterback we drafted is like that. He's like that on every level. He's like that mentally. He's like that physically. It has God-given ability. People slept on his arm talent. People sleep on what he has in between the ears. He's uber prepared. He is that guy. He's that guy. The NFL cannot wait to put us on primetime 6 times next year. The NFL has had him on their page multiple times as the banner and the profile picture. They know what it is. They see what it is. And he's not a me guy. He really doesn't even care about his own success. We have seen several fan bases come and go home upset. When we win this weekend, the crash out will be serious. Eminem making a diss song and everything, That would be great. That would be great. That was a diss 5 is nothing like Goff. He's tall and skinny. That's all I got. He's tall and skinny and a good decision maker. Those are the similarities between Jared Goff and Jayden Daniels, and the list stops there. The list stops there at that point, because that's a nasty that's a fucking nasty comparison, to be perfectly honest, man. You know, Jayden Daniels is all y'all have. What happened to the rest of the Commanders? We're a 4-13 team. The quarterback is transcending. It's Jayden, Terry, and a couple of the other guys versus the world. We already know that, though. Might be surprised Daniels gets some heat if Lions get a pass rush. Look out. Yep, Zadarius Smith on the edge. I need Brandon Coleman looking like he did earlier this year, not like he's looked recently, you know. Was he giving up 9 sacks this year? He's a rookie, but Zadarius Smith is good, man. He's a solid pass rusher. Makes you think about all the ingredients you can add to this stew and make it more delicious on our way to the Super Bowl after Super Bowl. And the thing is, like, we have so much to look forward to once the season ends. You know, we got 100 plus million in cap to fill some of these holes, not with band-aids, but with actual talent. But we're not there yet. Fuck a draft. Let the Cowboys fans mock draft. Matter of fact, go get a coach first and then do a mock draft. The Giants, go do a mock draft. Bears fans, go do a mock draft. Wipe the tears out your eyes and go do another fucking mock draft. We don't have to do any of that right now. We're still here. We're playing important football. It is the divisional round. Washington's at Detroit. If you're just coming in here, the line this week, it's a 9.5 point spread. They have the Lions as a 9.5 point favorite, and they have the point total at 55.5. 55.5. And I assume they think that's mostly going to be the Detroit Lions. But that would be forgetting and totally ignoring the fact that our offense is efficient, our offense scores, and we get busy on this side. My boy Easy brought up how they've stymied Cliff Kingsbury in the past. I'll let you know that this is not that dwarf quarterback in Arizona that likes to stream Call of Duty. This is not that. This is not that at all, you know? Jordan Love, Darnold twice, you know? This is a special quarterback they got coming in the building. These men play for each other. They refuse to fail due to the man beside them. That's the difference. I mean, no, they got it. They got a phenomenal culture over there. Grit, as Dan Campbell calls it. And they have that athletic arrogance type of shit going on down there. The Lions are what everybody is trying to be. That, well, on this side of things, because everybody's trying to be the Kansas City Chiefs. And in this process, when talking about the Detroit Lions, the one thing people need to not get carried away with is that the Detroit Lions are most certainly not the Kansas City Chiefs. Patrick Mahomes is not walking through that door. They have not went to back-to-back Super Bowls, and this is their second year of being good. So they have not yet taken that next step. They've hit the rebuild. They've hit it out the park, but they haven't proved themselves yet. They haven't proved them. This is year 2 of them being good. We still got to see. Take away 5 legs, and he's still better than Goff without just one arm talent. And this is a fact. Look at the Lions' first couple years with Jared Goff. Jayden's already smoked that in year 1 with a deficiency of talent around him. He's a dog. He's a dog, man. But also, we can't take that from the Lions. You can't take it from the Lions or take it from Goff that they put a phenomenal roster around it. You can't take that from them. But there are levels to this quarterback shit. And this boy has already broken so many records as a rookie quarterback. It's foolish to think you're getting a typical rookie coming into this building. It's not that, man. It's not that. But we're gonna get there, man. Kansas City might not even get to the Super Bowl. Cool. If they don't, they won 2 Super Bowls in a row and 3 in the last 4 years. The Lions are not that. The Lions are not that. And Arrowhead is still the best home field advantage remaining in the playoffs right now. Ford Field is lit, but it's Arrowhead until proven otherwise. Apparently, according to they are better. Who? What are we talking about? Nah, man, Rio, you silly. I listened to you, bro. I had to sit it down for a little bit, but I'm back at the crib. Let's go. What up, Commander Nation? What up, Jay? What up, Jay? Third year being good, not second. No, y'all didn't make the playoffs in your second year. You're not on your third year being good. Don't put the cart before the horse. Y'all won 9 games your second year. You didn't make the playoffs. That's not good. You don't get an asterisk added for that. Y'all won 3 games the first year. You won 9 the second year. That 9 did not qualify for the playoff. Y'all were on the outside looking in. Y'all were half a game back, but you did finish on a streak. That's good. But no, this is your second year of being good. Y'all were still building in year 2. Last year was your first year being good. You know, last year, y'all were what we are right now. Happy to be here, excited. Y'all are finally hosting a playoff game, yada, yada, yada. You won your division, 12-win season. Yes, but no, we not acting like y'all been doing this for 3 years. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Hell no. Hell no. Washington Commanders, Jayden Daniels, MVP of the Super Bowl. One day it's coming, man. Goff didn't have what JD had his first year in Detroit. We don't have shit here in Washington. What does that mean? We have 1 receiver and no running backs. We don't have he's the leading rusher and passer on the team. What? What are we talking about? What are we talking about? It took like 12 weeks of the season to have a cornerback 1, and he hasn't even been ingratiated with the team yet. The roster is like the 19th or 20th best in the league. We just have a great rookie quarterback. I love when we talk to people outside of here and they think that Jayden has a great supporting cast and a roster around him, because we fucking don't. We don't. Bro, our number 2 receiver statistically is Zach Ertz. Our number 3 statistical receiver is Olamide Zaccheaus, and then De'Ami Brown, and then Austin Eckler. Like what? Like what? What are y'all saying? We don't have much right now, but we got a GM, we got a good coaching staff, and we have the quarterback. Not a quarterback, we have the quarterback. So welcome to our world. You're going to understand the reason y'all think you're going to blow us out is because you know our roster has very limited talent on it. So do not then try to say that Jayden Daniels has talent around him. You know, don't talk on both sides of the sword. It's one or the other. He has talent around him or he doesn't, because y'all think y'all are going to smoke us because there's no talent there. We don't have much here. It's Terry McLaurin, Jayden, a shaky offensive line, a shaky running game, a 100-year-old tight end that Jayden loves to death. And on the defensive side of the ball, it's Bobby Wagner, Luvu. We're getting 10.5 sacks out of Dante Fowler Jr., who's been a career journeyman. Dorrance Armstrong is solid. Jonathan Allen and Daron Payne are names that you know. They don't do much. Jeremy Chin on a 1-year prove-it deal is going crazy. We've been playing most of this year with Benjamin St. Juste starting at cornerback. We cut our first-round pick from last year, Emmanuel Ford. We traded our first-round pick from 3 years ago, Jahan Dotson. We cut our first-round pick from 4 years ago, Jamin Davis. We traded Montez Sweat and Chase Young. What are we talking about here? What are we talking about here? We're pretty much – all these players pretty much met each other a few months ago. And here they are on a playoff run in their first year. There's not much talent here right now, guys. But we're going to get it, though. We're going to get it. But while we're here, we have a shot, because a special quarterback always has a chance. I don't give a shit that it's his rookie year. Jayden has been a top 5 efficient quarterback in the entire NFL this year, period. What up, man? What up, Cell Spitfire? Welcome back to the channel, my brother. Welcome back to channel membership. We got 700 plus in the building. We've been in here for an hour and 44 minutes. What is the time right now? It is about 2 p.m. and we are talking about Detroit Lions versus Washington Commanders. I think I'm going to take this break and let's see what my boy Brandon's talking about on Twitter. Shout out to my guy. He's always holding it down with the latest of what's going on, the comings and goings of Washington. Joe Witt Jr. is getting head coaching interviews already, guys. Joe Witt Jr. is getting head coach interviews. He's interviewing for the Jets job. He was on the podium today. He pretty much said, look, I would be cheating and doing a disservice to most of y'all if I was to talk about me getting interviews right now. Much bigger picture and fish to fry right now, man. I'm here for it. Let's see what Amon-Ra St. Brown is talking about. Let's go around the Twitter sphere.
Like, I think out there and do what I do. The draft, it is what it is. Like, I think, even the Commanders, they got a guy before me over there.
Oh, I remember this. This old.
I don't know how many catches he had. You guys can probably tell me that, or how many yards he had, but I don't forget things like that. I
the North remembers. Diami, remember these comments.
Every team.
Damn, Amon-Ra came such a long way to this clip in his podcast because that boy does not sound like he could put two fucking sentences together without a sentence or a stammer back then. This is Joe Witt today talking about getting interviewed for the Jets job.
Come up with in connection to the Jets job is a request of permission. Did you interview, and how nice is it for you to be in that position where your name is mentioned after the 1 year as a DC?
I'm just really, I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm not gonna try to dodge a question, but my whole focus is on Detroit. If I put any effort and energy into anything else, with this opportunity we have, I'll be cheating these men. So that's the only thing I'm concerned with right now. Yeah.
Just want to get this one out of the way first. Your name has come up with in connection to the Jets job is a request.
Say it one more time.
Did you interview, and how nice is it for you to be in that position where your name is mentioned?
The Rooney Rule has already been.
I'm just
the Rooney
really,
Rule has already
been
I'm not gonna established for the Jets. They interviewed Ron Rivera. They interviewed Sailboat Ron. So it ain't finna be. This ain't no Rooney Rule interview. They already passed that stage of the interview process. Keep up, guys. Keep up, guys. This has got to be the most expensive non-Super Bowl ticket we've heard in a while. Here's a Cowboys content creator, but we're not going to play that because who the fuck cares about the Dallas Cowboys? Keep that seat warm on the couch, you sorry motherfuckers. Imagine having a Dak Prescott shirt on and talking about what Washington's going to do in the playoffs. Stay your ass at home, man. We don't care. We don't care. We got Bears fans rooting for the Lions. Listen to this bitch-ass Joey Caleb Goat QB1 guy. I'm going to read it in a pussy voice. I'm a Lions fan next week. I'll be enjoying the beatdown on the Commander. Sorry, not sorry. Devil magic has to end. Listen to the shitty-ass Bears, a franchise that's going to stay in poverty forever because their fans don't deserve anything more. They're rooting for arch nemesis because Jayden Daniels had a phenomenal rookie season and they're shit. They're so jealous, insecure. They got their little man pussies hurting in a bunch because things are going swell in Washington. Meanwhile, y'all getting offensive coordinators fired. Y'all getting coaches fired. And boy, they need to get that doofus general manager, Ryan Poles, fired as well. They're rooting. Imagine rooting for the Cowboys, Eagles, or Giants just because we're jealous that another rookie quarterback is better than ours. Imagine that. Boo-hoo. Oh, my God. I hope this franchise is bad until the end of fucking time. That has to be the most bitch-assness I've seen in a minute. Chicago Bears are a perfect example of why we need to bring shame and bullying back in 2025 because couldn't be me. Couldn't be me. Imagine my son rooting for another team because he's jealous of their quarterback. I'd have to have a talk with him that day. Shout out to Woodward Sports. I just had Easy on from Woodward Sports just now. Let's see what his network was talking about.
Third worst rushing defense in the NFL. And you're rookie. So you want Detroit.
Pop your shit.
Then you got Detroit.
Yep.
And Commanders fans, Detroit's got you. and your third worst rushing defense in the NFL, and your rookie quarterback, and just an insane environment Saturday night where we got all day to get right, if you know what I mean. You have no concept of what you're walking into. None whatsoever.
Yeah, he kind of looked like Timu
We are
Ben
60
Johnson.
minutes away from hosting an NFC
They got this nigga off
championship game.
Sheen.
And if you thought that I was going to roll in here today
Sheen Ben
and just be
Johnson.
calm
Talk
about
that shit.
and say, let it play out and stuff like that, I will not. And this, we can just record and run back tomorrow and Wednesday and Thursday. And then Friday, I'll be even more extra about it. We are 60 minutes away from hosting the NFC Championship game here in Detroit to go to the Super Bowl. We are 60 minutes from. You think that you're going to walk in here and stop that from happening?
Stand on business, Neil. Stand on business.
And
Hey,
your
Neil's standing on
awful
business,
defense
though.
and your rookie quarterback, you think you're going to stop that? Ain't no way.
The rookie quarterback that you're fond of, by the way.
I love the guy. I love the guy.
Oh, he
more
loves
than
Jaden.
anyone.
Oh, we got yeah, my guy.
More than anyone. But
My
that
God.
shit goes out the window this week, man. We are 60 minutes away from hosting the
Hey,
NFC
keep talking your shit.
Championship game.
313. I
From
seen you in
Spencer
here talking
Raster
your shit
crying
this
in
whole
that
time.
booth.
Pop it, man. Pop it.
Because he will.
True.
Because
Yeah.
we talked about the thought of doing it a week ago, and we all started tearing up on here. You think you're going to stop that? With that defense, Sean, they ain't stopping it. Nothing's going to stop
This
this.
championship game isn't at RFK.
It's inevitable.
It isn't at Frisco. It's going to be here. And
Thoughts? Shall I run it one more time? Y'all want to hear it one more time? Let him get his shit off. Hey, my boy Neil, I think that's his name. My boy Neil was getting his shit off, and he respects Jaden Daniels. Get your shit off one more time, man.
So you
Run it
want
back.
Detroit. Then you got Detroit.
Yep.
And
That's
Commanders
Ken Johnson.
fans,
That's not Ben Johnson.
Detroit's
That's
got
Ken
you
Johnson.
and your third worst rushing
Talk that
defense
shit,
in
Kenny
the NFL,
Johnson.
and your rookie quarterback, and just an insane environment Saturday night where we got all day to get right, if you know what I mean.
Okay.
You have no concept of
Okay.
what you're walking into. None whatsoever. We are 60 minutes away from hosting an NFC Championship game. And if you thought that I was going to roll in here today and just be calm about that and say, let it play out and stuff like that, I will not. And this, we can just record and run back tomorrow and Wednesday and Thursday. And then Friday, I'll be even more extra about it. We are 60 minutes away from hosting the NFC Championship game here in Detroit to go to the Super Bowl. We are 60 minutes from. You think that you're going to walk in here and stop that from happening?
Stand on business,
You
Neil. Stand on business.
and your awful defense and your rookie quarterback, you think you're going to stop that? Ain't no way.
The rookie quarterback that you're fond of, by the way.
I love the guy. I love the guy more than anyone.
You actually like JJ.
More than anyone.
Hey, this shit
That
lit.
shit goes out the window this
My
week,
boy
man.
lit.
We are 60 minutes away from hosting the NFC Championship game. From Spencer Raster crying in that booth. Because he will.
Who that?
Because we talked about the
That the
thought of
play-by-play
doing it
guy?
a week ago,
I don't
and
know who
we
that is.
all
Who that?
started tearing up
Throw
on
me
here.
in
You
Detroit.
think you're going to stop that? With that defense, Sean, they ain't stopping it. Nothing's going to stop
this
this.
championship game isn't at RFK.
It's inevitable.
It isn't at Frisco. It's going to be here.
No, they said
And-
RFK. Are they hip that we don't play at RFK anymore? It's Northwest Stadium in Landover, Maryland. But we'll be back in RFK with a Superdome real soon, man. Real soon. He said he was holding it in for 30 years. Listen, I understand the bravado from the Detroit Lions. I get it. I understand it. We would be doing the same, y'all, because let us win this fucking game this weekend.
You want
Let us
Detroit-
win this game on Saturday. We are going to be so belligerently talking crazy. And if anyone missed my clip yesterday, this was the clip. It did what? 1.3 million views on X. This was Lake Lewis talking about the Ben Johnson situation last year.
But the story that I got, what happened was they were en route. Adam Peters and them were en route to Detroit for the interview. In conversation with
Hey, don't put that
Ben
on this
Johnson,
jacket.
It was brought up that Ben Johnson still wanted Sam Howell. That's who he wanted to be his quarterback for his offense. And, you know, there's Carolina connections, all that stuff. And Adam Peters was like, no, because they know who they're going to draft. And we all knew who they were going to draft. And he didn't want him. So if anybody should be upset, it should be Jayden. So what I'm saying is, and kudos to Adam Peters for holding his guns and saying, no, we know who we're drafting, and that's who you're going to have to build with. And that's the story that I got. So it was
Johnson wanted to roll with Sam Howell.
Yeah, it was Adam Peters that said turn that plane around. yeah, man. Yeah, it was Adam Peters said no. So we agree to disagree, and I wish you well. Turn this thing around. So yeah. So
so that was yesterday. That was yesterday with my boy NFL Insider, and he covers the Washington Commanders. My boy Lake Lewis Jr., who made an appearance earlier on the show. I'm not even gonna lie, I'm liking this format for a game preview, bro. Just start it off at like noon and just go all day and just drop the link to a couple of homies and say pop on through and let's talk about this game for a little bit. But let's get to the Ben Johnson part of the stream, because I'm not gonna hold you. I have the utmost respect for the job Ben Johnson does. Boy, I was Ben Johnson out. I had a damn Lions varsity jacket on in the pre-recorded video. I had ready to go to press send for when we hired him, because the whole world thought we were hiring Ben Johnson. I remember watching the NFC Championship versus the 49ers, just waiting for the Lions to get put out so we can get our coach. And I remember someone on the call on Fox, I forgot who it was, said, he's probably going to be the next coach of the Washington Commanders. Let's see what Ben Johnson has here. It's for the Detroit Lions playoff lives, you know? We saw how it played out. Washington went through the whole gauntlet of interviewing guys for the general manager position and did the same thing for head coach. I believe we virtually interviewed and met twice with a bunch of guys: Dan Quinn, Bobby Slowick, Anthony Weaver, Raheem Morris. Thank God it wasn't Raheem Morris, bro. His time management, he learned his time management from the Ron Rivera School of Mismanagement. But everybody had it as Ben Johnson's job to lose. And the day of the infamous Ben Johnson and Aaron Glenn Detroit interviews, Washington allegedly was messaged by Ben Johnson like, yeah, I'm going to stay with Detroit. A memo came out and he spoke to the media and said he's going to stay here because he has unfinished business. Rumors came out of calling Washington's ownership group basketball guys, because we have Bob Myers working in tandem with Josh Harris and company to put together a hiring committee that included Bob Myers of the Warriors. Josh Harris owns the Sixers, and Rick Spielman, football guy, helped the process of finding a GM and eventually finding the coach with Adam Peters. But he ends up not taking the interview while the team was in the air on its way to Detroit. And we still went up there to interview Aaron Glenn, which I'm sure we were also interested in because he also fits the billing that Dan Quinn, Raheem Morris, Anthony Weaver, and some of the guys that we did interview also have. But he spurns us, puts out some nasty comments about the ownership group, and stays in Detroit to finish his unfinished business. And he got right back to the shits this year. He's still the best play caller in football. He still has a deeper bag than any other OC in football. And just like last year, he is the belle of the ball in the hiring cycle. I believe he's interviewing with the Raiders, the Chicago Bears, the Jacksonville Jaguars. I'm sure Jera is going to try to interview him for the Dallas Cowboys. That job looks better than a lot of other jobs, to be perfectly honest, even though I fucking hate the Cowboys. But Ben Johnson, Benjamin David Johnson, a guy that we had an affinity for quite some time when the season ended last year. We got to see him on Sunday, and that offense that he calls and their playmakers, weaponry, offensive line, they've got everything on that offensive side except a dynamic quarterback. They have a very good quarterback, a dynamic quarterback they do not have. What up, JTF? How many teams have written us off? I feel an upset. We're going to get to predictions for the game, scores, and what we think is going to actually take place on the field coming up this Saturday night. But let's start on the Detroit Lions offensive side of the ball. Them boys is stacked on offense, y'all. They're stacked. They're a football team, and they lace them up like the rest of us. We shouldn't go in like some bitches. Oh, my God, I'm happy to be here. Like some Hotep team just appreciating the fact that we're in the dance. No, we're past that point. We turned in our ticket to the dance last week, and we kicked some motherfuckers out that we were not supposed to be. We were not the favorites to beat the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Nobody. We are the only wild card team that went on the road and won a game last week with our rookie quarterback. Y'all be careful what you wish for, but let's go back to the Detroit Lions. Stronger unit of their team, which is probably the strongest unit in the league, the Detroit Lions offense. To start, Jahmyr Gibbs. Jahmyr Gibbs is why the first round running back still, him and Bijan in the same class, but no, Bijan nice, but Jahmyr Gibbs. Well, actually, Bijan will probably go crazy in this Detroit Lions offense too, but Jahmyr Gibbs is the most versatile running back in the entire NFL. If he wanted to, it's like midway through his career, quit playing running back and decide, I'm going to be a full-time slot receiver, nobody would bat an eye and he would get busy because Jahmyr Gibbs would be our wide receiver too, statistically. What do you got, like 4 or 5 receiving touchdowns, 500 plus yards as a receiver? Our number 2 receiver, Olamide Zaccheaus, has 500 yards this year. He has our number 2 receiver stats as the starting running back of the Lions on a team that has a 1,300-yard guy on one side, 1,000-yard speedster on the other side. That's Amon-Ra to the left. That's Jameson Williams to the right. Sam Laporta didn't even have the greatest season. He had a Zach Ertz statistical season, but not everybody can get stats in that offense because there are so many mouths to feed. They got a 2-headed monster in the backfield with David Montgomery and Jahmyr Gibbs, a 2-headed monster. Even their third receiver, Tim Patrick would probably be our wide receiver too if he was on our roster. So they got 3 starting receivers that would start and do numbers on most offenses in the league. They got a tight end that's probably top 5 or 6 in the league. They got Jahmyr Gibbs, who had about 2,000 yards from scrimmage, over 20 touchdowns this year. David Montgomery missed some time and put up B-Rob numbers. As the RB2 in Detroit and missing some games due to injury, David Montgomery put up B-Rob numbers. So I'm sorry, David Montgomery, for at one point disrespecting you by saying B-Rob could be our David Montgomery. Yeah, let's not. Let's walk that one back. And then we got the Detroit Lions offensive line. Taylor Decker on one side, Penei Sewell, something slight, not slight at all. They have one of the best lines in the league, if not the best line in the league. Ragnow, Glass. Oh my God, they're stacked. They're stacked up front. For Jared Goff, you are in the perfect situation. He should want to retire in Detroit because as a quarterback that's really good, former number 1 overall pick, a quarterback that's really good, but there's a cap to his ceiling. What more could you fucking ask for? You have weapons galore. You have the best play caller in the league. We're going to find out just how good Jared Goff is once Benjamin Johnson takes a job elsewhere. We're going to find out what the Lions do when they hit just a little snag of adversity, because we saw that Eagles team that played the Chiefs in the Super Bowl a couple years ago after they lost Gannon and Steichen. Culture left, and they were bounced out the playoff. They got their asses kicked the next year. I'm not calling the Detroit Lions that because the Detroit Lions are a different ball club. But we're going to see what the Lions got when they lose these coordinators, because Glenn and Johnson could be taking jobs elsewhere. And as I continue to draw parallels and juxtapose the two teams playing Saturday, Washington in year 1 of a rebuild, recalibration, whatever you want to call it, we're getting both of our coordinators interviewed for jobs already. Cliff is interviewing for multiple places, and Joe Witt Jr. is interviewing for the Jets job. So when I say we're trying to model this thing how Detroit did it, we're already trending up, and it didn't take us 3 years to get to this shit. So I'm just saying, but The Lions offense, Washington's defense, there's a clear advantage to one side, especially considering we don't stop the run. They're the best at running the football. They're obviously going to try to establish the run game on us. How do you defend it? First things first, how many times have we done this year? We've had to come here and say, yo, it would be a good week for Daron Payne and Jonathan Allen to go crazy. I don't mean make a play, don't hear their name. I don't mean do things that don't show up on the stat sheet. I mean, no, let's actually have a game where Daron Payne and Jonathan Allen and I need the interior D linemen to have the game of their lives. I need Payne to look like he looked during his contract year. I need Allen to look like he looked during his contract year. Like your QB, get your identity back, then come talk. We eating commie Saturday night on special. Redskins are another story. Either way, we waiting on Porsche. Doors are locked until it's over. Get your identity back. What that mean? Like your QB, get your identity back. We're eating commie Saturday. I don't know what the fuck that means, but my quarterback is better than your quarterback already. Rookie Jared Goff didn't look like he belonged in the NFL. Rookie Jayden Daniels already looks like the best quarterback in the NFC. Appreciate your super chat, but respectfully, that was cute. That was cute, man. What's going on, Sherm? What's going on with y'all, man? Hey, man, the Detroit talking they shit, man. Detroit talking they shit, and I respect it. I respect it. I respect it, bro. But we got to remind them, though. Y'all didn't do it yet. Y'all are on the precipice. All the pressure is on you. Y'all have not crossed the mountaintop. Y'all have not made it to the top of the hill yet. Matter of fact, y'all ain't even been to the hill yet. I've never seen my team in the Super Bowl, so I'm not going to flex rings on y'all. I fucking hate when Cowboy fans and teams flex rings that they didn't watch. So I'm going to tell you what I've seen in my life. I've seen my team be ass and go to the playoffs 5 times in my life. Never seen my team in a Super Bowl. But I don't care if you're a Lions fan, if you're 100 years old, you're 90, 80, 70, 60, 50, 40, 30, 20, 10. Neither have you. Neither the fuck have you. We have watched our teams play in the same amount of Super Bowls since I've been on this earth in 1991. And to be totally honest, that's not true either because I was 3 months old when we won the Super Bowl in my birth year of 91. So when y'all talk crazy, just know y'all aren't the Kansas City Chiefs. Y'all not even the Rams because they won it a few years ago. Y'all aren't there yet. Y'all should be. Y'all are picked to be, but pump the brakes. Pump the brakes because y'all didn't do it yet. Y'all didn't do it yet. Smash that like button, man. Hit that thumbs up under the video. It costs you nothing. Helps push this content out to a wider audience. It is Wednesday afternoon. It is hump day, and we are 3 sleeps away from Washington versus Detroit from Ford Field. Speaking of Ford Field, last year, the 2023-2024 season, the Detroit Lions opened up Ford Field for a playoff game for the first time ever. EVER. Ford Field, they don't host playoff games up that bitch. They hosted 2 of them things last year, man. They hosted 2 of them, man. And that's what's up. Just like we're happy to be in the playoffs, y'all should have been. Y'all filled that shit up and had an energy. The whole world's rooting for the Detroit Lions. Ever since y'all did Hard Knocks, y'all been media darlings. But save some room on the medium darling bus because we're coming too. We're coming to crash parties, and we're not going to be a doormat for you. We are not some tune-up game. We are not fucking Alabama State on your schedule. We are not some homecoming game in high school that you could put on your flyers fits and get busy on this weekend. We're not doing that. We're not doing that, man. Commanders and Texans, I can't speak for the Houston side of it. You know, they got to go against an actual accomplished juggernaut. You know, Arrowhead, Them boys win Super Bowls down that joint. That should feel insurmountable. We're playing against a team that's great right now, but what have they done, though? What have they done to talk to us like this? Like, what have they done to talk to us like this, man? Respect the QB. Y'all don't got your identity issues. Commies ain't respected. Redskins were. If y'all don't understand it, we sit and wait and take it. Well, since you're bringing up the Redskins, appreciate you for the donation, by the way. Since you're bringing up the Redskins are 3-0 versus the Detroit Lions in postseason history. 3-0. 3 of them things, man. 3 of them things. 3-0. You know? I haven't seen too many playoff wins in my life. I was 8. I remember watching Stephen Davis get busy on the Detroit Lions back in 99. Cowboys Super Bowl next year? Absolutely fucking not. But what up, Taco? What up, Taco? Y'all ain't going to know, so y'all going to be watching that shit, though. Lions went to Arrowhead and won. Congratulations. Congratulations. They've won Super Bowls, 3 in the last 4 years. They went to the Super Bowl last year. You know, they held up their side of the bargain. It was supposed to be Detroit, Kansas City last year, but y'all tucked tail and got too aggressive in the NFC Championship, and it ended up being your downfall. Aggression is cool until it's to your detriment. All the way from B Moore, DD5 is that guy. JD5 is that guy. Yeah, my bad. Let me read context clues. JD5 is that guy. Absolutely is. You know? The Lions are great, though. I just don't want them to talk to us like they've done it already, you know? If you've seen the rings, flex them bitches. Flex them bitches. Tell these Lions fans what they're about, because they didn't even get the Philadelphia Eagles runner-up parade. You know, the Philadelphia Eagles, they ran and paraded and beat their chest for a whole year after losing to Mahomes in the Super Bowl. The Lions ain't got one of those before. You know, but I don't, like I said, I don't flex rings that I have not seen. JD5 is indeed that guy. Y'all getting belt to ass this Saturday. It's going to be sad. Keep this energy. Oh, I'm going to keep the energy because I know the team we're facing. Y'all are like that. I'm not saying anything irrational right now. I'm just saying y'all going to learn who JD5 is on Saturday. Y'all going to learn about Jayden Daniels, bro. If we ain't good while we're 13-5, outside of their division, the Lions didn't beat anyone impressive but the Rams this year. You know, they're most impressive. Like the Bucks beat them and had them in the playoffs last year, but Bowles is an idiot, and the Bills smoked. I mean, the Bills put up 48 on them. So, Commanders play a trash schedule for you stupid ass Lions fans that don't get it. Matter of fact, you do get it because y'all niggas have went 0-16 before, so y'all know exactly what poverty feels like. We were 4-13 last year. We were the second pick in the draft. Y'all understand the process of when you're the second worst team in the league, you get a second worst team in the league schedule. It's how it works. It's how it works. It's how it works. They're going to say, oh, but you beat Hurts when the Eagles have the number 1 defense in the league. I've seen my rookie quarterback throw 5 touchdowns and beat that football team. You know, I've seen us beat a team that y'all lost to this year, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Y'all beat the fraud-ass Packers a couple times, the fraud-ass Vikings a couple times, and the Rams. Y'all don't be beating nobody either. Y'all got a lot of wins, but for a team coming off a division crown, y'all not that battle-tested either. Y'all beat Sam Darnold a couple times. Sam Darnold. Yeah, they won 14 regular season games. They're the Atlanta Hawks of the NFL. Win a bunch of games, take your stupid ass home when the playoffs start. Congratulations, man. My profile pic shows the difference, 3 trophies. You see them things in that picture right there? At least I know that we have those. I'm not going to sit there and flex them like I seen them, but they do exist here. You know, there's a rich history of my favorite football team. Rich history. Not everybody got that. Not everybody got that. You know? Fact, they got to the conference championship once and think they're a dynasty. They look like they could be building one. They definitely look like they're in the process of building one. We swept the Giants. See, these niggas don't even know their opponents. They don't even know their opponents out here, bro. We swept the Giants. We didn't lose a game to the Giants. We lost to the Cowboys. That would be the NFC East team you're referring to. Y'all don't even know your opponent. We know who we're going against. I know exactly who the Lions are because I fucking root for them. I like them. I love them. I want my team to be built and constructed like y'all. Y'all doofs don't even know anything about us. Y'all think Jayden Daniels is some typical rookie. Jayden Daniels already better than Jared Goff. Y'all gonna learn that real soon. Two sorry ass. They put 50 on the Jags and the Jags and the whatchamacallits and think that they're the Chiefs now. Like y'all average 4 more points a game than us, 4.5 more points a game than us, with one weapon on the outside. We got one weapon on the outside, averaging 29 points a game to your 33 points a game. I'm just saying. I just want y'all to know. I respect where you're going. You ain't been there yet, so don't move like y'all are the Chiefs when we're coming to town this weekend. The Chiefs don't even move like this. The Chiefs not even this loud, and they going for the first ever NFL three-peat. They've been there. They can write you, like Ron Rivera used to say, but can you draw me a map? The Chiefs can draw me a map to where I want to be. Can the Lions? Fuck no. Fuck no. They can't draw me a map to shit. They can draw me a map to newfound success. What do you know it? We got that too. Y'all just got good last year. We good this year. What's up? What's up? We want smoke too. We want smoke too. Got packed up by Brock Purdy last year in the NFC Championship, and they running around like they Patrick Mahomes. They running around like Arrowhead Stadium is where we're going to this weekend. And I love and respect what the Lions are doing on that side, but talk to us nicely. Talk to us nicely, because I don't think this is going to go the way that y'all think it's going to go. Y'all think shit sweet. You better listen to your coach. Your coach knows it, you know? Even with the greatest, most talented running back that the league has ever seen, no hardware. No hardware, man. No hardware at all, bruh. You know? Let's go. We didn't play anybody, nigga. We beat a team that beat y'all. Y'all got 2 losses this year. We eliminated one of them from the playoffs this year. What are we talking about? What are we talking about? They don't even know ball out here, bro. Like, I'm excited, man. Y'all smash that like button, man. We into hour 2 of the program. It's 2:31 Eastern Standard Time. We're going into Detroit this weekend. To play a fan base that looks in the mirror and sees the Kansas City Chiefs. Jalen Hurts been to the Super Bowl, so I can at least see why the Eagles talk the way they do. Los Angeles had won a Super Bowl a few years back. Talk the way you do. I get it. Detroit, you just got here, baby. You just got here. Just like we just got good this year, y'all just got good last year. Respect other opponents. This is not a cakewalk. I know you can't name players on our roster because y'all probably don't watch ball outside of Detroit. It's Detroit or nothing, you know, all that blue collar grit. Congratulations. It's cold in the D. Yeah. But other football teams get good too. Other football teams are allowed to dig themselves out of poverty into prominence again too. And this not finna be some cakewalk just because y'all don't know the players on our roster. Because there's a player that wears the number 5 in this organization that he's put this team on his back, and he has the ability to keep your fast-paced race car ass offense off the field. Time of possession, y'all run the ball fantastically. I know, but there's no, you're going to have to keep 5 off the football. Keep thinking you're just going to keep 5 off the football field. Keep thinking that it's just going to be, y'all just going to walk in here and bully him like you bullied Mr. Fingerpaint. This ain't the Chicago Bears. This is not the Chicago Bears, guys. It's not, you know? I'll be live all day Saturday. I'll be live all day Saturday. I'll be here tomorrow live. I'll be here Friday live, and I'll be live all day Saturday. You're free to pull back up on the channel. We have nothing to lose. We're playing with house money, but we're not just happy to be here. We actually feel like we have a chance to win this game on Saturday, and we shouldn't feel anything less, because why the fuck shouldn't we feel like we could be the team that's never won shit? They never won shit. They've never won anything. Their season's never extended past the Pro Bowl before, but we supposed to walk in scared of these boys? No, sir. Jared Goff's been to a Super Bowl, though. Respect, And then they threw that nigga away like trash. Threw him away like trash. Let's go get a real quarterback. And there's a difference between a limited quarterback and one of them ones. Matt Stafford's going to wear a gold jacket one day. Matt Stafford flexed on them boys immediately. Got him a Super Bowl the second he got out of poverty-ass Detroit. Shout out Matt Stafford, man. Shout out Matt Stafford. One of my favorite quarterbacks ever, man. Shout out to Matthew and Kelly Stafford. Shout out to him, man. Even though Kelly be moving kind of weird on these streets. They move it. Yeah, they think they're gonna they think they're gonna Jacksonville us. They think they're gonna Raiders us, Yeah, they beat the Cardinals by one possession, man. They beat the Cardinals by one. Everybody has off weeks. It's the regular season, Jared Goff is a very good quarterback, but there's a cap. There's a roof on his house. There's no roof on our quarterback's crib. That bitch is going to the sky, the ceiling. The ceiling's way in the clouds somewhere. The roof, whatever Jordan said. There's a roof to Jared Goff. There's not but so good he can be. And we know that their running back, their offensive line is way better. Their wide receiver core is way better. But don't shit on Terry. Amik Robertson's little ass about to shut down Terry. Yes, I seen how he played versus Justin Jefferson, but also I seen Darnold miss him for like 3 touchdowns in week 18. Sam Darnold was seeing ghosts again. Sam Darnold was looking like the Sam Darnold we always knew him to be. Jayden Daniels is an accurate quarterback. He's an accurate quarterback. He's the most clutch quarterback in the league. Play games with him if you want to, Detroit. Leave this game in arm's reach in the fourth quarter. Play stupid games and watch the stupid prizes that you will get. Watch it. Let this game be in reach in the fourth quarter with Jayden Daniels on that football field. They're going to learn real fast. We play ball control ball. 50 points definitely ain't going to. Yeah, because you're not going to get the ball enough to score 50 because we're going to matriculate the ball down the field. We're going to fight and battle in the fourth quarter until it says 0. That's all we have, man, because that's culture, baby. That's culture. Shout out to Brian Branch and Kirby Joseph. That's what's up. Man up, Terry. Terry gonna get his, bro. I ain't got to lie. I would got to give y'all flowers. Y'all did break that record. Only team that went 0-16. Nah, they got company. Didn't the Browns do it too? Them and the Browns can have a joint. They can put their swords together and have a joint. We both had 0-win season. As bad as it's been here, it's never been that. I'll take it, man. I'll take it. Jayden gonna put the cape on this week. We know what the vibes are. This is a superhero type performance. We need him to be who we know he is already. Jared Goff, it took him a couple years to get it going in Detroit. Our guy got right to the shits here. Our guys got right to the shits here. Gagged in the Super Bowl and they gagged in the AFC Championship last year, man. No ceiling. I saw the ceiling during the Texans game. We talk about a joint where Goff threw 5 picks. Y'all are the season ahead of us, and we're acting like the Eagles fan. They beat us to it. They beat us to it by a year. We got the right people in here, and all of a sudden, look at us. You have beans, Zach Ertz, who we cut, and Eckler. Zach Ertz stats look as good as Sam Laporta's this year. And Austin Eckler, his numbers aren't sexy, but that's the point of how good 5 is, bro. Austin Eckler, what I'm saying, as a kick returner, he's second team All-Pro this year. Zach Ertz got 60 catches for 600 yards and 7 touchdowns this year. You want to know why he unrinsed himself? Because he has a great quarterback. He's a quarterback that transcends, bro. Jared Goff not winning 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, or 7 games with our roster. And it's a fact. Jared Goff winning 5 games with this roster. And that's a fact. 5. Generously. 5 games. He's not transcending and putting no offense on his back. So, as hot as the Detroit Lions offense is, we get some pressure on Jared Goff, and our best defense that we can play Saturday is keeping that offense off the field. Did you watch the Tampa Bay game? You see that 9-minute drive in the second quarter? That. Ain't none of that 50-point shit. You know how many times the Tampa Bay Buccaneers possessed the ball on Sunday versus us? 7. They got the ball 7 times. 7 times. Baker Mayfield threw 18 passes in that game because we kept that ass off the field, man. They kept that ass off the field. 9.5-point overdose. Yeah. You know, I would at least say 6.5. It should be a 6.5-point thing. And someone out there is going to say, but it's only 3 points, Rio. It's only 3 points. Why are you tripping? Because 9.5 is crazy. 9.5 is the line you give. Yep. And all 140 pounds of him is better than Jared Goff. You know? Your coach wants to be our coach. Lions are trendsetters. No, your coach wants to be Dan Quinn because Dan Quinn's been to a Super Bowl before and Dan Campbell hasn't. The Lions fit the shirt. Y'all got so much pride, and pride is a sin. You know what I'm saying? Don't let pride get the best of you, man. Don't let pride get the best of you. I'm having fun with it, though. This is fun. This is fun, man. Like the Lions, they're what you aspire to be. They beat teams up. You know that stat that every regular season team loses after they play the Lions? The Lions beat the shit out of you for 60 minutes, bro. I know my opponent. That's the difference between us and Lions fans. We know what the Lions are capable of. They don't know ball on that. So they don't know shit about this team. They know Jayden Daniels and Terry McLaurin. They don't know shit about anything that we do. They don't. They probably think Jayden is just some running quarterback. Bless them, though. Versus the Bucks, 7 possessions, 20 points, ball control, 1 possession, had a turnover. And before Lions fans dismiss that, if it were not for some stupid-ass Todd Bowles shit, they would have put the Lions out in the divisional round last year. And if I'm correct, one of the Lions' 2 losses this year came to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. And we beat them. So I'm just saying, man. Shout out Kirby Joseph, man. And shout out to the Lions because I would be talking recklessly too. You couldn't tell me shit after 15-2, after almost getting to the Super Bowl last year, and after being in poverty for so long, actually putting together a roster this fire in 4 years, I'd be talking that shit too. So I get it, man. Just like my father said December years ago when he was a young Lion, Simba, I am very disappointed in you. My boy Dawson, man. Lions think they got this. We got 5. Give JD the ball with the game on the line, and the Lions are going home. Y'all better smoke us. Y'all better do what y'all are saying in the chat. Y'all better smoke us. Y'all better not give us hope, and you better not give Jayden Daniels the ball with a chance to tie or win the game because Jayden Daniels has been the most clutch quarterback in the NFL in 2024. And there are numbers to represent it. You know, he's thrown the most touchdowns when trailing in the fourth quarter. In the last 30 seconds of the game, the most touchdowns we've ever seen. Records after record. Keep thinking this is sweet because our quarterback is young and because we were asked last year and because we were asked for most of the 2000s. Keep thinking it's sweet because of that, man. Y'all should be minus 14. That's crazy. That's crazy. I love it, though. I love the bravado, but that's crazy to me, bro. That's crazy. Like, we don't have, like, we somehow have a top, like, 6 passing defense. We have an awful running defense, but thinking minus 14, like, why do you think that, 313? Why do you feel that way? We have not been blown out this year except for the first game of the season. Our first game of the season, we got our boots smoked by the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, but we got get back. All 4 times this year, we played an opponent twice. We won the game. You know, we lost to the Eagles by 8, the Steelers by 1, by 8 to Dallas. I hate that we lost that game. You know, I don't really want to talk about that one, but yeah, it happened. And we lost by a touchdown to the Baltimore Ravens in Baltimore. But what makes them think 9.5 was the move for this game? I'm still trying to figure that out. Fuck Simba and his punk ass daddy Mufasa. You know? Yo, the first scene of Lion King is crazy, yo, because we give Simba all this hype, and Simba definitely got his pops lined up. Simba lined his pops up, bruh. Being a little punk ass little kid. That's what y'all do, lions. Y'all get your pops lined. Let me stop. But hold up. I see a point I want to put on the screen. Pandon, talk that talk. Jayden Daniels is the best quarterback in the NFC. And I stand on it. I stand on it already. Some guys, you just know it when you see it. Bucky Brooks put his tiers of quarterbacks he trusts in the playoffs, in the tiers of the quarterback. In his top tier, he has Josh Allen. He has Patrick Mahomes. He has Lamar Jackson. And he has motherfucking Jayden Daniels. Not Goff. Oh, no, and Stafford. Not Goff. Not Jalen Hurts. Nope, none of the other. Not Jordan Love. Not Baker Mayfield. Jayden Daniels. Because you have to have foresight to understand why Jayden's already the best quarterback in the conference. You see statistically better quarterbacks because they're in better situations and they are system guys. Situationally, Sam Darnold and Jared Goff are in phenomenal situations. Kevin O'Connell, Ben Johnson, best offensive coordinators. I've seen Blake Bortles throw for 38 touchdowns in a season before. I've not seen these guys put teams on their back. Jayden Daniels in year 1 has rejuvenated an entire franchise from the depths of hell into 13 wins. None of these guys, Baker not winning with this roster, Darnold not winning with this roster, whatchamacallit's not winning, Goff is not winning with this roster. Who the best quarterback in the NFC? Jordan Love? Jalen Hurts, the QB sneak merchant, throwing for 131 in the playoffs? That guy? No. Kyler Murray? Fuck no. Brock Purdy? Like Brock Purdy, he's not that. Another guy, situationally, system quarterback. You got to have some foresight, bro. The most talented quarterback in the conference plays in D.C. He plays in D.C. and he wears a number 5, bro. You can believe it now or you can believe it later when the rest of the world finds out, but we already know it here. We have a clutch quarterback. Ask the 12 teams we beat in the regular season. Ask even the teams we lost to. We were in every damn game not named week 1. And that's a fact. You guys haven't beaten anybody yet. Like, we're supposed to be the nobodies that we've been beating this year. We just won a playoff game. We just went up to Tampa, won a playoff game. We weren't favored. We're the only wild card team that held it down this year, man. The only wild card team. Y'all little division mates, the Packers lost all their receivers, and the Vikings quarterback is Sam Darnold. You know, this ain't that. This ain't that, man. My in-laws are huge Lions fans. We can't lose or I won't hear the end of it. Damn. That shit gonna be lit, man. That shit gonna be lit. Washington doesn't have the manpower to defend us. My thing is, they out here talking like this is the 07 Giants versus the 2007 Patriots. They think Brady and Randy Moss is walking through them tunnel. Like, that shit is befuddling to me. It is befuddling. These meow cats out here with all this big talk. On Saturday, we're going to give them a piece of what Louis T was asking. If you know, you know. You'll give them that wood. You'll give them that wood, CJ. We'll give them that wood, man. If you know, you know. Shout out to the Commanders, Kings, Louis T, Rico from Street Scores, and Ed Oliver, man. We had us a good-ass time on stream yesterday. But JD5 woke up a franchise and a fan base that was sleeping. Let us win another one Saturday. We're going to be woke up and partying all weekend. What up, man? What's going on, Marvel? What's going on, Marvin? What's going on, brother? If we put our foot on their necks early, they done. Big Washington, not the little. Big Washington, not the little. When I say the little, I'm talking about the state because Big Washington district, baby. Let's go. Let's get it, man. Hold up. I got another little. Did I miss a super? Or am I tripping? Yep, definitely tripping. Jayden, that guy, man. Throwing that wood. Let's throw this wood on Sunday. But defensively, I was rooting for Aiden Hutchinson to win Defensive Player of the Year. He's a dog, and I think the Jag should be like taken out of the league for taking Travon Walker ahead of Aiden Hutchinson. He's finally coming on in Jacksonville, but Aiden Hutchinson was clearly him in that class. Aiden Hutchinson, what do you have? 7.5 sacks off the early. One of the most catastrophic injuries we've seen this year. I hate that he was put out because that award was going to be his easily. They got Zadarius Smith rushing the passer now. I like their linebackers, Jack Campbell out of Iowa. I like what the pieces they got. Their safeties. Brian Branch, stupid ass Ron Rivera told Brian Branch we're going to draft him and then proceeded to not. And look at him. A whole ass playmaker. A whole ass Swiss Army knife versatile playmaker. Dumbass Ronald Eugene told that boy, hey, we're going to draft you. And they drafted malnourished, non-NFL cornerback Emmanuel Forbes in the first round. Good times, man. Good time. I don't know. Brian Branch was a different draft. He was the draft before that, right? Brian Branch was before that. He wasn't the same class as Forbes. Different draft, right? Was that the Han draft or the Emmanuel Forbes draft? Nah, Branch went in the Forbes draft in the second round, right? Nah, he was definitely in the Forbes draft for sure. Ron told that man we was drafting him and did not. It was before? It was the year before? Who did we draft that year? That's the Gibbs year, right? That's the Gibbs and Bijan year. We told that man we was going to draft him and most certainly did not. Kirby Joseph got 9 picks. He be popping his shit. What up, Mark? I've witnessed our Super Bowls. I can flex them things, man. Our wins. Barry Sanders was that dude, but he couldn't beat our Redskins. I love that. Flex them things. Flex them things. Gibbs was last year. That was that's Forbes. That's Forbes year, right? Yeah, that's Forbes year. I'm not tripping. I thought I was tripping. Branch came out. Branch was in the same draft class as Gibbs. Yeah, that's the Forbes year. We took Forbes at the 16th pick, right? Or am I getting years? Yeah, that was definitely the Forbes draft. They said that Brian Branch said they guaranteed him they were picking him. Quan Martin was drafted ahead of Branch. And I like Quan Martin. I like him. He's solid. But he is not, he is fucking not Brian Branch. Brian Branch is a heat-seeking missile. I remember people losing their mind because his 40 was ugly. I love watching the combine. We all love watching the combine. You cannot take some of that field bullshit at the combine, the testing, and throw away elite tape because of what you saw when they was running around in draws. Like, man, Martin cool. Quan Martin's cool. Brian Branch like that, bro. Like that. Whoa. You know? I know Hutch ain't playing this weekend. He's fucking catastrophically hurt. He's not walking through that door this weekend. Christian goes, oh, man, please stop taking me through those war flashbacks. We all know we should have drafted. And thank God Adam Peters is in the building. And thank God we have Jayden Daniels, because if we didn't have Jayden Daniels, our fans would be very mad at the production we've got from our second and third round picks this year, because Luke McCaffrey and Ben Sinnott to be second and third round picks in weak rooms contributed zilch in year one. Definitely should have taken Gonzalez, but we're here. And we had to fail with Ron to get to where we are today. Yep. We also drafted De'Ami Brown over Amon-Ra St. Brown, Diami finally has a pulse. Diami Brown's legacy game versus the Tampa Bay Buccaneers will be remembered years from now. Diami went crazy the other day, bro. When I say 89 yards and a touchdown, it don't even tell the story of Diami Brown last week in the first round of the playoff. This is a dude who we get one little glimpse at a year of him being good. I told a Raiders fan to send us Brock Bowers and Max Crosby. Max Crosby is so Raiders coded. Like, he's a very Raiders for life ass guy. You got to axe out of there at some point, man. Also, Ben Johnson. Why would you take the Raiders job? I understand Brady is like a 0.00712% owner of the Raiders, but they are not in position for a quarterback. They don't have a quarterback, and they play in the fucking division of death with Kansas City, with the Chargers and the Broncos. Why would you take that job? Like, I don't understand. Like, Mark Davis, were you taking the Raiders job? No, take Dallas or I don't even understand why you would take the Jags job, because Trevor Lawrence at this point of his career is a question mark. But let me get back on topic. Let me lock the fuck back in. That has nothing to do with this. I go on tangents sometimes. It'd be like that. But B-Rob plays football while Rodriguez gets the handoff. Oh, fullback. B-Rob plays fullback. What do y'all think, Washington fans? Should Rodriguez be inactive this week? Should we switch it up with the running back? Should we make McNichols? I think they like McNichols, though. Should you just activate 4 running backs for this game? Because we can't have Zippy. The Lions stop the run at an all-time level. No dressing for moral support, like Anzalone smacking fools around with 40 stitches in his arm, playing and drilling people. If we lose, I'll tip you $40 Saturday night. I'm gonna hold you to that. I'm gonna hold you to that, man. I'm gonna hold you to that shit. Commanders don't want no dang dysfunctional Deontay Johnson. Deontay Johnson, what the fuck happened to him, bro? Once upon a time this season, he was actually looking all right for the Carolina Panthers. He just looked like he needed to be put on a playoff contender, and he just got dropped by 2. It didn't work out in Baltimore. He crashed out. And the Texans just released it. I want nothing to do with that shit anymore, man. Nothing to do with it. I still want to know what KJ Osborne's purpose is for this team right now, because we claimed KJ Osborne a minute ago, and motherfucker ain't played yet. He ain't played yet. He got out there for a couple snaps, got a penalty, got the fuck off the field. We never seen him again. I don't even know who Chris Moore is, but he got here the other day, and he played 12 snaps on Sunday. Chris Moore just got here the other day, played 12 snaps on Sunday. KJ Osborne can't get on the football field, man. Shit is crazy. Nichols is good at pass blocking. He sure is. He sure is, and that's why they want him on the field. Activate 4 running backs. And also, you can't be afraid to just find a hot hand and stick with him. If B-Rob not getting it done, get his ass up out there. We can't have 10 carries for 19 yards versus the Detroit Lions. Who do you make inactive instead of C-Rod? I don't know, man, because you can't deactivate Brian Robinson. I don't care how slum he's been as of late. It's Brian Robinson. You can't just not play or dress Brian Robinson. B-Rob's dressing, Eckler's dressing, McNichols is dressing. You're just gonna we would have to go to another position. Has Ben Sinnott inactive? Because he don't need to be on the active. I mean, he gets out there and blocks a couple times a game, but we don't need to have 3 tight ends activated. You know what I'm saying? Sneak in Colson Yankoff as the emergency 3 and activate him for special team. Commanders had a good year. Much respect to y'all, but it's not your time yet. At least 3 players away, and you'll be a real threat. See, I respect that take. I respect it. I need a B-Rob legacy game where I might be done with him. Good guy and good story, but it's not working. For y'all who want B-Rob out of here, I just want y'all to know that he is under contract again next year, so he will be back. He will be back. Quicker? No, but more decisive? Yes. He gets to holes faster. He makes up for his lack of speed and agility by hitting a hole faster. And if it's not there, he has natural running back instincts. Like C-Rod sees the field. He sees holes opening up before they're there. He's nice, man. He's nice. C-Rod needs to be active. Yeah, Rodriguez needs to rock. And what's up, man? Lost my phone. It's Tony. What up, Tony? What up, Tony? KJ Henry is along for the ride. He's probably holding the cameras that are documenting this shit for the Commanders log because he's doing everything but playing football, man. Respect. I'll be live all day Saturday, man. We will be having a good time. We probably go through the Chiefs game too. I'm going to start at the Chiefs-Texans game. We need 3 running backs active Saturday night. We need C-Rob for real. But they like McNichols pass blocking, bro. Imagine KJ Osborne balls out in Detroit. Would you still want to keep him then? I'd have a conversation about it. It would be nice. First of all, I want to see him catch a pass here because he's been here and the team refuses to talk about him. They don't talk about him. They don't speak about him. Like he's like some shit that happened in Vegas, bro. Everybody's real close-lipped about KJ Osborne. And he's had, 3 healthy scratches since we claimed him from the Patriots. It's not a good sign when you couldn't get on the field in a receiver room of Kayshon Boutte and Kendrick Bourne and Demario Pop Douglas. And then you get claimed by a team whose receiver room is Olamide, other than Terry, is Olamide Zaccheaus, De'Ami Brown, Luke McCaffrey. I've seen Bryson Tremaine and Chris Moore practice squad asses on the football field before I've seen KJ Osborne. So it would help. It would definitely help. Deontay Johnson done talked himself out of the league. What a shame. But back to us, we pumping in crowd noise in the practice bubble. You know, it's not going to be the same as hearing it, but just know our guys are going to be prepared, man. Jayden Daniels has played in front of over 100,000 people playing in the SEC. It ain't his first time. You know, nothing phases that boy. The thing is, it ain't Jayden. It's what the guys around Jayden are going to do. Cliff's going to be in his bag. My boy Easy, who I brought on the show earlier, he said they've had Cliff's number in the past. This is a different thing, though. This is Jayden Daniels. Jayden Daniels is not little ass Kyler Murray, who you have to create passing lanes for because he can't see over the line. This is a 6'4" quarterback that plays with his head, his arm, and his legs. This is a whole different thing. You know, that's a little wild down there, man. A little bit wild. Yeah, who? Mike Jones. That's what I'm saying. Who's Chris Moore? Who is Chris Moore? Shout out to him for getting on the field, though. You know, Goff would never put on that Nelly face patch because Goff is white and he's not from this culture. Why would he do that? Why would he do that? If he was leaking from his face, he would, though. But he stands protected in the pocket and don't got to go make shit happen. So he's not going to have that. B-Rob was not stinking. It's a combination. It's a combination. It's a combination of not getting a push up front and having a very limited running back. And there's like a month of evidence of B-Rob's indecisiveness. Terry breakout game with 150. Oh, man. You know, I've been calling for that 150 forever, man. I've been calling for this 150. I'm going to call it again, too, damn it. Terry McLaurin for 150 on Sunday, bro. The most annoying stat ever is that Terry McLaurin has never had a 150-yard game. I hate that shit. I hate revealing it to strangers and Detroit Lions fans, but oh man. But we need 150 from Terry on Sunday. We need all hands on deck, and we need our leaders leading us. Let's talk about the defensive side of the ball. Who do I need to have a big game? Number one person I'm looking for to have a game is Frankie Louvu. Frankie Louvu is a dog. Second team All-Pro for a reason, just like his guy he shares the room with, Bobby Wagner. Frankie Louvu hasn't had one of those days in a minute, man. It's been a minute. Our teams are making him cover more. Our scheme is making him cover more. And when we do blitz him, we're not hitting home on those things, man. But KJ got a faster twitch than OZ. He do, but he can't get on the field. Why can't he get on the field? What is the mystery that I'm missing? That boy OZ, did you see on that screen that Jayden hit him on the left side in the second half, he like wound it, he like revved up his engine to go full speed and proceeded to put out the slowest hesitation juke move dead leg I've ever seen. OZ first step weak as shit, but OZ been hooping for us the last few weeks, so I ain't gonna get mad at him, man. But defensively, I need Frankie Louvu to have a day. I need him to have a day as a pass rusher as well as a linebacker. He gets his hand on the ball sometime. Jared Goff, 12 picks in back-to-back years. He will turn that bitch over sometime. He will turn that shit over. Washington has to force a turnover or two. We got one that dropped out of the sky from the football gods versus the Tampa Bay Buccaneers last week, but we need a actually forced turnover. We need to knock the ball out of Goff's hand. We need to put some pressure on him and make him throw an errant pass. He is not a perfect quarterback. He will turn that shit over. We need to make it happen, and it all starts with Frankie Louvu. I need Frankie Louvu making Goff's life's hell. That is a very slow, statuesque quarterback who would like to stand in the pocket, stand firm in the pocket. Big guy. We got to get to him. He's a big target. He's a big, slow target. He's protected well up front. Joe Witt Jr., I need you dialing that shit up. You got teams looking at you for head coaching shit. Dial it up and show me something. Guy number 2 that we need to get to. I know we're gonna finally get to it. Marshawn Lattimore. I think you've been here long enough now that we can start taking the training wheels off and we can critique you objectively. We haven't seen much of you. You're still getting used to these guys on this field, but we need you to show up and look like our number 1 cornerback this weekend. You got to run the fade with Amon-Ra St. Brown this week. We got to get more aggressive. We need to be able to man guys up on the line and use Marshawn like we intended to when we traded for him right before the trade deadline, right before the final hours of the trade deadline. I need to see Marshawn have one of those games. His first time we saw him, he was against the Saints, who have no fucking receivers. Like Marquez Valdez-Scantling being your best receiver is not a receiver room. I'm going to give you credit for slowing down. We need Marshawn Lattimore mixing it up with Amon-Ra. Amon-Ra is a very physical receiver. It's going to be just like last week versus Mike Evans, except I need our guy battling. I need our guy, and he is battling. And my most important thing I took away from the wild card game is that Marshawn made it through the game. He made it through the game. The hamstring survived a beating. We lost the battle to Mike Evans, but he won the war. The team won the football game. We're on to the next round. I need Marshawn Lattimore to show up. One of these safeties has to make a play. Jeremy Chin, Quan Martin, there have been times they've both been Chin has been played very well for us this year. Quan Martin has been very consistent and very solid. Our safeties got to make plays. Like, look at the Lions safeties. Brian Branch and Kirby Joseph make plays like a motherfucker, man. Somebody has to jump a somebody got to jump a route. Just show me that a safety on our roster can jump a route. Please. Because I think if we force a turnover, it's going to be 0. Mikey. Shout out to Mikey Sainristil, man. Mikey Sainristil, you have the task of running with blazing speed Jamison Williams. That is not an easy task. That is not an easy task. It is very imperative that you tackle this. We got to tackle Jamison Williams. If Jamison Williams gets a full head of steam, you miss a tackle on that boy, the next time you look up, he's in the end zone. I hate all of this disrespect and all of this crazy talk that we got to do back and forth because our teams are playing, because I love the Lions personnel. Like, fuck them this week, but God damn it, I love the players they have on this team. Jamison Williams is like new Deshaun Jackson, bro. It don't matter how you give him the ball, get him the ball in space, and he's cooking your boots. Mikey Sainristil, put your big boy cleats on and be ready to run. Be ready to run because this boy is good. He's good. He's fast as hell, and it could get ugly real fast if you keep letting them get behind the defense. So safety help over the top and Mikey Sanders still getting his hands on this boy are very, very important, man. That boy is lights out. Top 3 fastest. Shit, he up there, bro. Cavante Turpin, him, Cheetah, even at his big age, different. Different, man. You know? But we got to get some pressure on these motherfuckers, man. We got to get some pressure on these guys. They have a great line, but we're supposed to have a great. How many years did we put into the defensive line that was headed by John Allen and Deron Payne? Deron Payne's going to wrap his hand up in a cast or something. He's going to play. Jonathan Allen's back from his torn titty. How many times and how many people from outside of Washington think that, oh, that's the best defensive tackle duo in the league and on paper and on Madden? How many times do we actually see them look like that in tandem during a game? One of or both of them need to have a good game Saturday. I keep saying I keep forgetting we're playing Saturday. This is a stupid stat, and I don't know why it's a thing that's being spoken about, but Dan Quinn is like 2-0 on Saturdays, and Dan Campbell's like 0-2. I don't know what that means to this game, but Dan Quinn's better on Saturdays than Dan Campbell. Do what you will with that information. Back to us. But Deron Payne, Jonathan Allen, and dare I say Johnny Newton, I need y'all playing with the energy and veracity of Sheldon Day. Sheldon Day doesn't have the physical gifts that those other guys do, but he busts his ass and he's back in the backfield on a regular basis. Jalen Holmes and Sheldon Day, their jerseys show up more during the game feed than Payne and Allen do sometimes. But Payne was active on Sunday before he hurt his fingers. But Washington may get 2 possessions all game. Nah, that's not the case, man. That's not the case. But these boys do run it. JD5 going to show Detroit exactly what a bunch of basketball guys can do. Talk that talk. Michigander commander. I like that. I like that. But defensively, we know what the job is, man. We're not going to be able to just completely stop their run game. What we can is we cannot get fried. Like, give Gibbs 60 or 70 yards. Don't give Gibbs 150 to 200 yards, you know? And when they get the ball within the red zone, which they're lights out, they are nails in the red zone, we got to force them the 3. Not to sound pussy, but we can't trade field goals for touchdowns. So we need to force them to kick some field goals. That offense is going to be on our side of the field quite a few times on Saturday. But the thing is, our offense is going to be on their side of the field too. Detroit can be scored on, y'all. Detroit can be scored on, period. You know? If Washington fans want to have a good night Saturday, play Madden, don't watch Fox. I like it. I like the bravado. Where is Luke and Sennett? Waste of early pick. I'm going to give them some time to develop. But it's a great question. It's a very good question, man. First playoff win in 20 years, but hey, at least you got one more recent than the Cowboys. Yep. But, I mean, the Lions just started hosting playoff games last year. Like, we're new to this. So are they. They just got here too. So this whole coronation and crowning of the Lions before they've even represented the conference in the Super Bowl, I just want people to show a little restraint and let them earn it first. They have not done so yet. They're like that. They took care of business in the regular season, but they got to go out and do it. We play games like using a 68 overall team in Madden, playing against a 90, keeping it close with good QB play and clock management, getting enough stuff. Oh, 100. This is it. This is it, Tabletop Laboratory. This is exactly how we play football. Pretty much, I'll give us a 70 overall team, 72 overall team roster, because it's not quite poverty, you know. Shit, you can have a good roster and be ass. Ask the Chicago Bears. But we be dragging our 72 overall team in this bitch, and The Bears didn't beat the Lions, but they was close. They was close. They didn't beat them. They didn't beat them. They didn't beat either of us. You know? Play action, watch golf and see the best play action quarterback in the NFL. Yep. He's very good on play action. And it's easy to be the best play action quarterback in the league when you got 3,000 yards of running backs behind you. So makes sense. Makes sense, man. What up, Jared? What up, Jared? You know? Lions in the same boat. Respect, Pat. Lions ain't their fans ain't, but they shouldn't be right now. Like, these are two fan bases that are dying to be arrogant, to be good, to see sustained success, because they've seen Matt Stafford and Megatron and company, but they've seen a lot of ass in the last 25 years. We've seen more ass than them, but these are two fan bases dying to see a winner. Dying to see a winner. Now we're at 69. Okay, fair. 70's too much. JD5 been waiting for this game all year. That's why he playing with basketball since training camp. He's a basketball guy, man. Let him tell it. He's the best basketball player on the Commanders, by the way. Austin said Lions coordinators too worried about their new jobs. They keeping the main thing, but they are on a interview world tour. I love that. I love the coaching staff. Like, I remember watching the Lions on Hard Knocks, like, oh my God, the world's going to fall in love with this team. Yeah, fucking Randall L. And they had Deuce Staley, my boy Brunell, like the guy who won our last playoff game before last week, Mark Brunell, is in their quarterback room. He'll probably be traveling with Ben Johnson when he takes a job elsewhere. Aaron Glenn, very good defensive coordinator, man. Also very aggressive. Be careful what you wish for when you send them blitzes at our quarterback. Tampa Bay blitzed us for 60 minutes straight and managed to sack JAYDEN one time, not because our line was dominating, but because JAYDEN, he's got it up here. He's got it up here, man. He's got it up here. We got 721 in the chat. We are now 3 minutes. We are into hour 3 of the program today. This is Washington Commanders at Detroit Lions, divisional round preview. We've been rocking this thing for 3 hours now. I'm going to have another couple guests before we get in and out of here. Someone else representing the Detroit Lions and someone that y'all already know if y'all watch my channel. So we're into hour 3 now. We're talking about Detroit versus Washington. We're talking about David versus Goliath and this monumental, like, what's the word I'm looking for? Mismatch. Monumental mismatch that people think this game is going to be. You know? I think we have a much better shot than people think. I'm going to tell y'all right now that we're 3 hours into it, I'm not burying the lead anymore. You can call me stupid. You can call me delusional. You can say I don't know ball. You can say I'm a homer. All of that shit. I'm picking us. I'm picking us this week. I am picking us this week to pull off the shocker, because when this guy right here, Jayden Daniels, when he steps on the football field, I have belief. I have belief that anything can take place. And I also have belief in his abilities. I'm not wishing on some lucky star or rubbing on some magic genie lamp. I've watched enough Jayden Daniels to know nobody's smoking us, and he has a shot versus whoever steps out on that field, because there's no containing this motherfucker for 60 minutes. Period. There's no containing this guy for 60 minutes. You got to stop us too. Y'all got more pieces on that side. We got one of them ones at quarterback. One of those ones. And they're going to find out, man. They're going to find out, man. That boy is way past the training wheel stages of his development, man. Holy shit, man. Pull up, man. I actually love how much involvement we've got from Lions fans in the chat today. This shit is fun. Thank you to all of you Lions fans that pulled up. I've been here yapping for a couple hours. This stream was supposed to start at 4 p.m. I said, you know what? I feel like running my mouth for some hours today. I feel like we about to treat this shit like a radio show. We might as well invite a couple people on the program. We might as well get everybody through their work days, their work breaks, so whatever they're doing on a Wednesday afternoon. Let's talk this game. I like our chances with Jayden versus anybody, and that's how everybody with a franchise quarterback should feel. Score prediction 27-30 us, either game-winning field goal or a touchdown. I'm going to hit the over. I'm going to hit the over button. 34-33 Washington Commanders. 34-33. And before y'all say, Washington scoring 33 on the, yes, we're scoring 34. Washington scoring 34 on the Lions. Yes, we are. We average 29 points a game this year, guys. We score. We score and we dominate time of possession. We're not, y'all not the, like, y'all offense obviously the best in the league, but we not chump, bro. We top 4 in the league too. Y'all gonna stop playing with us, bro. Y'all gonna stop looking me in my eyes and playing with me like our offense ain't like that. Cliff Kingsbury and Jayden Daniels been making magic all year long. We not about to see. Terry McLaurin set the franchise record for touchdown pass catches this year. 13 of them. 13 of them, bruh. Jayden been throwing to Noah Brown, De'Ami Brown, Luke McCaffrey, Olamide Zaccheaus, the Hamburglar, Grimace, Mufasa. It don't matter who he's throwing it to. He's making shit happen, bruh. 31 touchdowns as a rookie. 4,400 total yards as a rookie. Come on, man. Stop playing with our offense, bruh. We're going to live or die as our offense lives or dies. And you got to stop us for 60 minutes too. Rio said he picking us like we figured anything else. That's my boy. What up, Vaughn? What up, Vaughn? Why not us, man? Why not us? Give me some score predictions in the chat. Hold on. This is my favorite shit ever. 73-70. 73-70. That's hilarious, bro. What if we decided to just play no fucking defense at all and gave them the Patrick Mahomes versus the Rams when golf was in LA game and nobody decides to stop each other for 60 minutes straight? That shit would be crazy. That shit would be crazy. But nah, I'm smashing the over on 55.5. They clearly know points are going to be scored, and ain't finna be no 45-10 or no crazy shit like that. I'm going 34-33 Washington Commanders. That's what? 4 Jayden Daniels touchdowns. That's 28 plus 2 Zane Gonzalez field goals. Let's make it even more fun. Zane Gonzalez hits another game-winning field goal. So for another week, we get to watch Zane Gonzalez in his battle with OCD in front of the whole entire world. Lions fans, if you don't know, our kicker has OCD. He takes his helmet off. He rubs his hair a couple times, gets it right, starts to put the helmet on again and does it again, and then he does it again. And he was up to 17. He was up to 17 hair touches last time. Hey, I got one of my boys in the building. My boy Tay. We got group chat Tay in the building. What up, Tay?
What's going on, man? What's going on?
How you feeling today, my brother?
I'm feeling good, man. Feeling good. We turned up, man.
Hey, I've been in here for 3 hours now. These Lions fans been deep in here. They think we're sweet, Tay.
Bruh, I just love it, man. I love it because they obviously have the better team, but we have the better quarterback, and I take 5 over anybody, man.
You'll take 5 over anybody. So for Lions fans to say, but Jared Goff had 4,600 yards and 37 touchdowns, your response to that is?
He's a sitting duck in the pocket. That's what I like.
Yep, we got the more dynamic guy.
I don't want to hear any of that. I don't want to hear any of that. And he's a system quarterback. So we're going to see what's happening.
Boy, we've been talking crazy in the chat this year, man. Just talk about it. How does it feel? We didn't watch 13 wins this year, brother.
Man, it feels crazy, bro. Like, you look back at it and, like, every game has its own entity, you know, and then to look at it at the end of the year, just be like, dog, we was really 12-5. Like,
for real. You know?
Like, I was looking at the, it was a Sunday night. It was like 10-7 Bucks versus the 12-5 Commanders. I'm like, why are they favored? Like, we're 12-5. Like, why are the Buccaneers favored by 3?
Man, that shit's crazy, bro. I've been watching reactions from like people on YouTube, and somebody was like, damn, the Commanders are 12-5. And I was like, yo, people don't like nobody. We're on nobody's radar. That's why people think we're this sweet matchup for the Lions this week, man. How do we pull this off? Because I know me and you in the chat, we are leading the optimism this week. Me and you, we're not thinking about nothing but winning this game on Saturday. How do we go about doing so?
I think we need that run game, man. If we can get that run game from the first half of the year, man, we're gonna have to play keep away. We're just gonna have to play keep away. I don't want to shoot out. I want like a 27-24 type of game, but I think the defense is gonna play up, man. I think a lot of people sleeping on the defense, man. And I think that Witt Jr. said in the presser today, he was just like, man, Lattimore was rusty. He ain't playing like basically the whole year. So I don't know, man. Then I saw something today talking about rookie quarterbacks, and when they won on the road, talking about Russell Wilson and there's a couple other guys, Flacco, and how they were able to win that year, go to the conference championship. So I don't know, man. I think it's going to be Rams, Commanders in the NFC Championship.
Oh, shit. Jayden going to LA.
Jayden going home, bro.
Wow, that would be amazing going into this one. How do we stop Jahmyr Gibbs?
Pray.
Prayer warriors, man.
Man, we're gonna have to hit, man. They're gonna have to hit. They're gonna have to hit. Chin and them boys. They're gonna have to smack them and beat them up a little bit. I'm not saying hurt them, but we gotta hit. We gotta hit. We gotta tackle. We gotta tackle, man. Wrap them boys up.
Realistically speaking, I know the way that all of us in the group chat talk about the Detroit Lions. Like, we want our build to look like this. They're kind of like the model that teams want to be now. This team is really good. Like, we know what we're up against this Saturday.
But they've done nothing yet.
And this is facts.
Like, this is the hump. Like, they haven't gotten over the hump. He said the loan officer.
My man giving out loans. My man say, but I keep trying to bring that back to the forefront that they just hosted their first home playoff game at Ford Field last year. They haven't done it yet. They're still on their way up the mountaintop. They think they're there already, though.
That's what I'm saying, bro. Like, they have not done anything. So we'll see. I like our chances, man. I'm at first I was telling Pascal, I was like, man, we could just watch the game and enjoy it. But as we get closer to the game, I'm like, yo, I don't think it's like to say they're going to score 32.5 points on us. Like, I just don't see that happening.
Yeah, I think we're both going to score some points, but I don't think we're getting our boots smoked. Oh, I got to talk to you about something. Say, what's up with your boy Luke McCaffrey, man? I know you was real high. I remember when we did our bold predictions, which all didn't make sense earlier this year. I think you had Luke over 1,000 yards or something crazy like that. Where's Luke, man?
Luke getting playing time. I do like that, but I just think
Kick returner Luke.
Kick returner Luke is a dog. He's a dog, but I just think like they're developing maybe him into a slot, like a Noah Brown type of guy, like maybe, but he's obviously not it. We're going to need some dogs at receiver. Maybe he can be like a Ertz as like a security blanket for Jayden in the future, but yeah, he's not it. He's not it like I thought he was, man. I'll take that. I'll take that blame right there, man.
What do you think about the 9.5 point line for this game?
I think that's insane. That's ridiculous.
Yep, that 9.5. Like, we're not the Jags, bro.
Yo, if this was Taylor Heineke's Washington.
Oh yeah.
I can understand.
Yeah, it should be like 12.5.
Yeah, I wonder what the Bucks line was that year when they played. Them
that is it. I want to say it was like 8.5 coming into that game, but that was years ago, so I may be totally off on that one. But so 55.5 is the score, the prop total for the game. How you feeling about that? What kind of score are you thinking about?
Well, my prediction.
Yeah,
I'm thinking like I don't see either team kicking field goals, so it's kind of hard to put unless it's for the game. I want to say like 35-28 Commanders.
35-20. Keeping them under 30 seems like
That's what I'm
task.
saying. That's
It's
what
a
I'm saying.
but the way to do so is the same thing we did with we have to keep them off the field. Our best defense has to be our offense keeping their offense off the field. We need
Yeah.
some long matriculate the ball down the field type of thing. What is your confidence level that we can get anything? I'm talking 50 yards from the running backs this week. Is Brian Robinson going to wake up and put together a decent football game?
I think so. And I saw you. I saw the show with Lake. He was talking about him not taking the the radio show. He was saying that's a good start, and I'm hoping that, man, he's given another chance, man. He's given another chance to turn it up. But I like how Cliff said, you gotta stick with the run game, and how Dan Quinn keeps them honest, keep the run game honest. So, I mean, he was churning out about 4 or 5 yards, and although it wasn't like he was missing holes, he still kept the chains moving a little bit.
He was barely getting them 4 or 5
Barely,
yards.
bro,
When
barely.
we was throwing it to him, he was getting it. But 1.9 a carry, that's not gonna do it. That's not gonna do it. Would you start Austin Eckler, or do you just like he gets the right amount of touches and you just want to keep using him what he's used to already?
I would start Rodriguez, bro. Honestly, I would start Rodriguez.
Who was inactive last week? You would start
Yes.
Chris Rodriguez.
Hands down, bro.
Hey, the chat gonna rock with you for that one, man, because the chat is like, bro. But the thing is, who's gonna be inactive if we activate 4 running backs? They like McNichols' ability to pass block and in short yardage situation. Who's inactive if that's the case?
Who's that one dude that was active? It was some random guy that was
Moore.
active.
Chris Moore.
I didn't even know we had him.
Hey, we picked that nigga up like Friday. Oh,
what does he do? What?
I don't know, but clearly he does more than KJ Osborne because he was active at wide receiver. Fam, I didn't even know what number he selected here. When I seen him out on the field, I'm like,
I saw him in the game. That's why I said,
he got 12 snaps too.
On offense?
Yes.
That's crazy.
With special teams, and he got out there. Bro, he had 12 total snaps. I think, he did get some offensive snaps on Sunday night. Bro, what is KJ Osborne's purpose here if he can't beat out Chris Moore to get to the field?
It's ridiculous, bro. That's ridiculous, man. He's definitely not going to be back.
Yeah, he's definitely not coming. He's going to be a free agent next year. What are we thinking from the wide receivers on Sunday?
I think they're turning up. I think they're going to turn up.
Yep,
I think Yami's gonna have another big game. I think Terry's gonna have a big game.
How big for Diami? What are we thinking? Give me some stats.
I'm saying 100. I'm saying 100 yards.
My boy Tay got to go sell some loans right quick, man. You good or you got to bounce, man?
I'm good.
You good for the time being,
yeah,
but
I'm good.
We need to get Terry his first 150-yard game. Isn't that crazy that we're still here? Like, even with all the greatness they've done this year, it would have happened versus the Saints, but him and Jayden had like no chemistry that day. How does Terry not have a 150-yard game?
I know that's insane. And he seems like last game I thought he was going to get it. He had like 80. It seemed like he had almost 100 in the first half, like 70 or something. Something crazy in the first half.
If we would, I wanted us to hit that second bomb, the 3rd and 6 joint up the right sideline. McCullum knocked it out. He had a chance to get it on the second effort too. I need that one, 17.
That was tough. So how you feeling? How you feeling about the score? What are you thinking?
I got 34-33. I think it's gonna be a shootout, man. I think it's a shootout. I think punters might as well just practice holding field goals and extra points on the sideline. I think we're going to have a problem stopping them. I think they're going to have a problem stopping us because this boy right here is not to be played with. That's Big Jayden, not the little one. He does this, man. He does this. I think we're going to be in another situation like we've been in 5 weeks in a row where Jayden gets the ball with a chance to win the game.
That's all I want. That's all I want in this game. That's all I want.
This is all I can ask for.
Literally.
Last 5 minutes of the game,
literally,
Jayden has the ball. You do not let the Lions at home with that raucous crowd come back on the football field, man.
I would love us being up by like 3 and have the ball with like 5 minutes left and just watch Jayden just eat that whole clock out and kill the game. But I know we're probably going to be down. Ah, man. My heart can't take it. I said, I called Pascal like 4 or 5 times. I said, man, I can't watch this game alone, bro. We're gonna have to watch this game together.
Oh my God.
The last 6 games have been like my heart cannot handle it, bro.
The Cardiac Commanders, man. The Cardiac Commanders. Boy, they put us in some tight, precious situations. We would normally be on like mock draft number 10 right now, mock off season number 7. Like, I don't even feel comfortable answering questions about the off season right now because we're not just here just to say we're happy that we made it this far. We're trying to go out. We're 60 minutes from Championship Sunday, man.
Yeah, that's crazy, bro. That's really crazy.
Never thought we'd see this day, bro.
Final Four, bro. Part of the Final Four. Like every time I look at that playoff bracket, I just smile, bro. I'm like, dang, bro, we made it. Like, dang, this is crazy.
Who is your low-key X factor in this game?
Low-key X factor.
Someone we should not expect that's going to have a De'Ami Brown type impact on this game.
Crowder.
Ooh, somebody said it
Crowder.
earlier. Okay.
Crowder's, you say what you want about Crowder. He will catch the football, bro. He be catching all
reliable. Reliable right there. Hell yeah. So you think it's in the receiving game, or do you think he's going to break one on the punt return
I
game?
do think he's going to get one on the punt, but I think he's on the receiving game. I think he's going to have like 5 for 80 and like 2 tuds.
Y'all said y'all played against journeyman Baker. If Baker's a journeyman, then Jared Goff damn near is that as well, bro. He was a cast off from his first team. Baker Mayfield and Mike Evans beat y'all this year, brother.
and took y'all to the limits.
To the brinks in the playoffs last year. Both games were in your building. They beat y'all this year. What are you talking about? Like, what are we talking about? I love this energy from Detroit fans, though, because
we play them next year too. You know that junk gonna be like a Monday night, Sunday night.
Oh yeah, we got Mahomes, we got the Lions, we got we got a bunch of gonna be primetime games next year. It's gonna be a rematch of this one, but man, how are we talking at this time next week if we get this done this weekend, bro?
Bro, could you imagine?
Holy shit. Yes, I can't imagine though. That's the thing. I can imagine it.
They said if we played Philly, we open up as 6.5 underdogs, but if we played the Rams, we'll enter 2.5.
2.5. Okay.
So basically a pick 'em. That's crazy, bro.
Hell yeah. So looking around, just a quick look around the league real quick. What do you think about Rams Philadelphia?
I know they're talking about rain and snow during the game. I just think I was talking to my homeboy, he a Rams fan, and he was just saying that he wants Hurts to pass the ball for 300 to beat them. So I think the benefit the Rams have is that they lost to him, and it's hard to beat a team 2 times in the same year. So I think the Rams are going to win that game.
Oh man, the Rams are so talented, bro. The Rams are like everybody's nightmare in the NFC, bro, because they're the only team on this side that has a coach and quarterback that won a Super Bowl. And they won it together just a few years ago. Cooper Kupp is cooked, and it don't even matter because Puka Nacua is a dog. DeMarcus Robinson's eating for them. Kyron Williams is like that.
I love Kyron Williams. Man.
Kyron Williams went absolutely crazy for the Rams this year. I like that one. Who you got in the matchup of the weekend, though, the Bills and the Ravens game?
I got the Ravens. I just think this year is Lamar's year, man. I really do.
You think it's the year he finally gets through Mahomes?
I think Houston might. I think Houston might get him, bro. I got Houston winning on Saturday.
You got Houston beating the Chiefs? I like their defense, and I like C.J. Stroud. I don't know about all that, man.
Their defense, bro. It's gonna be tough. That's a tough matchup.
Yeah, that is.
I got Houston and Baltimore, and I got Baltimore.
The Chiefs when they hit that switch in the playoff, them boys is different though, man.
Yeah, they are. They are.
When they hit that switch, it's like when Braun hit that switch in the playoffs, man. That's a hard out. Mahomes is in his peak superpower. Everybody gets healthy. Travis Kelce stops being washed. It looks like the best tight end in the league again. The Chiefs, I don't see nothing in the AFC taking them out. I would love to see Lamar Jackson or Josh Allen get to the Super Bowl, but I don't know if I can see anybody going to the Arrowhead and getting that done, man.
Yeah, well, all right, man. Good work,
Appreciate
Rio. Appreciate you,
sir,
big dog.
man. And congrats on winning your second fantasy title in my league in 3 years. I hate you for that, but good shit.
Dynasty, man. Dynasty. I would have the belts in the car, but
we was cooking you after the draft too. I appreciate you, my boy.
All right, bro. Love.
Yes, sir. All love, brother. Hell yeah. My boy Tay came in this joint dressed like a quarter-pointed lawyer, like he was about to bail somebody out on his Better Call Saul shit. Shout out to the gang, man. We having a good time, bro. We've been here for 3 hours and 23 minutes. We still got 700 in the chat right now. It's 3:38 p.m. Still got a couple more people that are going to drop in here on this afternoon, but we're talking Detroit, we're talking Washington, all of the above. We're having a good time, and we're previewing a playoff game, man. We're not used to these things around here, so we got to enjoy it while we are here. But very good question, Joseph. Have y'all ever been to the Super Bowl? You know, I've never seen my team in the Super Bowl. We got something in common, man. We can unite in the fact that we are Ray Charles to seeing our teams in Super Bowls if you're under the age of 34 years old and a Washington fan. And if you're 100 years or younger as a Detroit Lions fan, you've never seen your team in the Super Bowl. So we can unite in the fact that we've never done so. Smash that like button. It costs you nothing. Hit that like button. Smash the subscribe button. I'm trying to get to 20,000 and then 25,000 subscribers this year. We are now at 16,722. So we can get to 20K by the draft. I'm positive of that. We can get to 20K by the draft. Let's get to 25K before the 2025 regular season start. It is 2025, you know. We got to get to it out here, man. We got to play Mariah Carey when we beat these fools Saturday. I'm going to play that Obsessed Joe. And why are you so obsessed with me? Everybody knows. Oh, I know, Joseph. I know you was talking to. Trying to have with me, but everybody. Yeah, we singing all Mariah Carey to respond to that Eminem shit over there, man. Appreciate y'all. Rio got all the guests up in this joint today. Divisional round Rio is special. If we win, like Louis T says, Rio gonna be up, double up. Yeah. And since we're talking about guests again, let's put away this graphic. My brother, my guy, D Will in the building. Welcome back to the show, my brother. How are we doing on a Wednesday? Oh, you got the shiesty on? Okay.
Hey.
That's how we feeling?
Hey, they saying that, you know what I'm saying, they got some shiesty dudes in Detroit. Man, I'm from the DMV, Slim. Hey, Mo.
Sir.
Hey, Mo, what's
put
up?
a hood all the way up on them right quick.
Yeah.
What's up with it?
Hey, man, I'm saying, what's happening, though? Give me them Cartier frames, bro. Give me that. Let me take all that.
Sir. How we doing today, my dog?
Man, I'm amazing, dog. I'm a playoff winner, dog. Well, I've done more than Detroit this year in the playoffs. Did you know that?
So before, you sure have. Before we get to the nitty gritty, man, give me some Coach Prime. I need a Coach Prime intro because I'm ready to run. I need to run through a wall. Dan Campbell inspires that fan base, that team, everybody to run through a wall. Hey, Coach Prime, I need you to talk me through how Washington's going to get it done this week, man. Put the shades on them things. Boy, let's go. I need that Coach Prime impression to get me going, man. My man came through with the shiesty on. And he looked normal in the shiesty, you know? He ain't coming through looking like Buzz Lightyear in the shiesty. Give me the Coach Prime, man. How we going to win?
Real. Baby, let me tell you. See, they've been talking already. They be saying I'm not supposed to be here. I'm in Colorado right now, enjoying myself, living my life, fishing when I want to, hunting when I want to. And they're saying I'm supposed to go to Dallas. I'm not worried about the Cowboys because there was another team I played with back in the day. I played with them for a short period of time. The Washington Redskins.
You robbed us a little bit, but I'm gonna let you have that.
See, I did. But the one thing I learned when I was there is that now I'm here, and that boy JAYDEN Daniels, baby, he is one of the best quarterbacks in the league. Not better than my baby Shador, but he's pretty up there.
That's cap, but keep going. I like what you pushing, Dion.
And listen, if I don't support my babies, who will? Okay, Coach Prime is approving JAYDEN Daniels, baby. He is one of the best players here, and if you were to if you were to think about what he has done for the league in this elite level of quarterback play in these playoffs, he is one of the best out right now. He is on the top 10 level of, a Lamar Jackson, a Josh Allen, a Patrick Mahomes.
Just 10.
He is maybe top 4 quarterback in the league. I don't know. But
5 or 6, but I like it.
It's going to take some time to kind of find out if he is the next one that's going to be him. But I'm going to say this, baby. I'm going to say this, and I'm going to end that here, and I'm going to go give D. Will the mic back. It's really what's happening is that the whole NFL has been taken by storm, baby. The same way Coach Prime came to Jackson State, I came in there, I brought my Louis luggage, and I turned Mississippi around, baby. I turned them on their foreheads. And then I went to Boulder, Colorado, and I turned a 1-win program into a 9-win program with a bowl appearance. And now they're saying I'm going to go to Dallas. I don't know if Michael Urban said that. He shouldn't have said that because that's all lies. That's all cap. Is that what the young folks say? That's what you say, cap? Is that
they say cap. Yeah, that's that bull job, right?
Okay, all that bull junk. That's what I call it. I don't call it cap. I call it bull junk. It bull job. You like my partner, like Uncle Shay said it. But I'm gonna say this right here. I'm in this right here. Jayden Daniels is one of the best quarterbacks here, and he will find a way. Okay, he won't make a way. Well, God made a way for us, baby. But he will find a way to get it done on Saturday. I'm putting my money. I don't even gamble no more. It must be the money, Hey. I'm putting my money on Jayden Daniels. I might even have to break it out again. Must be the money turning them on. Must be the money. I can't get enough of all the money. That's Coach Brown. Let me go find D. Will. Hold on a second.
Hey, go get D. Will for me, man, because we got to talk about this game, man. How about that? Coach Prime joined us to talk about Lions versus Commanders, baby. I love it here, man. I love it here. That's what I'm talking about, man.
Bro, why was Coach Prime just leaving my studio, dog? What's going on,
That's
bro?
crazy, bro. That's crazy, bro. You came in with the shiesty, then gave us the Coach Prime. That is how you intro a goddamn hour 3 going into hour 4 of a show. I told you we on Radio Rio mode today. It is the divisional round of the playoffs. We acted up this week, baby.
Hey, man, look, when you say you're gonna stream all day, I gotta bring some guests. It can't just be a one person deal. I gotta bring a couple people with me, man. So you might even get a little bit more. If I'm here for a couple more minutes, you might even get a little bit more.
You came with luggage, man. And our quarterback is Louis Luggage. I love Jared Goff, but he's coach. He's Coach Brand. He's Coach Brand. That's cool to some. He's a Chrysler 300, and Jayden is a Cullinan. You know what I'm saying? Like,
hey, bro. You know what? You remember back in the day, and I don't know. So you might, you of age to do this, but back in the day, they used to change the grill out on the Chrysler 300 and try to get a Bentley grill.
Oh, that's a nigga's Rolls Royce, right there.
Bruh. We actually got the Bentley, dog. We ain't got the 300.
The Chrysler 300 is you know what I'm saying? It's a real nigga's Rolls Royce.
You stupid, dog.
Oh my God. Hold up. My boy Jalen about to pull up on us as well, bro.
Yeah.
My boy Stunner. What up, dog?
Yeah,
what up,
though? Work, bro. I was just coming to see what y'all was talking about.
Hey, my boy out here at the school right now. You got the colors on?
Nah. I got a profession. I got a teacher fit on. I had to be professional.
Hey, but it's giving Commander's teacher though. I'm loving that.
I appreciate it. It is a little yellow in there.
Yeah, it's right there.
I thought I saw burgundy and gold, man. It must be my dumb ass.
I'm like, where's that on Fanatics? I need to get that.
What y'all talking about in this joint?
Hey, man, we just about to get into the whole world thinks we getting smoked this week, and I want to know what y'all feel about that. Jalen, since you just got here, 9.5, is that disrespectful or not?
Nah, I think it's about right because you got to think, like, especially if you, gamble, they get 3 points for the home field advantage, and Detroit got one of the best home field advantages in the entire league. Like, you'd be foolish to not think that.
Let them tell it. It's been like that since the building opened. But
I ain't gonna say it's been like that forever, but it's been like that the last couple of years. But you 100% right. I think that we can put up points, and the only reason that I think the spread is so big is because Vegas seen our defense like the last couple of weeks, and they know what like Jahmyr Gibbs. Like I said when I came in here the other day, like I really think Jahmyr Gibbs might go for 200 on us. But I think that Jayden can go toe to toe with that. So I think this is a reason why it's one of the highest playoff game totals in like the last 6 years. I think since like the Chiefs Patriots or something like that.
Yeah, it's a good game.
But yeah, we should expect a light show for sure on Saturday. I'm super excited.
Oh yeah, man. D. Will, what you think, man? 9.5.
Man,
That's fair.
I peeked in here earlier when you was talking to Lake, and he was like, "It's either gonna be a close or a blowout." So I think that's what Vegas is betting on by giving them points, giving them 9.5 points. That's a whole lot of points, bro. I don't even think the spread got that high this year, like just in regular season, bro, with any game. But I mean, it is what it is, like you said, man. And look, man, yesterday I had my little take yesterday, and it made a couple rounds, made some waves, but it's the truth, man. Like Detroit is a good ball club. Like, let's not get that twisted. Nobody from our fan base is gonna be like Detroit sucks and they should get smoked. However, that's why the football game is played on the field. That's why you got to line up. That's why you got to play, because you never know what could happen. In the same way, the Commanders have came out and just won in some situations where nobody expected us to do anything. What makes you believe that y'all just gonna boat race us? Like, I mean, it's just, I mean, I don't remember how many times Jordan got blown out. Like, how many times did Jordan and them get blown out? Like, Kobe and them ain't get smoked. LeBron ain't never got smoked. You know what I'm saying? Like, maybe once. And
if they did, they definitely went out on their. You know what I'm saying?
Or it was the second day of a back-to-back. They may have been resting. You know what I'm saying? They might be nursing a little injury. They might be in a different
they play
city,
82 games. This is a little bit different.
Yeah,
you know
but I'm saying, but when you got a dog like what we got, and I know I said that tongue in cheek, but when you got a dog like Jayden Daniels, bro, you can't never count him out. And if he has the ball last, he's gonna have an opportunity to go and win the game. If we keep it close, you know what I'm saying? I think I saw a video from Logan Ryan. I think I saw earlier today that said he was talking about being the 1 seed and having that bye week. He was like, you come out there, they could put up 2 touchdowns on you real quick and you be looking stupid. You know what I'm saying?
Came off a momentous game and they've had a 2-week break. Jalen, what type of day we talking about for Jayden Daniels on Sunday?
Oh, you already know what I said. I've been saying it for 3 weeks since we were trying to figure out who we going to be playing in the playoffs. But Jayden in the dome, I think he liable to put up 500 total yards, bro.
Oh, my God.
Hey, crazy, bro. What, 300 in the air, 200 on the ground?
It doesn't matter how it comes. I just think it's capable. It could be 350 in the air, 150 on the ground. I just think that him in the fast track, him not having to worry about the elements, and just the style of defense like Detroit plays. Like, they play a lot of bend but don't break. And like Jayden, a different guy. He's the type of guy that you might want him to bend, but he won't break that joint because he's just so dynamic. But yeah, I think I said it in the chat. Yeah, like 400, 500 all-purpose total yards. And that's why I think we can really compete no matter how bad the defense is, because like that's going to translate into 30, 40 points itself.
Because the best defense we could play is keeping their offense off the field with number 5 on the field. And we don't have big play guys here. So when we say we're putting up 35 points, we're talking long ass drives. We're not talking about two play bombs. We don't do that over. Jayden might be the only person on the offense that can put up a long touchdown.
Yeah, we have some long time consuming drives, but that's the thing. I'm gonna go back to what he said, to what Jalen said about the bending but don't break. Right? See, that's the thing, man. Bending but not breaking is still broken, right? And that's the thing. You could take advantage of that. An item that bends but doesn't break is still broken because it's not used properly. You know what I'm saying? So that's the thing.
Piece by piece.
Exactly. That's with us, right? We had our defense that would bend but not break, right? So it would still work at certain times. But you see, when we are getting beat down, and if Detroit trots that same mentality out where they're going to bend but not break, bruh, I'd love to see Jayden against a bendable defense. You know what I'm saying? Like, come on, dog. Like, that's what I'm saying. I think we're more closer together, or we're more closer as a unit with the teams than we are further apart. Like, Detroit to me is not a juggernaut team that's just gonna boat race and smoke everybody and smoke us like what people think they are. I think we're more closer to the middle than we are to the furthest of each sides. And I'm gonna tell you one thing too, bro. The Detroit fans that have been talking all this cash, they are talking this because they are fearful. They are fearful that Super Bowl window that was open for 2 years is gonna get slammed shut by somebody else in the NFC. Because while they've had the hold on it, had the opportunity and they didn't get it done last year when they should have. Now it's here again, and now you got somebody else. You got a buzzsaw. You got young MJ rookie year coming up and saying, I'm just playing basketball. I'm just playing football. I'm just out here. We just out here balling. You know what I'm saying? They are afraid that window is about to get slammed shut on their Super Bowl hopes and dreams, and they'll go another year without a Super Bowl.
And they better stop trying to go city for city with the DMV versus Detroit
sir.
shit. Y'all better stop that shit right now. We don't need to go there, man. But Jaylen, I know you probably got a rock in a little bit. Give me your under the radar X factor for Washington on Saturday.
I just want to touch on something that DA said real quick. I don't even think it's just the Lions, bro. I think that everybody, and I think it's the reason why we getting so much animosity as a fan base. Y'all been seeing it on Twitter. Like, we've been doing this content for at least 4 years, Rio? Nobody has ever come for this team and been as threatened by this team as they are this year. And we done said some crazy things to a couple fan bases. But I think now that they really feel threatened, that we got the Princeton here for at least 8 years. I think Jayden a little old. So dominate the division for at least the next 8 years. But what you said, an unsung hero for Saturday?
Yeah, give me the X factor that we don't expect.
So, I'm gonna go ahead and say it, and y'all can flame me for it. But I went out on a limb last weekend and didn't work out.
I know who you about to say. You about to say Luke, ain't you?
Luke McCaffrey, he about
Does
to make
he
a
have
play.
the breakout game? Does he have it? Does it happen
But
this week?
This is my thing. A breakout game for Luke McCaffrey is one big play, right? I ain't expecting him. I don't even expect him to go out and do what Diami did. But if he can give us a return to the plus side of the field, if he can give us a 25-yard reception, I think that's a breakout for Luke because he hasn't really done much of that. Yeah, he hasn't really done much of that all season. So I won't say breakout, but an unsung hero that's gonna make a play, Luke McCaffrey.
That must be a kick return.
Calling it for the 30th time this season.
Hey, it's got to hit at some point.
Hey,
for sure.
Hey, you like the uncle that's always playing the tickets. It's playing the scratch offs.
I just started like that. I was watching the Bucks against the Commanders week 1. Bro, that game was going at Luke a little bit. I don't know where that was on Saturday though.
Remember them days of Luke always open, but they don't throw him the ball. That was a fun time, bro. That was a fun time.
I heard that since Thanksgiving.
Hey, but I'll tell you what, Luke will make a play before KJ Osborne wears this uniform. Where's KJ? We tried to tell him about KJ Osborne.
Hey,
I tried to tell him
on the bus, bro.
I tried to tell him. Did I not try to tell him, real? That was a worthless signing. KJ Osborne went to Buffalo with Jared Patterson. I used to play with the Commanders, and you know how close I am to Jared. So I've been not following KJ Osborne, but I've seen KJ Osborne play football since 2018. Never was that guy. I've seen him in person with my own 2 eyes. Never was that guy to me. Just has limited athleticism. So, I said it when they signed him, man. He's about played 3 more snaps than me.
Last resort, huh? That's the last resort.
Gotta be.
Yeah. Who your unsung hero this week, D?
Man, you know what? I don't know if it's a person, a singular person, but it might be a group, man. I feel like the defense gets 2-3 turnovers this week, bro. I feel like the defense gets 2 or 3 turnovers, and they take one of them to the crib because Jared Goff is turnover prone. He will give you the game on a silver platter if you let him just last long enough. If you let him just hang around, and if the game gets close, same way Baker Mayfield last week, where I think Baker Mayfield was in the game and realized oh wait, I haven't turned the ball over yet. And then he fumbled the ball. I think that's going to happen this week with Jared Goff. Jared Goff is going to turn the ball over. And I think we may get 2 or 3 of them things. So I don't know if it's one specific player. I think this defensive unit steps up and makes some plays and gets the job done. Cause I'm going with us over everybody, Detroit versus everybody. Commanders versus everybody. Anytime, anybody, anywhere, anytime. So I'm going with us. I think the defense steps up, makes a play, gets a couple turnovers, and is the key to us winning this game other than Jayden.
I said, damn, Rio, you still live. I told y'all, bro, we in the divisional round, so we moving different right now, man. I've been going since 12:15, and I still got another Lions guest to come on in about 15 or 20 minutes from now. But, Jaylen, give it to me. Final score and prediction of how this thing's about to play out on Saturday night at 8 p.m. on Fox.
I'm going to head on out of here after this.
Yes, sir.
Dang. Final score, 31-27 Commanders.
Woo!
I don't even think they get a chance to kick a game-winning field goal. And yeah, I think, like I said, I think that this is really like Jaden Daniels' Florida game where he just is killing the defense any which way. Um, and I can't wait to see him in a fast track inside, not having to worry about the elements. Like everybody was talking about the ribs at one point. They was talking about cold weather. Well, he ain't got to deal with none of that. And he dealing with a hampered Detroit defense. We got to remember, this is the same defense that just, 2-3 weeks ago, they let up 30 points to Brock Purdy and Fat Debo was the number 1 wide receiver. So
Fat Debo.
so like it just like 31-27 Commanders on the way to the NFC Championship.
Absolutely. That's Jalen Morgan from Bleeding B&G. Make sure y'all follow him. Stunner Showtime, Bleeding B&G, Jalen Morgan on YouTube. I'll talk to you later, brother.
I'll check in on y'all. All right, y'all.
Yes, sir, man. D-Will, how we think this thing playing out on Saturday? Man, I keep wanting to say Sunday. I keep forgetting it's Saturday, man.
Man, I definitely think we win. Right. I think it'll be a 1-score game. I don't know if it's going to be 3 or 6 points, but I think it's going to be a 1-score game. And I'm kind of around where Jalen was. I'm thinking like 33 to like 27, 28, something like that. Like some off the ball number to help out people that play in the squares. You know what I'm saying? But I think like 33-27, something like that. Like I said, there's a defensive touchdown in there somewhere for us, and I think you might get that Luke McCaffrey return that you're looking for. But there's gonna be something for us that happens that doesn't happen on a normal regular basis. We're gonna get a defensive touchdown. Something's gonna break our way. We might have a 1-play drive with a big bomb. You know what I'm saying? We might have a return touchdown. Something like that.
If we do play the lottery, bro, because we like Terry will get a big play, but like we don't be scoring on the big play. You know?
Never, bro. It's he get the big shot, but man, and we got to say this too, bro. Like Terry this year is just. This is not the same Terry McLaurin that's been here the past few years. Terry McLaurin that's been here the last few years has been super reliable. Wholesome, clean cut guy.
Quarterback. He talking
regular, bro. He out here cussing and everything pregame.
Terry, when he cusses, is a different level of Terry, bro. We understand you're a phenomenal young man, individual, model citizen in the community. When Terry's dropping F-bombs, that's what I like to see.
Bruh.
That's what I like to see. Boy, somebody dropped that video of Terry saying, man, fuck them dudes, man. They can't fuck with us, man.
They gotta go through us. He said, stand on what he say? He said that last line. He said, stand on what you. Dang, what he say? But it's like basically like, man, like be about what you say you about. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, I'm gonna find
and find that and pull that, bro. Because
I gotta find that right now, man.
I played that at 5:15 this morning when I got up, bro. I bust out the house, bro. Headed to work, excited, bro. Like,
ain't nothing. Don't do them. Fuck them. Oh no. Yeah. Terry saying cuss words is my bag, bro.
Yeah.
I cuss like a sailor over here. So. When Terry's speaking my language, bro, that's what I'm talking about.
Right? His ears perked up when he started cussing. He's like, oh, I speak that language.
Terry probably got his hair lined up that day. He was probably feeling good. His crazy ass hairline, he probably had the blend on the fade and all that. Shout out to Chef Dre, man. But let's hold up. Do I got this thing pulled up? Do I got it pulled up right now? Yes, sir. Let's hear Terry cussing.
I'm tired about hearing how everything go through them. Fuck them. It's about us. It's about what we do. It's about how we coming. They gotta go through us. Fuck all that.
Yeah.
We gonna bring that shit today.
Yeah.
We gonna come through this circle right here like it always do. Like it did last week, like it did the week before that, like it's gonna do next week. They go through the fucking playmakers, man. This is what we do. Be that today, man. A players be A players, dogs be dogs. Stand on what the fuck you say. Let's get it.
A players be A players. Dogs be dogs.
Hey,
I'm tired about hearing how everything
one more time, bro. Cause turn me up, Terry.
Run that up.
It's about what we do. It's about how we coming. They gotta go through us. Fuck all that. We gonna bring that shit today. It's gonna come through this circle right here like it always do. Like it did last week, like it did the week before that, like it's gonna do next week. They go through the fucking playmakers, man. This is what we do. Be that today, man. A players be A players, dogs be dogs. Stand on what the fuck you say. Let's get it, man.
Hey, look, I can do that impression too. Now, hold on. Hey, ask me a question, and I'll answer like Smoot, and I'll say it like that.
Hey, Smoot, man, where Terry be getting his haircut at, Smoot?
Hey, man, hey, Rio. Hey, Hey, Terry Hairline be smiling now. His hairline be
I
smiling
love
now.
the Russell Wilson. Give me one Russell Wilson.
A couple years ago, I wanted us to get a quarterback. I said we should go out and get Russell Wilson. But
Russell Wilson.
We changed our minds and decided to get Jayden Daniels. It was the best decision we could have ever made, baby. Best decision.
Fred Smoot is hilarious. You said the injury report just came out. Let me find it so I can pull it up on screen. Are you nervous that Zane Gonzalez is on the injury report this week?
No, I'm nervous that the game may come down to a kicker. Like every other game has had something to do. But I mean, look, bro. I said this on All Burgundy Go Everything post game. I said I think the reason that Dan went for it so much on fourth down is that he knew how big this game was, and he know what his kickers, Zane is capable of. Didn't want to put him in too big of a spot. And then you look at it when you have Jayden Daniels on the field, bro. Like, I mean, you're only going to go as far as he takes you. So if there's a fourth down, I mean, leaving the ball in his hands to get a fourth, like 4th and 3 or 4th and 4, like why not? Versus taking a long kick opportunity, and then when you got to win the game with Zane Gonzalez, then you give him that. But I mean, him being on the injury report, I mean, I'm not surprised, bro, because he had a what? Was it a groin earlier this year? No, that was Cybert.
Yeah, it's a groin. It's just hip. It's just hip or some shit. But speaking of the injury report, Jordan McGee, DMP, he's a special teams player. He doesn't get on the field really on the defensive side of the ball. Bobby Wagner's out with an ankle for the second day.
Yeah, school today, man.
I about to say he probably had class today, book club or some shit. Bobby Wagner at his big age, we don't need none of these guys to be practicing today. It's a short week.
As long as he there on game day, bro.
Yeah, we come out of a Sunday night game and we have to get right to it. It's Wednesday. I don't expect many guys, but let's go through this injury report. Bobby Wagner with an ankle didn't practice. Zach Ertz, rib limited. Has Cleveland Farrell been on the injury report all 19, now 20 weeks of the season?
Bro, I was checking Zillow earlier, and apparently he has real estate there on the injury report. So,
and he's definitely buying, not renting.
Yes.
They said Zane just on the injury report
bro.
for OCD.
Bro. Jamison Crowder limited with the hamstring. Deron Payne with the finger. Bruh, you saw how broke that joint was. That joint was separated, bro.
Yeah,
that was he had fall off the bone fingertips, bro. Real talk.
His fingertips had a breakup. His bones, his joints had a whole breakup. The finger was over here, the other side was over there. But it's a finger, nigga. Wrap that shit up, buddy tape it, put a cast on it. It's the divisional round of the playoff. We don't got time for it. Ben Sinnott, shoulder, limited. He don't really play like that, but John Bates.
These are the ones that I'm worried about. Bates, because it helped in the run game. But Brandon Coleman.
Oh my God.
I mean, he looked like he was on injury report last week, the way he was playing.
And he had the double extendo stone cold knee brace, leg brace.
You don't have to do that, bro. You don't have to do that no more. He had the double leg joints. He had glass broke every time he came into his pass set.
Yeah, the cyborg leg knee brace on Sunday.
Yeah. Glass broke every time you get a pass.
But I need Brandon Coleman to hold his ground this week.
Nah, for sure.
The Bucks, they was smoking him off. Thank God Jayden's so mobile and is able to escape the pocket. Because
Jayden's able to use that to his advantage. Because once you over pursue and he can get out in space, then he can extend the play and just get your defense slipping because their back is turned. You know what I'm saying? And direct these guys where to go. But Brandon Coleman, Zane Gonzalez being on the injury report, Dominique Hampton, Marshawn Lattimore, and Frankie Louvu, all full participants today on the injury report.
Everybody's gonna play but Jordan McGee is what this injury report says to me. It says everybody. What Dan Quinn say last week? All hands on what?
All hands on deck.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Pause.
It's like all hands on deck. Ain't nothing pause about the deck. All hands are on the deck. Nothing crazy there, man.
Nothing pause about the deck, huh?
There was nothing flagrant about that statement. But moving on to the defensive side of the ball, you did say something about a possibility of 2 to 3 turnover. Who's forcing those 2 to 3 turnovers?
Well, I feel like it's gonna be more on Jared Goff than it is gonna be on us. He has a tendency to force some things when they don't have to be forced. Some of them interceptions he threw, I'm like, man, what is going on? But I think it's gonna be on Jared Goff. We may have one tip ball that's gonna be picked off, and then I think Jared Goff is gonna press and force one to somebody, and we might get one. My thing is, if we get our hands on the ball, we got to catch the football. That was an issue that we've had this season, but we got to get our hands on the football and catch the ball, really lock it in. Because right now, in this week, man, when everything is on the line, you have to have every play. You can't afford any missteps in this game. So every tip ball has to be picked. If you're in the vicinity, it can't bounce off your hands as well. You know, every tip ball has to be picked. If you cut off the path to the football, you get in front of it. You gotta close it down. You gotta make the play. And I feel like maybe he gives up a fumble, man. Maybe somebody gets some pressure and they're able to get around the edge or something like that and just get to him. I just think Jared Goff is going to turn the football over. Detroit has been able to play well in spite of that because, like you said, man, they're able to get out early sometimes on a lot of these teams. But when they're struggling, they let teams like the Bears come back late, and then they have to rely on Caleb Williams not knowing good clock management
or what time it was.
Exactly. You know, on Thanksgiving, you know, for them to win the game. So I think we're going to get some plays on defense, bro. And I think that with the combination of JAYDEN Daniels playing the way that he plays, yeah, the building will be loud. But let me tell you what, bro. They're not worried about none of that, bro. No. I would worry about that if this was another regime or another quarterback, another player. But they're not worried about that, bro. Like, JAYDEN Daniels has played in bigger crowds. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, in LSU, bro, that thing be rocking. You know what I'm saying? And they ain't quiet on offense. They loud too. You know what I'm saying? So, like, bro, I'm not worried about none of that, bro. Detroit can be loud and proud. And that's what you should do. That's your team thing. But I'm not worried about us, man. We're gonna be fine, bro. And I think this game is gonna be a lot closer than that 9.5 points that they're trying to give for this game. But I think this game will be way closer than that.
People are discounting the experience and the leadership that we have on this team, bro. We got guys that have been here before. You know, Dan Quinn's actually almost won a Super Bowl as a head coach before. Dan Campbell has not been to a Super Bowl before.
If a game ended in 3 quarters, Dan Quinn would have a Super Bowl.
He would have a ring on his finger. But what I'm saying is Dan Quinn has had his feet touch Super Bowl grass. We cannot say that for the head coach on the other sideline because that franchise has never once in its existence stepped foot on a Super Bowl stadium. So
never.
Code talker. Unfortunately, fortunately, I don't think he would have to do that in 2025. You know, there are a lot better medical instruments and contraptions that he would not have to do that like Ronnie Lott did. But shout out to Ronnie Lott for being a fucking savage. He's better than me. My squeamish ass could never do something like that.
Can we have it taking it off? Bite it off, take it off.
Oh yeah, man. Hey, Detroit was definitely hype as shit watching us in the locker room when we beat Philadelphia that week so they could clinch the 1 seed, man.
Man, I'm telling you, bro. This game is a lot closer, and we all got to get ready to get out of here, go get baby girl. But I want to say this, man. If we come back full screen, I want to say this, man. And I said this yesterday, and you saw the video that I sent out, and I put it on Twitter, man. Y'all can follow me at DH on the mic on X, man. But you have to be humble in these times, bro, because nothing has been played. The Bucks fans were talking crazy. You know what I'm saying? The Bucks fans were talking like they was just, you know, like the history of their franchise is going to get them a win today. No, we just came out there and beat you, right? Now, I know we say that, we talk about history. We were all, you know, having a good fun playing around. But the thing is, bro, the games have to be played. And the finality of football is that any given Sunday, somebody can get beat. A team that is won 15 games can get beat by a team that's won 12 games. It can happen. You have to go out there, play football, play hard-nosed football, and just understand that if we're on the way to your destiny, then we're just a team you're going to have to beat. But don't believe that just by y'all showing up that the game is done and it's cooked. If you had another quarterback on our side, you might be able to believe that, but not with this guy. Not with this guy at all, who's the coolest cucumber in the bunch. He's cool, calm, collected. He don't worry about none of this. He don't care what you say. He want all the smoke. And you see him on the field, he has the shortest memory alive. You know, them plays burn me up. I remember a play from 1997 that still piss me off. But he'll go out there and throw an interception and come back next play and go throw a touchdown.
Ain't no thing.
Exactly. But I want to say this to the fans, to the Detroit fans that you're watching right now, or that you're online, you may see this, man. Don't let your arrogance disguise your fear. It's okay to be fearful. It's okay to say, I don't know what's going to happen on Saturday. It's okay to do that because the history of your franchise tells you that you don't get this far. And even if you do get this far, something happens on y'all end to mess it up. But don't let your fear cloud your judgment, and don't let your fear give you arrogance to believe that y'all just going to come out and beat us. No, just say we're gonna come out and have a good game. We're gonna do our best and play ball and give kudos where it is, because we've given kudos to Detroit. Detroit's a good ball club. We said that. I watched them all year. I have
Great.
ties to the
They're
Detroit fan
very
base. Like,
good. Mhm.
I rock with them. You know what I'm saying? But now they are on my hit list. I
Yeah,
want that.
Put
I
your
want
war
some.
put your war paint and your shiesty on, bro. It's war this week.
I want some. And it's only because they believe that this is their destiny and we're in the way. Okay, so if we're the hiccup that's in the way, then you better come out and dog us from minute 14:59 on the clock. You come out and you beat us, I will come back on live and say I was loud and wrong. I will come back and say I was loud and wrong. But if you slip up and you lose, guess what? You start back 0-0 at the beginning of next year like everybody else and just get back in line to play. But Rio, you know, I love you, brother. And I'm glad you had me here. And, it's always fun when we link up. You know what I'm saying?
It's always a time when we link up. I'll see you on the afternoon kick Friday.
Yes,
my
sir.
brother.
Friday with former Washington Redskins wide receiver Anthony Armstrong,
Triple A.
A himself.
Yeah,
we are running
yeah.
it back because it worked on Friday, so we're running it back again this Friday. See if we can get another dub this week in the playoffs, man.
Yes, sir, man. Go get your little girl and go have yourself a nice day, my brother.
All right, brother. Coach Prime will catch you on the flip side, baby. Y'all be
All right,
good.
then, man. All right, Prime, man. Y'all heard from the guy. You know, whenever my boy D Will come on this joint, it's always phenomenal vibes. It's always phenomenal vibes. We've been having fun today, man. We still got 6:33 in the building, and I got one more guest before we get out of here, man. We've been live all day on the channel. This is Rio Radio. Yeah. Put that on my Instagram story for a reason. Hey, they said we ain't the Bucks, man. I know, because y'all lost to the Bucks this year. You know, we just put them out the playoffs this year. But man, here we go. Here we go. Let's get it, y'all. I got one more guess and we out of here. We've been live for 4 hours in the next 25 seconds, and we've been talking Washington and Detroit. I'm having a phenomenal time. We've had hella Lions fans keeping it extra interesting in the chat. It's been fun. There have been a lot of trolling, a lot of shit talking, a lot of arrogance, a lot of arrogance coming from the opposite side. Yo, D Will is absolutely hysterical. Yo, that dude is hilarious. He has phenomenal voice. This man can do a lot of impressions, man. He does that shit, bro. D Will is that guy, man. Rio Radio, man. Just get used to it, because during the off season, it's gonna be a lot of days like this when there's no football being played, and we gotta talk about and theorize and put together free agency list and draft list and all this stuff until next year. But hey, we out here, man. Hey, Big Rio, I was in a 4v1 earlier with Detroit fan. Did you make it out? And what did they look like when you finished with them, man? My boy made it out a 4v1 versus the Detroit Lions fan. They got jumped out here. Let's go, man. Philly's better than Detroit. Interesting. That's an interesting take. I like their rosters are both phenomenal, but I think I trust Jared Goff more than I trust Jalen Hurts. I'm not gonna hold you. I think I trust Jared Goff because I put Jalen Hurts in that category of good but not elite quarterback. I think Jared Goff, I would trust him with my team more than I would trust Jalen Hurts, to be perfectly honest, man. Jalen might have been 500, bro. We got to calm down. 500 is crazy. I mean, because we've been talking in the chat like Jayden's going to have one of those. He's going to have one of those Florida games, the Florida game in college where he threw for 350 and ran for like 250 or something. He eventually is going to have one of those type of days. And I guess Jalen is saying that maybe it's this week, no worries, Okay, so next guest is not coming into 5. That's fine with me. So let's get back into talking about that matchup some more. Boy, watching Terry speak profanities and get the team hyped before the game definitely gets me going, man. Definitely gets me going. Daniels is a fraud is hilarious. It's the best rookie we've ever seen, but he's a fraud. Daniels is way better than Jared Goff was as a rookie. I would like to see the tush push get banned for like a season or even a game just to see what their offense can really do. But if there's something that's working, If it ain't broke, don't fix it, man. Guys got to figure out a solution to stop letting them get on the 1 yard line. Stop letting them get to 4th and inches, and you don't have to do it, you know? A rookie is going to win the Super Bowl eventually. We have the one. Fingers crossed, man. Bold prediction. We went off a double doink. I don't need any more double doinks in my life, man. That double doink last week made me. That double doink. Oh my God. That double doink. My soul almost left my body. Remember Rams Hard Knocks? They revealed Jared Goff as a complete dumbass. You know, according to Detroit Lions fan base, they are coming off back-to-back Super Bowls. They've won the last 2 Lombardis, and the Chiefs don't exist because the Detroit Lions are the Chief. That is what I'm getting from the Detroit Lions fan base side of things. We need to start Chris Rodriguez. Brian run high like Forrest Gump and has vision like Stevie Wonder. Okay. I agree. Fuck the push, but they're going to start Brian Robinson. I think as much as we're sick of seeing Brian Robinson run to contact, we're not going to see them make a move there. Oh man. But bully ball in the D, y'all sure do. Y'all play bully ball, but we ain't no chumps, man. Y'all not about to just blast us, man. Y'all not about to just blast us in these playoffs, man. Even if Detroit wins this year's Super Bowl, they would only. I mean, no. I mean, if they win the Super Bowl, can't nobody tell them shit. When you win the Super Bowl, bro, you got it. You got it, fam. Nobody can say shit to you that year. Bears and Philly fans are going to be wearing their Lions jerseys on Saturday night. Yeah, the Bears fans are disgusting, man. They should be fucking ashamed of themselves. When I hear people say Daniels is a fraud, that's how I know we arrive. That's how I know we arrive, and that's how I can spot out not a ball knower. Not a ball knower. Jared has been to the Super Bowl and the NFC Championship and 60 minutes away from another NFC Championship with home field and has been the bridesmaid and never the bride in all 3 occasions. It's not the flex you think it is. How many points did Jared Goff and the Rams score in that Super Bowl? 0 touchdown. 0 touch. That's the flex they're doing? Jared Goff threw a whole 0 touchdowns in the Super Bowl. Shout out to PG County and FBI in the building. What up, FBI? What up, Mike? What up, Mike? How y'all doing, man? We just hit under 600 in the chat. I might wrap this joint up in a little bit. We might bring on a guest another time, man, because we've been going, and I'm going to be hopping on a Lions channel a little bit later. It may be time to wrap this thing up, you know? But I got 34-33 Washington Commanders on Sunday. I got 350 passing yards for Jayden Daniels on Sunday. I got over 45 rushing yards for Jayden Daniels on Sunday. I got 4 touchdowns. I don't care how he gets it done. Jayden Daniels for 4 scores, 2 field goals, 34-33 Washington Commanders over the Detroit Lions in Ford Field. And somehow we done had a motherfucking championship weekend season in the first year of a rebuild, man. What's going on, Curtis? What's going on? The last time we did anything, we bounced y'all dumbasses to Cancun. This is true. 3-0 all time. Since we're talking history, Washington is 3-0 versus the Detroit Lions in the postseason. You know? Yep. Can't stop, won't stop. You know how we do. I don't like the B-Rob hate. If the it's not hate. It's not hate. It's not hate. It's not. He hasn't done shit since we got off the bye week. We're allowed to objectively critique our players. He's not doing good enough. He's not putting up running back 1 numbers. He doesn't have vision, and it's not always going to be pretty up front. As a starting running back, you got to find yards when they're not there sometimes. And this is what you run into when you have an RB2 starting at RB1. It's not hate. Everything is not hate because you critique the players, man. It's not hate, guys. When you say Benjamin St. Juice needs to go back to fucking Canada, it's not because it's out of hatred. It's because we want better from our players. You know, it's not hate to call out when guys have done. Y'all have done nothing, and y'all niggas have never been to a Super Bowl before. Y'all have never been to a Super Bowl in the history of life. Your grandparents have never seen your team do anything. Never seen you, but I respect it. Y'all are up right now. Y'all are back, and we're going to get our last guest going. Go Blue Lexi in the building to finish this thing off. We've been having a good time. We've been here for 4 hours and 7 minutes, and we've been shit talking. We've been having a good time. We got one more Detroit Lions guest in the building. How are we doing today, Lexi?
So great. How are you?
I'm doing great. I've been going now for over 4 hours. I'm amped up. I'm wired up. We are happy to be in the second round of the playoffs. I'm happy to be here, but we're more than happy to be here. We're trying to see a good game on Saturday night. How you feeling about this week?
Yeah, it's being the first seed, like the first time like since I've been watching football, it just feels surreal, I mean, listen, I've been through the ringer as a Lions fan, so I'm of course like nothing can hurt me. I see all the I see all the comments like coming in, but yeah, I'm excited. I'm excited for the matchup. I think it gives Detroit a challenge, obviously with Jaden Daniels just killing it, at QB. That's something that I'm going to be on the lookout for, but I think it's going to be a great matchup. I'm so excited as a season ticket holder. Saturday is going to be crazy, and I
my
cannot
God.
wait.
You're in the building for this one. So first time seeing the 1 seed in your life. I've never seen the 1 seed. What does it feel like?
It feels surreal, like especially, having to go against the Vikings, who are also 14-2 with everything on the line. I mean, everything on the line. Normally, I'd be like worried. I wasn't even worried going in, to that game against the Vikings, because I think that we've kind of just shown like we control our own destiny at this point. Yeah, we've got a lot of injuries and stuff, but the way this team plays and what they did to the Vikings to get that 1 seed, I'm just still flying high from that, to be honest.
Hey, I bet you are. 15-2 season, back-to-back division titles, and the rebuild under Dan Campbell has been a monumental success so far. Just like I asked my guests earlier in the day, when Dan Campbell came in, first of all, biting kneecaps and all that shit. Were you buying into all that shit immediately, or did it take some time?
Okay, so, I was just coming off the Bob Quinn, Matt Patricia nightmare of an era. Okay. I was ready to latch on to anything. All right. I always liked Dan Campbell. I mean, obviously he played for the Lions back in the day too. So I liked that connection. I was a little weary, like, thinking, okay, is this guy like just going to be a meathead and kind of just like, alpha male and not give us anything else? But I like the one-liners. I'm a diehard fan forever of Jim Harbaugh. So you give me a dude that can give me some great one-liners, and I'm gonna buy in right away. Like that first year in 2021 when he took over, I wasn't even expecting much. So just the fact that we've seen such a big jump from 2021 to 2022, like winning the last 8 games of the season, then going into last year and what we did. I mean, there's nothing this guy can do right now to make me think otherwise. So I'm just glad to have kind of jumped on right when he got here and just hope for the best like I always did. And, now we're at where we are. So.
MCDC, man. Y'all have become a media darling under this guy. I'm not a fan of y'all. I want to run through a fucking wall when Dan Campbell is talking. When y'all were on Hard Knocks a couple years ago, I was like, oh my God, this team is going to win over the hearts of. How do you not like this guy, the coaching staff he's assembled, and how he's doing this thing here? Did you like y'all being on Hard Knocks?
Oh, absolutely. Well, I will say at first, like when the rumor was that we were going to be on when Matt Patricia was here, I was like, oh God, please no. Like we don't need any of that exposed. But it was just kind of like the hype of like, Dan Campbell coming in and taking it by storm, and with Brad Holmes, like both of them being so involved, I was like, yeah, let's do it. And I watched it quite a few times, I was pumped every episode that happened, but I just think it kind of just showed that this is kind of like how always Detroit has been, that gritty, kind of coming from nothing, but giving our everything all the time. That's who we've always been, but just now have the competence, like in our coaching staff and the front office has finally soared us to where I think we've always deserved to be. So I love it.
So a couple years ago, to start off this whole Dan Campbell thing, you guys shipped off Matthew Stafford, and he went up to the Rams. Y'all did a QB exchange. Was it uneasy seeing Matt Stafford play in the Super Bowl immediately after trading him?
No. Now I will say I wasn't like a slappy Lions fan that bought like Lions Rams gear. I think that's the most embarrassing thing that my fan base has ever done.
You didn't have a split jersey with the Lions on one side and the Rams on the other?
No. The only split jersey I'd ever buy is the Hutch, Michigan, like Lions one. But even then, that's not my style.
Yeah.
But I, you know, yeah, it is what it is. Like, I just, yeah.
What did Kelly Stafford do to the Lions fan base? Because I see a lot of like turmoil between y'all's fan base and Matt Stafford's wife. What's the
Yeah.
deal?
I mean, well, and to get back to it though, Matt Stafford almost died for the Lions, you know, all those years. So to see him in the Super Bowl, like, yeah, it was bittersweet, but I wish the best just for him. You know, Kelly Stafford, now that's a different thing. Long before they left, she was always like a thorn in the side. Like, I just feel like, you know, look at me, take the attention on me, even though I'm only famous because of my husband. And
Oh, she got main character syndrome.
Oh my goodness. Like, if there is a subject talked about at all, you can bet the house that Kelly is going to make it about her in some way, shape, or form. And it's like, it was annoying when she was here. It's even worse now that she's
in LA. She got a bigger platform now.
Stop talking about Detroit. No one cares. Like, move on, you know. But I'm glad Stafford got one. I don't want him to ever get another. So, you know, I want the Eagles to win that game. I liked beating them last year in the playoffs. I love beating them at home, like to open the season again. So, like, I had my support, but now it's Jared Goff all the way.
Oh yeah, you know, I know there had to be, like, even if y'all were happy for Stafford, y'all had to be a little bit salty about him immediately winning a Super Bowl in his.
You know, people probably were, but I'm going to tell you, that wasn't me, because I was happy. Like, you know, after that 2021 year, I still felt good. 3-13. I was like, oh God, but I felt good about going into that. So I still think with everything we've got, and like, I feel like the dynasty that we're building, like, as long as we win a Super Bowl within these next few years, it's going to be an even trade for me, you know. But no, I wasn't salty. I was more annoyed at the Lions fans that were like all of a sudden Rams fans. That was like just literally the most annoying thing. It almost made me want to hate Stafford, but I wouldn't let it happen. But it's just annoying.
So. Yep. Last year, y'all hosted your first playoff games at Ford Field. You were there for both of them?
I was, yeah. I have been the last 2 seasons a season ticket holder.
Oh, I love that, man. So what was that atmosphere like in person? Because I know we see the shit on TV. We know y'all aren't letting away fans in your stadium. Y'all moving like a football club. What was that like?
Just unbelievable. I don't think I could hear for like 3 days after, especially that Tampa Bay game, like that sent us off to San Fran after. I mean, obviously, whatever happened after that sucked, but that Tampa Bay game being like the second game and us winning, it was deafening. And I mean, those decibels like in that stadium hit like over 120. It was crazy, but yeah, it's another experience. I think every home game is just crazy, especially this season, because we're all just like so hyped and feel so positive that everyone's standing every play, everyone's screaming, you know, that you just got to love the atmosphere and just appreciate what we can all bring there.
Y'all were so damn close. I wanted y'all in the Super Bowl last year because I wanted to see the Lions leave. Nobody wanted to watch the damn Niners back in the Super Bowl. That aggression, like, I love Dan Quinn's aggression. Does it ever like tick you off, or are you just with it? Every time y'all are doing something aggressive, going for it on 4th and 12 or on, like, do you ever feel like just take the points, or if you're fully all in on this overly aggressive shit that y'all do?
Yeah, I mean, I think that like I said, Dan can do whatever he wants. Him and Brad have my full trust. Sure, there are a couple times and a couple moments where I'm like, oh, I wish we took the points there. But the people that were complaining about what had happened in the San Fran game didn't realize that all of those calls Dan made got us to that point. Like, so you got to give and take. I mean, we also have a pretty good conversion rate now, like after it being a couple of years, but
it's who you
like
are.
you said, you just gotta, yeah, I'm on board. Like, there's a couple times where I'm like, oh, that stung, but you know, no risk, no reward. And that's kind of like just the thing like in life. If you ain't gonna risk it, then what's the point, you know? And I love the confidence. I love the confidence he has. in our offense to be able to do that, against any team. It doesn't matter who it is. So you got to appreciate that.
Oh yeah, we let our balls hang too. We went for 4th down 5 times last week versus the Bucks, converted 3, and during the season we went for it 23 times. So we're learning from y'all. We're trying to be overly aggressive. We put the game in 5's hands, but when that game did finish, since it was your first time being there in the NFC Championship, you had a lead. How heartbreaking was that shit though?
I mean, I remember at halftime thinking, this ain't over till it's over. And I was right, but I think it almost like, I look back on it now, and obviously like hindsight's 2020. Would I have loved to go to the Super Bowl last year? Absolutely. But it also gave these guys a hunger that I've seen throughout this whole season. I mean, 29 players on IR at once, and we still won the division, still got the 1 seed. Yes, that is something to be happy about. Just like I'm happy for you guys getting your first playoff win in how many years?
20.
I mean,
2 decades.
How many years? Congratulations, though. Give yourself a round of applause. You absolutely deserve to feel the happiness and joy of that, and don't let nobody take that away from you, because people try to take that away from me every day, and it's never gonna happen. Like, I live and breathe for this team. I'm gonna be happy like forever.
See, we got Lions fans that have some sense, y'all. We got Lexi talking her shit. Do not feel bad that your team has got out of poverty and is good at football now. 15-2. My goodness. Number 1, not only in your division, y'all were the best team in the NFL this year.
Whole NFC. The whole NFC.
NFC, y'all were the best team in the league this year. Y'all were y'all got the same record as the Chiefs, but y'all were the best team in the league this year. But y'all now have pressure. Y'all are the number 1 seed, home field throughout. We got to come on a short week down to Detroit. Does the pressure worry you at all?
I was built for this shit, okay? I was built for the going through all the misery to, that makes it going through everything that I did makes this worth every single bit. Like,
it built your character.
It makes me appreciate it. Yep. It makes me happy that we actually get to be in a position where I got to think, is my team even going to be able to do this? No, they've shown me time and time and again that even shorthanded, they're going to step up to the plate. So yeah, I mean, I'm anxious, I should say. I'm not nervous in the way that I don't think this team is going to be prepared. I think that Dan has prepared these boys every single game this season, and they prepared themselves as well. So, I can only be excited and just maybe a little bit anxiety over it, but it's going to be a good time.
Coming off a bye week, y'all haven't played in a couple weeks, and us coming off such a momentous victory on Sunday night. Are there any concerns that y'all are going to come in the game rusty?
No, because God knows that if any team needed the 1 seed with a week break, it was the Detroit Lions. So, I will say worried right off the bat, because mobile QBs tend to give our defense a little trouble. But learning from what we've been through with Lamar, even people saying how Baker can be, I'm just hoping that we can, that Aaron Glenn gets these guys, honed in, because when there's a mobile quarterback, that's an extra threat that we normally don't face. So that is going to be one thing that not really concerned, but just keeping an eye out for, and making sure that they don't get too behind on it.
All right, let's get to it. Your fan base, they see us as a fun little Cinderella story, but the clock has struck.
Not me. Just for the record, all the people mad and things.
They think the clock has struck midnight and it's big boy football time. They are already picking their seats out for the NFC Championship. Are you looking past Jayden Daniels and the Washington Commanders, Lexi?
Hell no. I mean, any team in the playoff, it's any given Sunday. And you can't blame some of the Lions fans for wanting to get cocky, because we've never been able to be cocky like this. But I just hope whatever the fans do, that has no outcome in the game. Let's all be real. I mean, I got my superstitions, but I just hope that the players aren't looking over. And I don't think they are. I think they've been ready for this. I think that I like that the clock struck midnight on Sam Darnold. So that was a nice little.
The real Sam Darnold stood up last week, yo. The world got this. Oh my God.
Dude, Vikings always been frauds. Let's be real.
Always.
That 13-win team with Kirk Cousins, this year, man.
They talked so much about how like insane y'all division was, and now here y'all are in the divisional round, the only one standing.
Man, Packers fans and Vikings. I've been hearing it all season. So sit your ass on the couch.
Mhm. And I like this. See, Detroit Lions fans, see, it's okay to be super excited and have some arrogance, but also acknowledge this is not about to be some like scheduling homecoming opponent type shit. Like people that I think 9.5 is a bit much for the spread on this one.
Oh shit! Yeah, you know what? To be honest, I never even saw the spread yet. I wasn't paying attention.
Y'all are 9.5 point favorites.
Yeah, no, that's too much. I'd say like if it was 7, but like I said, it's any given Sunday when it comes to the playoffs. Like you guys made it here for a reason. You can't get cocky. Listen, I've been cocky my whole life. I walk that line. I talk shit when I lose, and I talk shit when I win. So I'm not just one of those like that only don't talk shit until I can win. But and also too, I am from Michigan. I'm from I live in downtown Ann Arbor. So
yeah, I can hear the Detroit in you, and I've followed you for quite some time. Yo, she repped this shit. Like she repped this shit like I rep Washington. Like she be on it, man. With Michigan, with Detroit, like she reps her Detroit sports hard. So I knew I had to get her on the show this week. But Jayden Daniels is like changing our lives here in DC. Like I
think my
think
favorite quarterback coming out of that draft. I will say,
so
like, even
good.
My JJ that I love and adore.
Mhm.
I'd say I really thought, and I said him or Bo Nix was probably going to have one of the best seasons and coming through like these next few years. Those are my two like favorite quarterbacks. But yeah, Jayden is a game changer. They're so talented, so quick. And this is his rookie season. That's like what the scary part is you guys get to build on this from here. So, even if something happens, you guys lose, it's nothing to get discouraged about because you've got a bright future ahead of you. You just got to get him some more weapons too coming in.
And that's the thing. I think that's why a lot of people think we're going to get smoked because we're coming with a pretty empty cupboard, but this kid is playing like a veteran. Like he is fearless. He has no emotion on the football field, and he is getting shit done. And y'all do have a little bit of a kryptonite against mobile quarterback. This guy can kill you with his legs. He can kill you with his mind. He can kill you with his arm. I watched how y'all did against Josh Allen. Different quarterbacks, but I watched a couple mobile quarterbacks versus you guys this year. Baker even was a problem versus you guys.
I hate playing Baker. I love Baker because he planted the flag at Ohio Stadium. But man, facing that guy in the NFL, like everyone always wants to count him out. There's nobody that plays a better chip on your shoulder type of game than Baker Mayfield. And so it's like anytime we face them, I hated losing to him this year. I like that we beat him last year, but it's just he's a great, guy that fights for himself. So that's what, any kind of mobile QB gives us trouble. I'm just hoping to God that this defense gets that under control before Saturday.
Absolutely. Y'all's offense is must-see television. I remember I ended up paying for this in the long run. I remember trolling you during the playoffs about how we were taking your offensive coordinator from you last year. And boy, did that end in a hilarious fashion. I even got a tidbit about some details of how that went down. Are you ready for life past Ben Johnson and Aaron Glenn if they take jobs elsewhere?
No. Is it going to suck? Sure. That's why I'm like Super Bowl or bust this year, baby. Let's roll. No, but you got to be happy for that. You have like, we've never had that. Let's be honest. Like coaches that are in Detroit, like you leave and don't do anything or like go to die somewhere, like not do well after. So to have some people so intrigued and other teams like wanting our offense and defense, it's like, you just got to be happy to be able to have that opportunity to feel that way,
Oh yeah. And when you guys have just done it right from the top of the organization to the front office to this phenomenal coaching staff and the roster that you put out there. Y'all should be feeling very confident versus anybody you see anytime, anywhere. But how are you thinking this game is going to play out? What type of score range? Give me how you think this game is going to look on Saturday night at 8 p.m. from Ford Field?
I want to say it's going to be like offensive heavy, but I also thought that it was offensive heavy for the Lions, Vikings for us.
Yeah, but Sam Darnold was missing Justin Jefferson all night.
Yeah, but like I said though, like I think Jayden's gonna get a few on us. So I do think it's gonna be like high, like I'll probably say like 20s, 30s, but I think we do pull it out. I think we do win by at least a touchdown. I'm thinking maybe even it's just like a field goal, whatever. I just want to get to the next round. I'm not looking for no blowout, although that would feel nice and make me feel comfortable, but let's be honest. This is the second round of the playoffs. It's not going to be like that. So
there we go.
But I think it's going to be a good matchup. I think that also our defense is going to test your offense a little on things that they haven't, really faced this year. Like our defense, even depleted, has been just excellent. Every guy, the next man
turn over the football too. Yeah.
Next man up mentality has been elite. So to be able to have that makes me feel safe, even if we are going against someone like Jayden, because this defense has been locked in no matter what. I do wish Hutch could be out there because I think that he'd be putting Jayden in 5 kinds of hell. I'm telling you right now.
Yeah, he was going to win
we don't
Defensive
have
Player of
him,
the Year. He was going to win Defensive Player of the Year. I hate that. I hate that he got hurt.
I know, me too. I was getting out of like an Uber at that time and like looked down on my phone. I swear I almost dropped to my knees, like watching the replay on the screen. I was like, no.
Hey, man, that should do it to you, man. I watched Jayden almost get hurt in person the other couple weeks ago, and I dropped to my knees at the stadium. So I know.
Oh yeah,
it hurt. That shit was nasty too, and they kept showing replays of it.
I can't watch any kind of replays like that. I see it one time, and that's enough. It will make me sick.
Yeah, I'm squeamish. I'm very squeamish when it comes. I don't want to see blood. I don't want to see bones being broke. And I don't like it online how you could just see murder and death and stuff on video. I'm not desensitized to that type of stuff. I don't want to see that shit.
Same.
Hell yeah. What's your for folks to follow you online? What is your handle? What are you at Go Blue Lexi? Because I think you got a few people that's gonna follow you after this one.
Yeah, comes with a warning. I gotta foul mouth. No, but mainly like I'm on Twitter. I have the same like IG too, but it's at Go Blue Lexi 117. So follow at your own caution. But yeah, it's mainly just football season. I'll be talking a lot. I mean, with how Michigan basketball is doing, you can probably catch me talking about some college basketball too. But yeah.
Okay, so you got y'all winning by like one possession or something. What would let's just say, for example, y'all punch your ticket to the Super Bowl this year. What are your plans for Super Bowl Sunday if that's the case?
So I'm actually going to be in the Dominican Republic for the Super Bowl.
Okay.
I leave
buns out, suns out, buns out. Okay.
Yeah, booked me and my man's a little all-inclusive trip. I booked it because his birthday is like after the Super Bowl on that Tuesday. And I didn't realize like when I was booking, like afterwards, I was like, oh shit, this is Super Bowl weekend. So, but I'm like, whatever, I'll be in a swim up bar. I'm gonna have that whole resort cheering for Detroit. I promise you if we get there. I promise. I'll be video recording and posting it, but that's gonna be my shit. But yeah, I'm gonna be there. So a little sad because I do know, say if all goes, to heaven and we do win it, I also won't make it back in time for the Super Bowl parade in downtown Detroit, but I'll be there in spirit, hopefully. So
damn, how long you about to be out there?
So we leave like the Friday before the Super Bowl and we come back like super late that Wednesday night. So normally the like parades and stuff are like a couple days after. So I'm like, if they do hold off till Thursday, I'd be happy. But I'm not gonna lie, I had that thinking in my head. I'm like, shit, should I change this around? But no,
oh man,
it's all good. They'll be fine without me. I wasn't gonna go to the Super Bowl anyway. I can't afford that. Let's be real.
It says she jinxed Detroit with her vacation.
How don't be saying that.
How teams hit you with the Cancun on 3 when you get put out the playoffs. You already gonna be in paradise, man. You don't gotta go nowhere once y'all get put out the playoff.
Yeah.
No. Oh my goodness. But hopefully I did jinx her a little bit because I just asked her about what her Super Bowl plans were when we're currently here in the second round of the playoffs. Who is your X factor for this game Sunday?
I think it's going to be Kirby again. The man's been on fire all year. And if you need to stop anybody from going deep, it needs to be Jayden Daniels. Okay. So I think that like our secondary is going to be the game changer in this, because if we can prevent him for going deep, getting in the end zone, then and like forcing him to run, let's say, I
Mhm.
feel a lot better. But like, man, that spiral he's got is good. So I want to cut that off and maybe just kind of like get him just to be running, and then we can kind of contain it at that point. But I think Detroit's secondary is going to be the standout in this game.
Kirby Joseph has 9 interceptions this year. I don't think we caught 9 interceptions as a team this year, and he has 9 interceptions this year. So we definitely can't sleep on y'all secondary. Is Terrion Arnold back, or is he still out?
Yes, he was full practice, and Montgomery was full practice. So we got our Sonic and Knuckles back, baby.
Montgomery. Hey, I'm glad to see Montgomery out there because Jahmyr Gibbs just gives me nightmares. He's my favorite running back in the NFL. I know what Saquon
Mine
and
too.
Derrick Henry do, of course, but he's so good. Like when y'all drafted him and people were complaining, oh, why'd they take a running back so high? I'm like, have y'all watched Jahmyr Gibbs? He's a whole wide receiver and running back all in one. And
He is. It's incredible.
He's so fast. You can't touch him once he turns the corner and gets ahead of speed on you. God, man, I hate.
Yeah, and I'll say too, and I'll call my own fan base on this. Detroit, the Ford Field held like a draft party that year.
Yep.
And we went down, and when Jahmyr was drafted, the silence and size that like went through Ford Field, I was pumped. But I watched him at Bama, so I knew like we had more than just a running back. We had like an offensive weapon, period. And he has just exceeded my expectations, and they were already high for him. So I'm so grateful. And then just to have Montgomery too, where you just have a dude that can just punch you in the mouth. Like Jahmyr is quick and stealthy, but you need somebody who's just going to punch you in the mouth, especially when you get down, towards the end zone or in the red zone, because when we had what is his name? Oh my God, I can't even think of it. Williams a couple years ago. That was like the punch in the mouth type
Jamal
of guy.
Williams, yeah.
Yeah, Jamal Williams. So to have that replaced so quickly and then get Jahmyr, it's like we haven't had a good run game since Reggie Bush. And then before that, it was Barry Sanders.
Reggie Bush did play for the Lions. Holy
yeah,
shit.
2013 was the last time
he
we
was
had a
hooping.
100-yard rusher before Jahmyr. Like, how sad is that? So the run game is very important, and I'm very thankful that we've got 2 of the best.
Hell yeah. So what's the mood and the atmosphere, and what is your foul mouth going to consist of when Washington comes and spoils the party this Saturday?
Spoil, I don't know, but like I said, I'm gonna always talk shit. I do like, every all the fans that I've come in contact with at Ford Field has always just been fun. I will say it got a little spicy in the Bears game with a Bears fan kind of chirping at the very end, and then he kind of shut up real quick when they just wasted 20 seconds on the clock. But it's always so fun to me. And I think that like I've watched football since I was 5 years old. So for like 31 years, I have just been in love with this sport. And I think that it's so important to, like, when you're talking shit and talking smack, to just keep it about like your teams and doing whatever, because that's what's most fun. Like, people get so offended. I upset a lot of people with what I say.
Oh, I do all the time.
I'm not going to personally attack you. And I just can respect and love how other fans can give me that same thing, like, let's make it about football. I'll go toe to toe with anybody ever. I am not scared to talk football with anybody. So, if I got some Washington fans in my section, I'm going to be heckling them a little bit. And but you know what? I'll stand on 10 when they heckle me back. Like, I'm not going to say, like, if you dish it, you got to take it too. And someone who's taken it for so many years, I am dishing it out at any point that I can.
Hell yeah, and we should be able to, as sports fans, to cuss each other out, but still have a beer. I should be able to.
That's what I'm saying.
I should be able to say "fuck your team." You should be able to say "fuck my team." Hell yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Because I like to cuss. I love to cuss, and this is how I speak. So this is my love language. So when I'm cussing at you, it's a term of endearment. And I'm here to tell you, Lexi, I think my boys may surprise a lot of y'all on Saturday, because our quarterback is so fucking good. He's not just good for a rookie. He is already, like, I'm going to say something, and I want to know what you feel about this opinion. I think Jayden Daniels is already the best quarterback in the NFC. I think he's the best quarterback in the conference already. What are your thoughts on that statement?
I would definitely put him at the top right now.
So you would put him over your quarterback despite how good his stats were this year?
Okay. We're going to be honest here for a second. I love Jared Goff. I trust Jared Goff till, the
Mhm.
cows come home.
Mm-hmm.
But do I eventually want a quarterback that's going to be like Jayden? Absolutely, because that's the
There
future
we
of the
go.
NFL.
Mhm.
But I will say, like, if it comes down, I saw this poll come up and it was like, who do you trust more in a game-winning drive? Well, listen, I'm taking a dude who, like Goff, I'm going to take in that situation because, for one,
You've seen it more.
cool, calm, and collected. Yeah, like
Mhm.
he's messed up a couple of times, but that's
Mhm.
happens way less than when he has come through. So you give me that. But like when it comes to like the future of your football team, I want a quarterback eventually like Jayden. Absolutely. I mean, who doesn't? It is the future, and everyone's gonna have to eventually be a mobile quarterback if they want to succeed in the NFL in a few years, in my opinion. So, like, I think he's right up there. I'd say, I'm not saying he's better than Goff. I think that his ceiling of talent is higher than Goff's, absolutely. But I think he still has to develop in the league like any other quarterback would. You got to live and learn. You got to go through the trials and tribulations to really, appreciate that position. So like I didn't really like Goff until he got Dan Campbell. So like, you get, someone like Goff that has someone believing in him like Dan Campbell, he'll give you the world. So I think that they're both around the same, but I would say Jayden's right at the top, and like I said,
Hey,
it's
that's
his
what
first season. It's only up from here.
We got her, guys. Jayden Daniels is the best quarterback in the NFC. You've heard it here from a Washington fan and a diehard Detroit Lions fan that knows ball. I love to hear it. What is your final score prediction for Sunday as we close this one out?
Oh gosh. I'm gonna go. Oh my god. I keep like every time I guess a score, it just always jinx. But I'll say it. It'll be 38-31 Lions.
38-31 Lions. That's definitely hits the 55.5 over. 38-31. Whoo, that's 61 points. I got 34-31. No, 34-33. 1 point game. Oh my God, that's a heart attack. That is high
Don't
blood pressure.
even manifest that.
Give me 34-33. Jayden Daniels with the ball in his hand last with about 3 or 4 minutes on the clock. Y'all's whole crowd screaming to the top of your lungs, and y'all got to stop 5 from putting any more points on. Let's say y'all have a 33-31 lead, and we need a field goal to win the game. Jayden takes us down, doesn't let your offense touch the field again. Game-winning Zane Gonzalez field goal. Our kicker has OCD in real life, and he does this thing where he takes his helmet off and plays with his hands.
I watched, yeah.
You saw that shit, right? That shit's uncomfortable to see.
I mean, we got Jake Bates, okay? We got the bricklayer from Houston, okay? So I'm not worried about the kicking.
UFL legend. UFL legend right there.
Right. A Michigan Panther legend.
Oh, yeah. She knows everything Michigan, and she is Detroit through and through. Thank you so much for blessing the program. I've been here for almost 5 hours today, and we got a Lions fan on that knows ball, good energy, easy to look at, easy on the eyes, all that good stuff. Let the folks know one more time where they can find you as we get up out of here.
Yeah, and like I said, follow with your own caution, but Go Blue Lexi 117. That's on Twitter and Instagram. I'm way more like on Twitter than Instagram, but go ahead and give me a follow on both.
Absolutely. She got 38-31 Lions. I got 34-33. I've been here for 4 hours and 41 minutes. Make sure y'all smash that like button. Hit the subscribe button on the channel if you're not yet. I don't care what team you are. We have fun over here, and everybody's free to come on, talk their shit, and let's talk ball on this side. That's all I got for right now. Hell to the – oh, no. Before I go, y'all have a fight song, right?
Yeah.
How y'all fight song go? Give it to me.
No,
you got all right, just give. You don't have to try to. I mean, you don't have to Mariah Carey that shit. But let me hear it. What are the words like? What does it sound like?
So it's forward. Like, I have to sing it because I'm not gonna.
Come on. We ain't going. This ain't American Idol.
A charging team that will not yield, and when the blue and silver wave, stand and cheer and rave, rah rah rah, go hard, win the game, and with honor you will win the fame. Oh my gosh.
That shit.
Every time I'm not there, down the field and gain a Lions victory. Go Lions.
Okay, that shit was a little long, but okay.
You know
y'all
what?
gotta-
Let me tell you, it's the corniest shit ever, but I will love it till the day I die.
Yeah, I'm about to say that
I
shit
don't
kind of
even-
ass. That shit kind of ass. Like, oh,
Like, and it's after every touchdown, so like all y'all have to listen to it after every time we score. So.
yeah, that shit definitely ass. But you know, we
Pretty sure
seen-
they made it like in the 50s or like 40s.
Yeah, our
I don't
fight
even know
song
when it came
old
out.
as shit too. It sounds extra prehistoric as well. But when you bleed for that team, you gonna sing that shit. But you know, that's a perfect note to leave. Thank you for everybody who watched up this stream. Thank you for blessing the program, Lexi. Maybe we'll do it again after the
May
game.
the best team win Saturday.
Absolutely. Or may the team come in and upset these boys, shock the world, and cause all mass hysteria in Detroit. Fingers crossed. I will see y'all later this week. Until next time, hail to the Washington.